Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Welcome to another lecture in the Jewish History Lab series. We are now continuing our discussion of the Holocaust. These lectures are intended for educational purposes. One of the historiographic challenges in studying the Holocaust is defining precisely what is it that we mean when we're speaking about the Holocaust. Are we talking about the overall period of persecution that the Jews suffered through, as well as other peoples, during the reign of terror of Adolf Hitler? That could easily take us back into the early 1930s. Or are we speaking about something more narrowly focused, like the persecutions that came along with the invasion of Poland in September of 1939? That's also quite a reasonable possibility. But the Holocaust and World War II are overlapping and not identical phenomena. Coming to the core of the events which we associate with the Holocaust involved two major periods of Nazi activity: the period of the Einsatzgruppen and the period of the death camps. This is the era in which the Nazis enacted actual mass murders, as opposed to the horrific conditions that were endured by Jews during the period of the ghettos. So let us look at those two moments in particular. We recall that one of the prerequisites of the beginning of hostilities in September 1939 is the sealing of a non-aggression pact between the Soviet Union and the Third Reich, which allowed both Stalin and Hitler to invade Poland and the Baltic states and simply divide up the territories between them. That meant that a significant number of Jews found themselves inside the Soviet orbit between 1939 and 1941. I have a longer lecture on that topic specifically in a different series. You'll see my YouTube channel on the Holocaust for a longer discussion of what happened there. But basically, Jews there, like the surrounding people, were subjected to rapid communization, like arrested intelligentsia, and so on. The Holocaust per se really begins, in my humble opinion, with the end of that Soviet period on June 22nd, 1941, with the launch of Operation Barbarossa, which was the Third Reich double-crossing the Soviet Union, abrogating that non-aggression pact, as Hitler surprised Stalin with a massive, rapid advance into Soviet territory. Now, why that is specifically connected to the Holocaust is because behind the Wehrmacht troops, behind the regular army that was sent in to defeat the Soviet Union, Hitler sent 4 mobile killing squads called Einsatzgruppen. As you can see in this map here, these 4 squads spread out throughout the territory that they conquered in the Soviet Union, and their task was not to prosecute the war against the Soviets, but to prosecute Hitler's war against the Jews. They would go into the local villages known as Städtlach, little Jewish townlets that dotted the countryside, round up the local Jewish population, along with other enemies of Hitler, such as communist leaders. The Einsatzgruppen would march these Jews and others out to local ravines. If there were no dry riverbeds in the vicinity, they would have the Jews dig their own graves, and then they would simply shoot them by firing squads. This is sometimes called the Holocaust by bullets because it represented a remarkably large number of casualties, civilian casualties of the war. Estimates range from 1.5 to 2.5 million Jews were killed during this process. And here you can see a map of the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum that gives you a sense of the scope of the townlets that were attacked in this nature. Kiev, which was not a town but rather a large city, had one of the largest of these mass killings. 33,000 Jews killed in the space of 2 days. The ravine called Babi Yar was used for a much larger number of Ukrainians and other opponents of the Third Reich for coming months. The Holocaust by bullets, however, proved to be a very efficient and psychologically a very taxing form of mass murder. So the Nazis looked to a new way to rid themselves of their Jewish problem, so to speak. This was discussed at an important conference that took place at a resort on January 20th, 1942. The war began in 1939, Operation Barbarossa, which represents the first mass killings of Jews. The only thing that comes close to it before that would have been Kristallnacht in 1938, which had about 260 Jews killed. Now we're talking about hundreds of thousands, even millions of Jews killed in Barbarossa. But that was not fast enough, and it proved to be too hard on the psychological makeup of the soldiers who were engaged in these killing squads. So at Wannsee, this conference, which was chaired by Adolf Eichmann, shown here, they drew up a list of all of the Jews in Europe, a terrifying list. In my humble opinion, perhaps the most terrifying document that survived the German archives of the period. And you can see from this list of countries that included countries that had not yet even been conquered by Germany, such as, for example, the United Kingdom, and it included even 200 Jews living in Albania, giving you a sense of just how determined the Nazis were to hunt down every last Jew of Europe. They counted up 11 million Jews, and from the Wannsee conference, it appeared that they intended to massacre all of them. The means to be used was gas poisoning, which they had already been experimenting with for some time. Chełmno was one of the regions where a gas chamber was constructed in order to see if they could scale this up, and in fact, the Nazis committed themselves to do so at that Wannsee conference. Here is a map that shows you the 6 so-called extermination camps. And of course, we don't like that term. Make into nothing camps, or destruction camps, or perhaps simply death camps. 6 death camps. So people might not have known Auschwitz. They're situated in and around the Gera Gouvernement, which still had a very large concentration of Jews in the ghettos, as we discussed in the previous video. And they were very different in terms of camps from the concentration camps, which Hitler had set up from the 1930s. Unlike the concentration camps held largely non-Jews, particularly in the early period, they were political enemies of Hitler. The concentration camps were horrific, awful places with a significant death rate of people dying from things like starvation and abuse, but they were nothing like the death camps. The death camps were intended primarily for the purpose of creating death. They were factories of death. Many of them satellites that were used for slave labor, but it only represented a very small proportion of the Jews who were interned in these death camps. Here you get a sense of the process of the deportations from all around Europe, including regions that were conquered nearly at the very end of the war, when it was clear that the Nazis were going to lose World War II. Places like northern Italy and Hungary, the Jews were deported there in a last-ditch attempt to murder as many Jews as possible. What was the process? Jews were rounded up and placed on cattle cars, some 6,000 a day in Warsaw. And when they disembarked, often after a terrifying and horrific long journey from places as far away as Paris, where many of them died actually en route. They disembarked and they were subject to selection, where those small numbers of Jews who were deemed to be healthy enough to work in the slave labor camp were isolated and sent away to those satellite camps. The vast majority of the rest of Jews were shorn of anything that was possibly be of value on their persons, not only their personal belongings, but also their prosthetic limbs, eyeglasses, gold teeth, even their hair was taken from them. And then they were sent to these gas chambers where they were made to think they were being sent to be deloused. Lice were put in their bodies. It was very common in many of these camps. Even the Americans later used DDT to try and remove lice from troops and from prisoners. But in reality, the gas that was used was cyclone A, rat poison that was poured in typically through the roof, and then Jews were exposed to it and died in 20 or 30 minutes. Horrible asphyxiation. Bodies were sent to crematoria in an attempt to get rid of the huge number of corpses, perhaps 1,500 a day in Auschwitz that would pile up. The crematoria, however, were very inefficient, and frequently the bodies simply had to be burned out in the open air. Those small number of Jews who were sent for slave labor were sent to live in barracks and live in unimaginable conditions. The vast majority died within a very short period of time because they were considered disposable. But those Jews who survived the Holocaust in these camps were typically the Jews who were not immediately processed for gassing, but rather managed to live because they were sent for slave labor. Other Jews were selected for medical experimentation, horribly cruel, genetic experiments were conducted on children, in particular if they were identical twins. In the end, when they liberated the camps, they found a small number of Emaciated Jews who had just barely survived the war. This is one of the most horrific chapters in Jewish history, perhaps in world history. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Welcome to another lecture in Jewish History Lab Series. We are now continuing our discussion of the Holocaust. These lectures are intended for educational purposes. And one of the historiographic challenges of studying the Holocaust is defining precisely what is it that we mean when we're speaking about the Holocaust. Are we talking about the overall period of persecution that the Jews suffered through, as well as other peoples, during the reign of terror of Adolf Hitler? That could easily take us back into the early 1930s. Or are we speaking about something more narrowly focused, like persecutions that came along with the invasion of Poland in September 1939? That's also quite a reasonable possibility. But the Holocaust and World War II are overlapping and not identical phenomena. Coming to the core of the events which we associate with the Holocaust involves two major periods of Nazi activity: the period of the Einsatzgruppen and the period of the death camps. This is the era in which the Nazis enacted actual mass murders, as opposed to the horrific conditions that were endured by Jews during the period of the ghettos. So let us look at those two moments. We recall that one of the prerequisites of the beginning of hostilities in September 1939 is the sealing of a non-aggression pact between the Soviet Union and the Third Reich, which allowed both Stalin and Hitler to invade Poland and the Baltic states and simply divide up the territories between them. That meant that a significant number of Jews found themselves inside the Soviet orbit in 1939 and 1941. I have a longer lecture on that topic specifically in a different series, my YouTube channel on the Holocaust, for a longer discussion of what happened there. But basically, Jews there, like the surrounding people, were subjected to rapid communization, collectivization of farms, arrest of intelligentsia. The Holocaust per se begins, in my humble opinion, with the end of that Soviet period on June 22nd, 1941, with the launch of Operation Barbarossa, which was the Third Reich's double crossing of the Soviet Union, abrogating that non-aggression pact, as Hitler surprised Stalin with a massive, rapid advance into Soviet territory. Now, why that is specifically connected to the Holocaust is because behind the Wehrmacht troops, behind the regular army that were sent in
Okay, what discovery? Oh, okay, very cool, man. Do you mind if I tell you about myself? I'm a Rothschild. 306 birthday. Have you ever been to the show or the television show called Okay, that's what I'm actually doing. If you would know, the Cannabis Magazine statement that data was its number one extension of our global care for children and families. And that's what they are for better and recycled trending. And when that happens, it could be a factory and all the things are well out of it. It should be a generated market out there. And it should be able to start training your health out there. How does that sound? Good. That's, I think such as agricultural drone technology, greenhouses, software, greenhouses, hydroponics, electrical farming, cloud seeding. I want to help everyone. I'm sponsored by a cryptocurrency that's the one which is $3,000. It's one of the things that we do. It goes well to developing nations like Nigeria. I'm an advocate for electrical program establishment and conference to other countries. How did those things sound? whatever you want to do. But essentially, what I'm saying is that you need to be able to have a like if you're doing something like that, look at that. Yeah, but I mean, just said what do you thought? Excellent. That's what I like to hear. Oh, everybody says that. Yeah, right. I got a lot of people though who are definitely looking for exciting, and conservative, not that would and continues to grow. And you're like, all right, yeah, but you just are sitting there, how you going live? Well, I'm live on 20 different YouTube streams simultaneously. It's more data individual, there are 20 individual, no individual live stream, 20 different but also I create robots. So I got robots here, I have 4 robots here, I have 5 here. These are obviously not that much. Big, which is basically and if you see that, it's that positive amount so it's just kind of people like so you see that I'm in other displays as well. I don't speak in them generally because frankly, I don't speak in shows about nothing against Jeffrey Green. So yeah, you'll find me in yeah, exactly. And, there are future, but that doesn't have that. And a lot of times, people, at least in here, more mature discussion with me about my material. So when you look here, what you will see, I should say, is the where I'm streaming my life in the sort of to get people a part of this platform. I don't really care too much with the age here. I think that we can, but it's just good for that space. They're not always mature. So the majority of things that I talk about, futurology, life extension, all that, that's fine. You get people in here who want relationship advice and things like that. If you know that's sure. So that's what I do. How about you, man? What are your hobbies? What are your favorite things? Yeah. How did you do that? Wow. Okay. To get the check. Right. Yeah. Yeah. That's unfortunate. It's not that easy. Over the okay. You can be able to survive on the situation. Yeah, you can do your best today. If you're down with it. All right. You get to play new side of that. Good. That's it. Be able to do the thing you can, and just the people buy once they be able to get you some bionic on you do better than you ever if you want to whatever. So just let it go. So that's an approach. What hobbies do you have?
basically they basically shipped the trophy to Austin on like they didn't have seven. I can't. I'm not saying you can't still get it. It's still not the proper favorite, but like, he did some things that surprised me. He did one thing. He's right on the bus, and that's cool. I think everybody showed love that showed by the TV national championship. We have Wood State that was I don't know how much they were as it's nice to see the Knowles have what I think Florida State powerhouse. They've just been down recently, so it was nice to see them put Alabama in the place. As someone who likes dynasty of Alabama, they have their run. I think the book do a big thing on the national championship. They have we can college. All right, North Carolina or South Carolina? Oh, okay, excellent. All right, so they play. Uh, who did they play? They, they, all right. So, how do you guys compete this year? I didn't know that I never. So, South Carolina, I've been in Charleston, so we've got quite a tradition. South Carolina, so that's pretty big. And that's state Charleston since all my life. I really want the best defensive player in this country. Great coach. Keeps coaching. I don't know. What are your thoughts on Clemson? Right. There you go. All right. Well, who else is that? All right. So now, now, should you know, check on the got like like and while he's not terrible, he just has a concentration now. Those are Jacksonville absolutely blows. But nevertheless, I think if you've been interesting, you'll know much about that team.
supposed to have that. So, dude, you're fucking women's basketball team. That's a dynasty. You know women's basketball at all? Oh, all right. That, you guys are amazing. Yeah, that's fine. You guys have a dynasty. Yeah. They kind of came out of nowhere. So, 90 between dominated the like Connecticut, Tennessee, and then basically like but she's so good. Yeah, yeah. And which is unheard of.
Soviet Union. Hitler sent four mobile killing squads called Einsatzgruppen. As you can see in this map here, these four squads spread out throughout the territory that they conquered in the Soviet Union. And their task was not to prosecute the war against the Soviets, but to prosecute Hitler's war against the Jews. They would go into the local villages known as Steppe, little Jewish townlets that dotted the countryside, round up the local Jewish population along with other enemies of Hitler, such as communist leaders. The Einsatzgruppen would march these Jews and others out to local ravines. If there were no dry riverbeds in the vicinity, they would have the Jews dig their own graves and then they would shoot them by firing squad. This is sometimes called the Holocaust by bullets because it represented a remarkably large number of casualties, civilian casualties of the war. Estimates range from 1.5 to 2.5 million Jews were killed during this process. Here you can see a map of the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum that gives you a sense of the scope of the townlets that were attacked in this nation. Kiev, which was not a town but rather a large city, had one of the largest of these mass killings. 33,000 Jews killed in the space of 2 days. The ravine called Babi Yar was used for a much larger number of Ukrainians and other opponents of the Third Reich for the coming months. The so-called Holocaust by bullets, however, proved to be a very inefficient and psychologically a very taxing form of mass murder. So the Nazis looked to a new way to rid themselves of their Jewish problem, so to speak. This was discussed at a important conference that took place at Wannsee on January 20th, 1942. Note the rather late date. The war began in 1939, Operation Barbarossa, which represents the first mass killings of Jews. The only thing that comes close to it before that would have been Kristallnacht in 1938, which had about 260 Jews killed. Now we're talking about hundreds of thousands, even millions of Jews killed in Barbarossa. But that was not fast enough, and it proved to be too hard on the psychological makeup of the soldier engaged in the war. So at Wannsee, which was chaired by Adolf Eichmann, shown here, they drew up a list of all of the Jews, terrifying, in my humble opinion, perhaps the most terrifying document that survived in the German archives of the period. And you can see from this list of countries that included countries that had not yet even been conquered by Germany, such as, for example, the United Kingdom, and it included even 200 Jews living in Albania, giving you a sense of just how determined the Nazis were to hunt down every last Jew of Europe. They counted up 11 million Jews, and from the Wannsee conference, it appeared that they intended to massacre all of them. The means to be used was gas poisoning, which they had already been experimenting with for some time. Hell was one of the regions where the gas chamber was constructed in order to see if they could scale this up. And in fact, the Nazis committed themselves to do so at that Potsdam Conference. Here is a map that shows you the 6 so-called extermination camps. I personally don't like that term. The German term was kind of mixed up today, I guess, which means make into nothing camps, or destruction camps, or perhaps simply death camps. These 6 death camps, Helmholtz, some people are Majdanek, Belzec, and Auschwitz, were situated in and around the Ghetto of Ubermann, which still had a very large concentration of Jews in the ghettos, so discussed in the previous video. And they were very different in terms of camps from the concentration camps, which Hitler had set up from the early 1930s. Unlike the concentration camps, which held largely non-Jews, particularly in the early period, as political enemies of Hitler, the concentration camps were horrific, awful places with a significant death rate of people dying from things like starvation and abuse, but they were nothing like the death camps. The death camps were intended primarily for the purpose of creating death. They were factories of death. Many of them had satellite camps that were used for slave labor, but it only represented a very small proportion of the Jews who were interned in these death camps. Here you get a sense of the process of deportations from all around Europe, including regions that were conquered nearly at the very end of the war, when it was clear that the Nazis were going to lose World War II. Places like northern Italy and Hungary, Jews were deported there in a last-ditch attempt to murder as many Jews as possible. What was the process? Jews were rounded up and placed on cattle cars, some 6,000 a day, leaving Warsaw. And then when they disembarked, often after a terrifying and horrific, long journey from places as far away as Paris, where many of them died actually en route, they disembarked and they were subject to selection, where those small numbers of Jews who were deemed to be healthy enough to work in the slave labor camp were isolated and sent away to those satellite camps. The vast majority of the rest of Jews were shorn of anything that could possibly be of value on their persons, not only their personal belongings, but also their prosthetic limbs, eyeglasses, little teeth, even their hair was taken from them. And then they were sent to these gas chambers where they were made to think they were being sent to be deloused, lice removed from their bodies. This was very common in many of these camps. The Americans, they used DDT to try and remove lice from troops and from prisoners. But in reality, the gas that was used was cyclone B, a rat poison that was poured in typically through the roof. And then Jews were exposed to it and died under these horrible disease. Dead bodies were sent to crematoria in an attempt to get rid of the huge number of corpses, perhaps 1,500 a day in Auschwitz that would pile up. Crematoria, however, were very inefficient, and bodies simply had to be burned and not in open air. Those small number of Jews who were sent for slave labor were sent to live in barracks and labor under unimaginable conditions. The vast majority of them died within a very short period of time because they were considered disposable. But those Jews who survived the Holocaust in these camps were typically the Jews who were not immediately processed for gassing, but rather managed to live because they were sent for slave labor. Other Jews were selected for medical experimentation, or genetic experiments were conducted on children, in particular if they were identical twins. In the end, when the camps found a small number of estimated Jews who had just barely survived the war. This is one of the most horrific chapters in Jewish history, perhaps in world history. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I hope you I am really excited today. I have a piece of important news that is a significant milestone in my life, and I'm going to give it all of us today is that this very day, sent in first of all, it looks like I've been working on this since the day of the pandemic, when I really got started. And this I want to take a minute in this video to tell you a little bit about how well, first of all, there's different things that's why this is successful. By sketching out the changes in a series of about 100 odd videos, which I want to just black up out and show the series as well. I'm really pleased to say that I'm able to scratch this about 75,000 subscribers. We have a channel members that get involved in people level. But here's the part that's specifically to the book. I created a biblical Jewish history course where I can put all of the support items so that my channel does tend to get a bit confusing and work on different projects. So far, 120 students have gone through the history course, and in this particular course, we got the best feedback ever. So grateful to you to talk a little bit about how if you are interested in participating in a biblical research course yourself, you're welcome. It would be great to have you there. The links in the information section. So if you are interested in reading this draft text and giving me some suggestions as to how I might shape it one way or another, or what people or other people think that they can engage in with learning interaction, if you like, it's entirely open to you. Okay, I have to get started. I'm volume 2 right now. And thank you so much for helping me out as I put together the book. Enjoy the videos. Hello, fellow students and teachers. Our discussion on Jewish civilization now. At the so-called period of the Dark Ages, we're looking at the Jewish civilization. Now, let's understand the role of geography in development of the Jewish people. This is 16th century map called the Clover the text. We like to make these kind of map ideas that express like philosophical thought about how the world is organized. This is one of my favorites. It shows in this quote, top left is Europe, the top right is Asia, the bottom is Africa, this is the islands, and they all draw features and sectors. Now this is a Jewish map, obviously. You see crosses there. Himself was a Protestant minister, not especially successful in his career as a minister, but really successful as a map maker. You can see America, Europe is off to the left. Now, Israel, of course, is right at the center of the three continents. In fact, when you look at Israel from a satellite map, you see that's basically Africa next to Europe and Asia through the land of Israel. And
What up, people?
note that this is exacerbated by the Jordan River Valley. Basically to the right, east of that Jordan River Valley, it's like a massive desert. So basically, if you want to go from, let's say, the very rich agricultural area down to Egypt, that region there, out to the region of Mesopotamia, which would be the traditional towards Egypt. The only way to get from A to B that's a question for expressing. no other way by land. So far, Luke's develops this way. Showing the roads across the far left, little right, fertile west, and they have it's called Derek Hayam. The followers, see what's basic. That's the first one. Yeah, that's Derek Hayam is highway, where it's 30 actually parties by search of or told the highway right next goes to this road. Have all narrow expensive, all the robbers and everything takes away. Like you see, it's got what? She looked around economically, and that was years. It's important to know that not only goods travel up and down the streets, but also ideas. Travel goes further afield as a local. So, now how was it? Let's have a look. Oh, here is the app itself. This church, and it was covered over. The church itself was settled and covered it over with tiles. Separate just that, but you get a much better look at it. It's absolutely gorgeous. Obviously, for coming to the top church, they get oriented. This is once like any orientation. The south of that, so let's say the bottom of that, you understand that gives you sort of raw middle is the Dead Sea. Left of it is sort of it. All through the map, there are various sites of Christian significance mentioned. Here's a physical of the holy city. By the way, which is cargo trade, right on the cargo there. That would be the massive trade. And it's actually laid out in specific proportions and very accurate archaeologists. So you get the idea of Israel still as a great center, both buildings for Christians, holy Jews were still living on it. But this region is actually responsible by the Rothschild. maybe I'll let it what's going on with these themselves. So the years of the Muslims, they have this kind of map. They were like, yes, destroy it. Obviously, it's hard. So it's still at the time. It's form. The Muslims in the 7th century in particular. So what they did was they, as it was vandalized the map, they glued bodies, faces, up to them. And they painstakingly used the mosaic other tiles to disguise their original. Just see their hands and feet shooting out of the sort of articulate things of seeing how these crossroads also have a huge impact on the region. There's a huge subject of class discussions. Okay, I still found this useful. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let's continue our discussion of the early Dark Ages. And let's look at the land of Israel and Babylonia simultaneously. Let's start a little bit with a review of the important political history. So here in the background is a beautiful image of the Beit Alpha. We'll return to this in a little while. But what were the major political events between year 200 and 634, specifically in the land of Israel? We've spoken quite a bit about the middle of the 2nd century, immediate aftermath of the Bar Kokhba revolt, and how Judea, the southern part, central southern part of Israel especially, was attacked by Hadrian and his successors. Tremendous devastation brought on Jerusalem in particular, and all kinds of terrible things. A lot of Jewish populations moves to the north, where there's a new center developing there. Then at the end of the century, there's a very brief moment of respite, largely as a result of this relationship between one of the Roman emperors, who is known in the Talmud as Antoninus, and Rabbi Yehuda Navi himself. This mysterious Antoninus is difficult to identify because Antoninus is the name of an entire dynasty. There are several emperors that had the name Antony in their names, truly the second or third name. And so it's hard to determine which one it is, but most likely the one that's called Caracalla, because they had similar names and often had nicknames. So during this period, when, according to the Talmud, actually the reason for their very close relationship was because at one point their mothers actually switched, and Antoninus was actually nursed by Rabbi Yehuda's mother, and that experience changed him dramatically. Although it is important to note that his father was also positively disposed towards Jews. At any rate, what this means for us is there's a moment in time when Rabbi Yehuda decides that he's going to take advantage of it, specifically organize the codification of the mission. The Roman Empire, of course, is going to be divided. You're going to have the western part ruled by Rome, the eastern part ruled by a place called Byzantium, that would later be renamed after Emperor Constantine as Constantinople. Eventually, when the Muslims conquered Istanbul, this represents an eastern and a western Roman empires, and they're going to be quite different in so many ways. And in general, the Jews begin to experience a steady decline in their status after that brief moment of restoration under Antoninus. There is a couple of punctuated moments where it seems to look a little bit better, like Julian the Apostate, very short-lived leader of the Roman Empire in the middle of the 4th century, proposes to the Jews, quite possibly because he wants to get an alliance with the Jews of Babylonia. It didn't work out, but he proposed even rebuilding the temple, which generated a certain amount of enthusiasm, but not enough to keep him from being killed in the battlefield, and that idea simply disappeared. By the way, the term apostate is something that's applied from a later Christian perspective, obviously, because he was bucking the trend towards Christianity that would be strongly promoted by his predecessor, Constantine. The Persians will end up invading. The Persians will take an upper hand over the Roman Empire, and they will end up invading the land of Israel in 614. And then the Eastern Roman Empire, now called the Byzantine Empire, will invade back again just a couple of decades later, and then the Muslims will come in just 5 years later, in 1634, and kind of bookend this period that we're talking about. So we're looking at about 400 years now in just a couple of short lectures, but I hope this orients you to the overall picture of what's going on. Perhaps one of the most important things for the long-term survival of the Jewish people is, of course, the development of the academies, the yeshivot. And we have two major centers. In the land of Israel, they're centered primarily in the north. This particular map is a little bit, I think, distorted in the sense that all the dots are the same size. You get the sense that there's yeshivas all over Israel, but really the most important ones, the concentration of the most significant figures were to the north. There were definitely significant figures in the south. In Lida, for example, and the Talmud speaks about Chacham, sages of the south, but most of the activities happen in the north. The two most significant figures after Rabbi Nasi passed away were none other than the great Rabbi Yochanan and Reish Lakish, phenomenal figures of the late 3rd century, who were perhaps the most important bringing together the text for what would ultimately become Jerusalem. They and their successors were involved, especially after yet another revolt, this one much more localized, against a local governor named Gallus in 351-52. After briefly gaining some momentum against the Romans now having gone through two major wars against the Jews, not to mention a minor war of 115, they put it down almost immediately and in a terrifying manner, completely destroying the Jewish population. But it was against this backdrop, perhaps because the Jews saw that moment that Judah Nazi was going to close forever, that they decided to codify their lengthy discussion of the Mishnah into the first Talmud. Now, it's called the Jerusalem Talmud. This is something of a misnomer. Almost all the activity was happening to the north. In fact, Jews were barely allowed in Jerusalem at all during this time. The other term that's frequently used is the Palestinian Talmud, which is certainly more accurate if you want to refer to the land of Israel as Palestine. There is some strange distortion as well. So the Jerusalem Talmud is the Yerushalmi is the term that's used in Hebrew. Palestinian Talmud in English. You go over those terms. But the Talmud is basically a lengthy, almost like an edited transcript of the discussion of hundreds of rabbis of the Mishnah as it was recorded by Rabbi Nasi at the turn of the 3rd century. Now, over in Babylonia, this is the period when you get expansion of the great yeshivas there, which would ultimately eclipse the yeshivas in Israel. Medita and Surah are perhaps the most significant of this period, and they end up writing the Babylonian Talmud, which is, of course, distinct from the Jerusalem. It's written afterwards. It encapsulates what they said in the Jerusalem Talmud, but they expand in other areas. Of course, they're able to look back at the discussion. And one of the most significant elements in creating this Talmud is the activity of the so-called Mechute. The term Mechute is Aramaic. It means those who go down. It's the same term used in Hebrew today as Yordim for those who leave the land of Israel. Today it carries a slight tinge of derogatory tone sometimes. That's not necessarily used in the context of the Talmud, because there was actually a lot of commerce between the land of Israel and Mesopotamia. Jews were going back and forth all the time. Quite often, the Babylonian will start with a phrase like Kiyasa Rabbi. When Rabbi Dimi came, i.e., from the land of Israel, and he said, hey, this is what they're saying in Israel, that really cross-fertilized ideas, and it's extremely important in creating this much larger Talmud. The Babylonian, which is essentially the one study for this. This is a period also when there is a major invasion of someone named Odenatus Septimus. He was the king of nearby Palmyra, in the town of Tadmor. This is a region that was allied with Rome, and it was actually kind of like a minor principality of sorts. And rather than showing Rome's strength, it actually showed Rome's weakness. That Rome could not really mount an effective attack on the Persian Empire, and so they had to rely on this proxy. But why it's important for us is that it ravaged much of the region where the Jews lived, completely destroyed the yeshiva of Hardar in the year 259, which is right when it was at its peak under Shmuel. And a lot of things changed as a result of that particular event. It really resulted in the expansion of Qumran and so on, but that's maybe a little more detail. But by the time we get to somewhere around the year 450, maybe a little bit later, the dates are not entirely clear, Rav Ashi and several others from Vienna were involved in the closing of the Talmud, just as it happened in the land of Israel. So it happened also in Babylonia, where they brought together all of the texts that they were discussing. They edited them. It was primarily an oral document, and it was committed to writing, and that's ultimately what became the Babylonian Talmud. I should mention that Rav Ashi cannot be the last person who signed off of the Talmud, because the Talmud has passages that refer to events after his death and question some of the things that he said, for example, after his passing. So it's more likely that Rav Ashi perhaps formed the essence of it, and then later editors added a few things, but that's a whole other discussion, very active in the Talmud study. This Babylonian Talmud had tremendous implications for the rest of history. Perhaps the most significant modern development is something called Daf Yomi, which is literally a page a day, folio a day, one page. And this is essentially the world's largest book club. It runs since the 1920s, where Jews all over the world will follow a single calendar and will learn the same folio of Talmud on the same day worldwide. So you can study the Talmud, here in Brooklyn, get on a flight out of JFK and go to, Tokyo, and you can pick up the next stop in Tokyo the next day. And you can travel the world like this. It's a tremendous unifying feature. Tens, maybe hundreds of thousands of Jews are engaged in it. And I'm very proud to put in a little plug here for participating in something called Al-Daf, which is putting on the screen here. Al-Daf is taking the whole Daf Yomi experience and putting it onto the internet. This is an app that allows you to choose from dozens of different Magidei Shir, people who teach the page of Talmud, in many languages, English, Hebrew, Yiddish, you name it. And then there's a whole bunch of other supplementary materials. The part that I do, and I'm really happy about, is I give a 2 to 5 minute lesson on some historical datum that occurs on that particular page of Talmud. I'm really proud of it. Check it out. It's called Jewish History. At the same time as all this is happening, we also have a tremendous culture of Babylonian Jews that's not really well known. I think one of the greatest illustrations of this is the discovery a while ago of about 1,500 of these things. They're called incantation bowls or curse bowls, and no one's exactly sure precisely how they were used, but they are implicitly produced by Jews, perhaps for a general market, not just other Jews, but also for local Babylonians. They typically involve all kinds of spells, prayers, use different kinds of words to describe the tone of these things, sometimes featuring drawings like this one, sometimes demons. And they were often, they were discovered by archaeologists in place, and apparently they would be turned upside down as if to, capture evil spirits and keep them in the house contained, or perhaps to affect the spells that were written in Aramaic around the outside of the bowl. Sometimes they were broken, sometimes they were whole. Were they intentionally broken? Wow, so many questions. But this is just an example of the popular culture that we just don't know a lot about. And Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let's pick up a discussion now of the history of the Jews in the land of Israel and Babylonia in the early Middle Ages, the early Dark Ages. And I'd like to emphasize one thing that is among the many contributions that Jewish civilization has rendered to humanity as a whole. I've explored this in much greater detail in text. Got given a chance to look at the book or have a version of it in course on biblical Jewish history. One of the, we talked about several of these contributions that Jews made, Jewish civilization made to humanity. The Sabbath is a massive thing. Right? The idea of having one day off in the Sabbath, the rest day that's dedicated to religious growth, the family connections, something that's way more important today than it has been since we live in a connected world where, your hand, electronic attachment to everything in the world. The Sabbath is a mandatory calm down, focus on the people you live with, focus on your community, focus on your direct relationships with other people that go on for a long time. Of course, prior to that, but connected to it is the idea of monotheism, very, very significant contribution to world culture, especially Western civilization. A smaller but very significant one that we should talk about today is the synagogue, which is essentially a gathering place, a local gathering place for the public communal worship of God, which was a new institution. Typically in the ancient world, you would have temples, which were manned by specialists like priests, who would be the only ones allowed into the center. The ancient temple in Jerusalem is similar in that, the actual work of the temple was only performed by Kohanim and Rabbi. There are lots of other people who could kind of be on the outside, but the real stuff that happens there was for specialists. The synagogue is a public place. The synagogue is where everyone can go and can express their things and be reinforced by community, engaged in the same kind of spiritual activity. Very, very important. It later, of course, morphs into the church and the mosque. These are the direct descendants of the synagogue. The very idea of the synagogue is something that we find to the ancient Jewish world. Let's have a look at some of the archaeological record. There's a lot of mystery about synagogues, about exactly when they started. There's some theories that say it goes all the way back, let's say, for example, to Babylonian diaspora. The Talmud speaks about a very ancient synagogue there, established in the 6th century, and it stands to reason that one of some people are forced to exit from the temple, but not really definitive sources. We haven't found any remains of synagogues that date back that far. There's also a good argument to say that it's associated somehow with the rebellion of the Maccabees, when there was a big surge of enthusiasm for Judaism as a whole, and we see a lot of archaeological evidence of the development of more and more mikvahot across the land of Israel, ritual baths and so on, the use of chalk vessels, which are important for the laws of purity and so on, and perhaps it's associated with that period. But the earliest actual archaeological evidence we have for synagogues is this document, the Theodotus inscription, which basically says that as long as there have been synagogues, there have been dedicatory plaques, right? Which I'm smiling because if you walk through a synagogue today, you can see they're filled with plaques. Shlomo dedicated Aaron, Rivka dedicated the Kisei Shalei Eliyahu to her father, and this is something that Jews do in exchange for financial support for the community and the synagogue specifically. You put up a plaque that memorializes the joy. This is the Theodotus inscription, which was discovered just outside Jerusalem, and it dates. It's difficult to exactly place it because it was not in its original place. It was thrown into an empty cistern with a lot of construction debris, so it's hard to exactly date it. But it's probably from the 1st century before the Common Era, maybe as late as the 1st century of the Common Era. But it seems to be around the time when the temple was still standing. Here's the text. Theodotus, son of Etenos, priest and head of the synagogue. The term here is used quite frequently in these dedications, archis synagogos, which is actually a term that is quite frequently applied to women. About 1/3 of the surviving inscriptions refer to women as being the head of the synagogue, son of the head of the synagogue, and grandson of a head of the synagogue, which sounds like a joke about the Kohanim, which indicates that, if this dates from, let's say, even a late date, let's say the year 50 of the Common Era, his father and his grandfather were also heads of something called synagogues. We can certainly place it, in the first century before the Common Era. And he built the synagogue for the reading of the law, right? Meaning that you would actually have public Torah readings in the synagogue, which still happens today. And by the way, we have, not archaeological remains, but literary remains. The Christian scriptures, for example, have descriptions of what's going on in the synagogue. It appears to be reading of the Torah, for example, and for the teaching of the commandments. So it's like an educational institution of some sort, as well as the guest room, the chambers, and the water fittings as an inn for those that meet from abroad. So it appears this synagogue, at any rate, had a more expansive purpose. It seems a little bit more like maybe a JCC hostel kind of area. It's fascinating. The synagogue, which his fathers founded with the elders and Simonides. We have some examples of archaeological remains of ancient synagogues. Here's one that's absolutely fascinating. It's a little bit later, and it dates from the period that we are focused on. It's located in a place called Hamat Springs, Tiberias, which is in New York, and it dates from the 4th century. Now, if you look at this is an aerial view. There is some kind of like wall that was constructed in triceps. Unfortunately, this gorgeous floor mosaic, and on top of it is this interesting kind of panel or register. Let's bring this up here, and it has 3 centuries after the destruction of the temple. It has all of these symbols harkening back to the temple. It has a depiction of the Ark of the Covenant. Has incense shovels, which would be unfamiliar to the Jews in the 4th century because this particular form of worship ended with the temple's destruction. It has, of course, a shofar blown on Rosh Hashanah and menorah, a perennial symbol of Judaism. So there's still thinking of the synagogue as a mikdash ma'at, as a small sanctuary, some kind of like echo of the temple, which is the way Jews think of it even to this day. Looking at the zodiac that is in the floor, however, this is just bizarre, right? First of all, very beautiful artwork, very realistic, high example of 4th century Byzantine art. And you see the 4 seasons around the outside. You've got all of the, the 12 signs of the zodiac, labeled in Hebrew. A certain amount of nudity, which is how shocking, but we also see it in the Europa synagogue. I'll show you that later. Not necessarily nudity, but the Europa synagogue. But what's going on in the center there? You have what really looks like Helios, the sun god, which is a typical representation of non-Jewish zodiacs, where you have the 12 signs of the zodiac surrounding the sun god. How is this possible in a Jewish house of worship? And especially because for much of this period, Jews tend to be very aniconic. When they create artwork, it was typically nature using geometrical systems and pattern and of the human form. So theories are still being developed as to what's going on here, but perhaps one of the most significant or more convincing theories is that Jews didn't look at this like it was the god Helios. They looked at it as if it was a representation of the sun. That's just the convention. When you want to display the sun, you display it like a guy sitting there with his face shining. And it's not like they took it seriously as, oh, there's Helios, the sun god. It was, oh, isn't this a beautiful, you've got the sun and all these other things around it. You can be convinced or not, but if you have a better idea, put it in the comment box. Here is another example of the zodiac, not nearly as beautiful, I think, from the Beit Alpha synagogue. Dates a little bit later. You can see that the artwork is, I think, a little bit more primitive in nature, but very similar kind of decorative elements. And you see, of course, Helios with his 4 horses, and so we have multiple examples of this kind of convention. This is also a mosaic from Beit Alpha, which has a very, very stark kind of representation of the Akedah, the binding rising. You see that on the far right there is Patriarch Abraham, and He's holding a slaughtering knife and he's about to place his son Isaac, labeled in Hebrew, on the flames. And he's after slaughtering him. But there is in the center, towards the top, there is a hand that reaches out from heaven, which is also fascinating because, if Jews are traditionally iconic and they don't like representing animals or humans as a result of the Ten Commandments, then they certainly don't represent God. But nevertheless, here it is. There's some question about who was the artist who produced this. Is it possible you have Christian artists who are doing this work? But if that's the case, I mean, the Jews are paying for this art for their synagogue, right? So how are they authorizing it? Lots of fascinating questions. But anyway, under the hand, it says in Hebrew, Al Tishlach, do not send out your hand against the boy, and so on. And you can see all kinds of things happening. Here's the lamb that's tied to the bush, and so on. Fascinating stuff. I want to share with you one more synagogue. I'm not in the land. This is the amazing synagogue of Rothschild. This is a synagogue that was discovered in the 20th century in a city on the Euphrates River in Mesopotamia. And the Romans, correctly fearing a Persian attack, decided to reinforce the city. They assumed, again correctly, that the Persians would not attack from the riverside, but they would go and swoop around the city and attack from the southwestern side. So what they did was, if you look on the map here, they bury all of the city in sand, which was designed to be like a protection, bulwark against the attacks of the Persians. And of course, that means that when they lose the battle and the rest of the city is destroyed, it ends up being abandoned. But the synagogue that's in that sort of pinkish area that you can see, it ends up being protected from the elements, especially from light. So when it was discovered in the 20th century and excavated in 1932, they discovered these amazing, gorgeous wall paintings. Here's the interior of the synagogue. You can see on the center left is the Aron, where the Torah would have been kept. And all around it are several registers high of various wall paintings. Now, these paintings are absolutely gorgeous. They're colored, the density of the artwork. Here's a depiction of the prophet Samuel and anointing David with all of his brothers there. So three of them at least are saying, hey, how you doing? Just so evocative. Such a great example of Byzantine art. Here's an example. It looks like you have, once again, a depiction of the temple below. But above it, you have Moses, and it appears it's the same figure, Moses left and right, portrayed twice, which is a convention you sometimes see in ancient art. On the right, he's like drowning the Egyptians with his staff stretched out over the sea. They're victorious on the left. He's leading the Jews off to the land of Israel. It appears like the hands of God. Once again, strange iconic Jews, but the hands of God are reaching down. Oh, by the way, I forgot to say when this all happened. The Torah Europa synagogue would know that it was destroyed in the middle of the 3rd century. So all of this art dates from somewhere in the 20s. Here is a really dramatic representation of the incident of the golden calf, right? Very, very vivid colors and lots of action, and of course the flames bursting out with the calf in the middle there. Here's one of my favorites, quite timely because I'm recording this the last days of the month of Shvat, and next month is the month of Adar, when we celebrate Purim. Here's a beautiful representation of the events of the book of Esther. On the right, you can see Esther there sitting on the throne next to King Ahasuerus, who's receiving a letter, a very typical thing for that particular book. And on the left, you see a great scene of Haman leading Mordecai in honor on a white horse. And this was like one of the major turning points in the remarkable book of Esther. Haman is going to be incensed because he feels this honor is something he should receive. Instead, he has to facilitate it for Mordecai. And what's worse, someone stole his pants. So look, he has to walk around in this half tunic all day. I'm just making that part up. At any rate, gorgeous representation. We're so fortunate to have this preserved in a historical record. Okay, let's stop here. Thank you very much for watching. fellow students, especially early dark ages, the development of the diaspora in the first century in particular, so there are Jews living all over what we do today. Turkey, of course, in Byzantium, you can see that little spot in the Black Sea, Aegean. That's the Byzantium later Constantinople. And then if you move to the third century, you've got Jews not only, of course, living in Mesopotamia, which is old, but you've got them, occupying sites across the coast of North Africa, into the Iberian Peninsula, all the way up into Europe as far as London, even. And of course, Rome, the Italian Peninsula, has a lot of Jews in it, as does the Greek Peninsula. Now, it's a little bit misleading because all of these squares indicating Jewish communities are the same size. So you get the sense that, wow, look, there's all these Jews in Saragossa and Bordeaux and things like that. But these could be really tiny settlements. I mean, it might be 3 families, 10 families. It's really hard to say what the size of it is. But nevertheless, you do get a sense of the great scope of Jews. They're also, with these really starbursts, there are a few communities that also have a strong Christian community as well. Jewish and Christian communities are overlapping for the first couple centuries. In fact, when St. Paul of Tarsus, or Saul of Tarsus, would make his great tours of the Mediterranean, he would frequently go to Jewish sites, because that's where he would most likely find likely converts to Christianity, either as born Jews or the so-called God-fearing communities of non-Jews who were attracted to the synagogue, but perhaps were a little repulsed by the extreme requirements of conversion, such as circumcision and things like that. So that's where you find much of when he's traveling around. So that gives you a sense of the huge spread of Jews during this time. And the activity we described earlier of the creation of the Mishnah, later the Jerusalem and the Babylonian Talmuds, was so important to maintain a connection with these disparate communities. It was kind of like a standardized constitution, a text that all Jews could look to beyond the Bible, which is now being read by many other groups in Greek translation, for example. The Talmud became the authorized Jewish interpretive tradition that would inform the behavior of Jews all over the Mediterranean basin, and was so crucial for keeping them together as a community. Now, things begin to change significantly in year 313 with the so-called Edict of Milan. This was essentially a decree by the Roman Emperor, now much more enthusiastic about Christianity, to say that, you know what, maybe we should stop persecuting Christians. The Jews had an interesting carve-out in Roman law, because although they were, punished for their rebellion several times and cruelly treated, shipped off into slavery after those wars and so on, nevertheless, Jews were essentially eligible to reach citizenship. And more significantly, Judaism was considered a legitimate religion, which meant that the Jews were allowed, for example, to be exempted from official emperor worship. They didn't have to offer sacrifices to the emperor's statue. They didn't have to bow down to the emperor's statue, all kinds of things like that. Because people said, what are you going to do? Those are those crazy Jews. They have this really old religion that, I don't know, it just says they can't do these basic civic duties. And so they had an exemption. Christians, however, were not recognized as Jews, especially as you move into the second century. And so they were like, hey, what's wrong with you? You're not Jewish, and yet you're not worshiping the emperor, you're not kosher. And so there's always things that are not kosher. But it was the kind of thing where they were exposed to persecution as a result. But the Edict of Milan, they were also recognized, creating a parity between Jews and Christians, which would ultimately result in, of course, Christianity far more power as being aligned with the state as the official state religion later on, and that would put Jews at a distinct disadvantage. That especially happens when Emperor Constantine declares Christianity to be the official religion. Now, we've talked about this period in several lectures, and the theological implications of it and the political and social implications of the decision. But I'd like to look at one little interesting footnote. This is not indicative of widespread social reaction to the Edict of Milan and the adoption of Christianity as a state religion, but there was one work that was composed at this time that gives us at least some sense of how some Jews would have reacted to this. I'm talking about a manuscript that was anonymously written and really did not come to light in scholarly research. Doesn't really show up until several centuries later, but it was probably first composed sometime around this period. It's a work called Toldos Yeshu, the story of Jesus. And this is not the Christian version of the story of Jesus. As we've discussed in previous lectures, during the first century when Jesus was active, he really doesn't leave any impression in any of the Jewish works that we have of the time, excepting, of course, the Christian scriptures, which were largely written by Jews as well, but for that particular subgroup. There's no reference to Jesus, for example, even in the Mishnah, written over a century and a half after the period in which he lived. You do see maybe a dozen references to Jesus, typically not very complimentary in the Talmud, but they're scattered and incidental and certainly subsumed within a much larger scope of the Talmud as a whole. The Talmud is definitely not Jesus focused or even Christian focused, even though it does touch on some of the implications of Jews living under Christian rule. But this work is rather interesting because it is a polemic work. It is something that attacks the Christian story of Jesus' birth and describes a far more prosaic and even scandalous origin, and discusses, the miracles that were circulating among Christians, and various types of acts of sorcery or something that gullible people would believe in and so on. This is kind of like an interesting literary artifact of Jews pushing back against the Christian narrative. When it eventually comes to the attention of Christians in translation by Raymond Monti, of course, it would be horribly scandalous and would have definitely negative impact on the Jewish community, because some Christians would read this and say, well, this is representative of what Jews think and the nasty things they say about the founder of our religion. So it's a complex topic. We'll get to it as we discover in our series, God willing, the evolution, the devolution of medieval anti-Semitism. But this is likely a phenomenon that emerges from perhaps the 4th, maybe 5th century, when these shifts in the authority and legitimacy of Christianity and Judaism are being changed. Okay, let's stop here. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. Let us continue with this new episode of Jewish History Lab by looking at a very important document at the turning point of Jews in the early diaspora, the Jerusalem Talmud. Let us recall, as we discussed in previous episodes, the destruction of the temple happened in the year 70 in the context of Great Revolt, first Jewish War, a tremendous amount of persecution directed at the Jews, particularly in Judea, around the region of Jerusalem. Right afterwards, this is followed by a smaller region called the Titus Rebellion that actually is widespread throughout Eastern Europe. That's right there. And a much larger revolt in the 132 under Bar Kokhba. All of these revolts are successful. The Roman Empire just grows right out.
You can ask thank you name. It is a holiday of the feast. What's good in your neck of the woods, son? Yeah, that's what I'm speaking. I'm watching Jewish history lectures. What are you up to? I'm very well, thank you. I hope things are well with you. How are you? Yeah, yesterday. Yesterday, I remember. Okay, it was yesterday. Okay. Beautiful. Excellent. What are you guys doing today? Oh, very well. You gonna stream it in here? Oh, okay. Very cool. Are you doing well? Excellent. Okay, we welcome anytime.
For them. Although with tremendous amounts of difficulty, particularly in the case of the 3-year Bar Kokhba revolt, Jerusalem is declared off limits to Jews. Judea itself, the region in the hill country, is largely denuded of Jews, as many of them flee to the north, in particular, and to the coast. Jerusalem itself is in area captivity, and Jews will only later be allowed to visit their capital city on rare occasions, like the night of the date in which the temple was destroyed in the very, very strong backlash against the Jews in the Second Temple. However, there's a lightening of the load in the 3rd century that's temporary, but it allows the Jews in the region of the city of Tiberias to reconstruct themselves and bring themselves back to a sense of a single administrative and spiritual purpose. And this brief period allows the new century to emerge in the Galilee region. Ultimately, however, this brief time in the 3rd century ends. By the time it gets to the middle of the 4th century, there's once again tensions between the Jewish population at this time and the Roman Empire. There is an uprising against them in the year 352, which the Romans crushed mercilessly. Ultimately, they repeatedly destroyed the last remnant of political authority of the Jews, the office of the Messiah or the Patriarch, that would end in the 420s. But during this period, amazingly, there is this foresight that is applied to the notion of creating something that will allow the Jews to exist in diaspora. That major page is what we call the Jerusalem topic. So that's what we're really going to focus on today, is try to understand what exactly is the Jerusalem topic. It's amazing to think about the circumstances in which it was written, but let's focus primarily on the topic itself. What is this written name, Jerusalem topic? If you were paying attention the last couple of minutes, you know that the Jews were actually barred from living in Jerusalem and only gradually allowed to visit Jerusalem whenever they got. Why would we call this the Jerusalem topic? The reality is, it was not this idea of Jerusalem. The text is almost completely composed together from the Tiberias in the north. And a lot of scholars assume that sections of it were also composed on the coast in the city of Caesarea, and also in Sipori, and so it's called the Jerusalem Talmud. It's kind of a misnomer, probably because it's a more familiar term than the term that was used for it in the Babylonian Talmud. Its younger sister, the Babylonian Talmud, referred to the Jerusalem Talmud as the Talmud of Maharava, which is the Talmud of the West, of course, was the West of the Eastern Babylonia, or the Talmud of Israel, the Talmud of the land of Israel. For a long period of time in Western historiography, it's been referred to as the Palestinian Talmud. Of course, right up until the 1960s, this was very, very common, but once the nationality known as the Palestinians became much more defined and the consciousness of it, people who call themselves Palestinians, much more overall, then it's sort of awkward to refer to the Talmud as the Palestinian Talmud, but you will see in older scholarship refer to that. So at any rate, all of these names have some challenges to them, but it was not written in Jerusalem. It's nowadays called the Yerushalmi or the Jerusalem Talmud. What exactly is a Jerusalem Talmud? So, first of all, we should understand what is the Talmud. There are two of them, the Jerusalem and the Babylonian Talmud. They are basically extended discussions by hundreds, even thousands of rabbis, and occasionally non-rabbis, non-Jews, women, but primarily rabbis, talking about what the Mishnah is. We've discussed the Mishnah in previous classes. I don't want to go into great detail here, but that's basically a massive six-volume statement of Jewish law that expands upon, clarifies passages in the Bible that require additional elucidations in order to actualize this. One quick example, for example, the holiday of Sukkot. The Bible says that Jews are supposed to celebrate with a palm frond and a goodly fruit, three things like that. And so the first question is, what is a goodly fruit? What is a beautiful fruit? I personally like those really big maple oranges. But if I walk to school, there's one of those big maple oranges on Sukkot, people will decide like that. I think the real fruit is an extra kind of a lemon-like plant called citron. And the Mishnah is where we get this oral Torah that explains a lot of these aspects. A lot more to say about the Mishnah. Please go back and watch the video there. So the Mishnah itself, although it represents a tremendous advantage in clarifying how Jews are actually supposed to live their lives, all aspects of their experience in the world, both in terms of their ritual lives, their financial lives, their civil lives, all kinds of things like that. It's dealt with in the Mishnah. It still requires much more discussion. It is an open-ended world document. And so the Talmud, also known as the Gemara, the Finish, is basically the transcript of these massive, long conversations about the Mishnah. And they can go on in many tangents, very far from the original text of the Mishnah as well. But that's essentially what the Talmud is. It's kind of like an expansion of the Mishnah, or at least it is a huge conversation about the tradition that begins with the discussion of the principal figure behind the Jerusalem Talmud is without doubt the incredible Rabbi Rothschild. He also had a very fascinating Hebrew study partner, Rachel Lakish, and the two of them in particular sort of coordinate much of the discussion that happens, although it really involves hundreds of rabbis pitching their opinions on one thing or another. It is eventually codified into a fixed text that will become the Talmud itself. The text also includes lots of documents called Baraita or Baraitos. These literally translate as outside texts. These are texts that are much older, the same age as the Mishnah, but they make it into the Mishnah itself. So it really expands the clarification of the Mishnah by saying, here is a fragmentary literary piece that tells us a little bit about what the Mishnah actually meant and so on. There are some scholars who argue that the tangents in the Talmud are so big that in reality it should be considered independent or not essentially elucidation of the Mishnah. I remain convinced this seems to be still very, very good in the Mishnah, but literally to go into even all of this more, they do some Talmud their own and discover what you think about that. Anyway, that's basically what this text is. When was it written? So as I mentioned, it involves hundreds of rabbis. These rabbis are called Amorai, which means the speakers, the sayers, and there's generations associated with the Mishnah. They're called the Tanai, which means teachers. And it involves like 6 generations of them, including at least 3 generations of scholars from Babylonia who also get involved in the conversation. And these conversations are spent basically from the close of the Mishnah, which would be the early 3rd century, right up to about the year 400. That's when the text is more or less closed, and the Talmud is correct there. So how does the Jerusalem Talmud compare with the Babylonian Talmud? Look at this map here. You see the circle on the left, that's where the Jerusalem Talmud was largely composed, and the circle on the right is the region of Mesopotamia where most of the Talmudic campuses were located in Babylonia, and that's where that was composed. So a significant amount of communication between the Babylonia and the land of Babylonia. So it's kind of like a long trek around these Euphrates River, but you would have people making that trip backwards and forwards, and they would be sharing ideas and discussions from their respective academies. The Jerusalem Talmud, however, is the older system. It started probably a little bit earlier, but certainly finished earlier than Babylonian Talmud. Jerusalem Talmud is generally smaller. It tends to have much more material proportion dealing with halakha or Jewish law than it does with Galatha or philosophy, legends, things like that. The Babylonian Talmud tends to have a proportion that gives it more weight to the Galatha. There are a few chapters in the Jerusalem Talmud which are completely lost. Part of the reason for this is because the Babylonian Talmud received a lot more attention for most of the Middle Ages. Unfortunately, some manuscripts seem to have just simply disappeared. There was a fascinating footnote in the early 20th century when a scholar came forward and claimed to have discovered them. In reality, however, after generating on the side of the turned out to discover that he actually wrote the forgeries for a lot of these things. That was not for a discussion today. But the Jerusalem Talmud and Babylonian Talmud have a tremendous amount of overlap. They're basically one shared tradition, one shared purpose of trying to understand the Mishnah, but they are expressed in two distinct literary communities that have a certain degree of communication with each other. In the Talmud Bavli, for example, there's references to, for example, the phrase "Ki asa Rabbi," when Rabbi came back from Israel and shared with us what he learned there. So in the Talmud Bavli, it's always interesting. They say this over there in Israel, and they discuss that for a while. And it happens as well to a lesser degree in the Jerusalem Talmud. Ultimately, however, the Talmud Bavli lasts about 100 years longer before it becomes codified, somewhere around the year 500. That's one of the main reasons why the Talmud Bavli is much more well studied than the Talmud Yerushalmi, because it represented kind of like a later update, more recent software to the older version. Both of them are written in Aramaic, although there's a significant dialectical difference between the Western Aramaic spoken in Israel and the Eastern Aramaic spoken in Babylonia. They're largely understandable to each other, although the orthography, the spelling of some words looks really bizarre if you're used to the Babylonian Aramaic. Switch over to the Yerushalmi, but they're largely understandable to the speakers of Arabic. I think one of the most fascinating aspects of the Yerushalmi is what the Germans call Rezeptionsgeschichte, which means the reception history. How was this book appreciated? How was it adopted? How was it sometimes ignored, and so on? There's no question that the Babylonian Talmud, for the reasons I mentioned a moment ago, precedents a much more high central place in the minds of most Jews through the Middle Ages, right up until the modern era. This was actually stated explicitly by the Gemunim, the great rabbis of Baghdad. For example, the Thai Gaon, who died in 1038, he said much more attention to the Babylonian Talmud when it contradicts the Jerusalem Talmud, because the Babylonian Talmud came a bit later, as it were, had more evidence at their disposal, more time to think about things, and the Babylonian Talmud is the authoritative one. Why would you study the text, which is not the authoritative one? That's one of the reasons why the Babylonian Talmud took much more precedence in those areas where Jews lived, but they were heavily influenced by Baghdad in particular. That would include Spain, Provence, for example, and by extension, the Ashkenazi lands of France and Germany. So that really gave the Babylonian Talmud a huge edge. But there are some areas which tend to have a much closer attachment to the language of Israel, intellectually and in terms of its literary tradition. That would include, for example, Italy and North Africa. And it was there that the study of the Jerusalem Talmud was largely observed. By the time it gets to the period of the Rishonim, around the turn of the millennium, you have great figures like Rabbi Fassi, who's the fifth, who began to kind of resuscitate the study of the Jerusalem Talmud as a tool to understand difficult passages in the Babylonian Talmud. Of course, this became much more prominent post-colonial, also do the same kind of thing as well, where they'll say, we really want to understand the Bavli, and oh, here's the difficult part. What does it say in the Yerushalmi? I look back there to see how that improves the Bavli. It is kind of like the Jerusalem Talmud had become a value add to the Babylonian, but it was not independently studied. So unfortunately, what this meant was that no manuscripts, except for one important one called the Leiden manuscript, actually survived in the Middle Ages. Almost everything else is fragmentary little pieces of the Jerusalem Talmud survived here and there, but only one full manuscript. It was copyed in 1289, and the scribe actually said he thinks it's filled with mistakes, but he's doing the best he can, and this is the manuscript that forms the basis of the Jerusalem Talmud that was later printed in the early 16th century. The Editio Princeps, which was based primarily on the Light manuscript and a couple other versions as well. There is some significant promise that extensive study of the fragments of the Cairo and Giza may restore lost messages here and there, but it remains very challenging Talmud to study, primarily because the text is not nearly as well worked up or as reliable and as cross-checked as the Babylonian Talmud is. The Jerusalem Talmud is kind of like the forgotten sister for much of its history. Very, very few commentaries were written on it, nothing like what was written in the Babylonian Talmud. However, in the post-war period, with the expansion of popular programs like Yomi that really elevated the study of the Babylonian Talmud, there's a lot more scholars have turned their attention to the Jerusalem Talmud as well, to the older system. And there is many, many more great students. There was recently completed a massive 51-volume English translation of the Jerusalem Talmud by the Art Scroll Foundation. Absolutely remarkable work of scholarship. So the Jerusalem Talmud may be getting much more attention now that we're entering into a new technological era. I hope you found this video useful. For those of you who follow the series, know that the reason I call this the Jewish History Lab is because we're preparing these videos alongside the writing of the 3-volume book of Jewish history, a survey that goes from the earliest times right up to the modern period for Koren publishers in Jerusalem. And so if you are interested in following along, I really appreciate your attention. Please like, subscribe, and if you have something to offer in the comment section, I'd love to see what you have to say. And I just want to say thank you very much for watching this video. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I hope you are doing well. One of the things that frequently comes up in the comments on my videos has to do with the word Jew. A lot of people seem to be rather jealous of this word. They want to say it applies to us and not them. They want to say, well, you call yourself Jews. Actually, the real Jew is a lot of strange things like that. I'm not going to get into that kind of stuff today. But I would like to get into the etymology of the word Jew, where does it come from? Especially because you should know it's not actually of Jewish origin, not actually of Hebrew origin. The sound that the J may not even exist in the Hebrew language. In order to make that sound, modern Israelis use the letter G, and they add a kind of like little symbol, a little chick next to it to indicate it should be pronounced as J instead of J. So if that's the case, where exactly does this word come from? So it's also really important to know that the word is not used precisely any time in Jewish history. It is used in a very, very kind of foggy way. And the question of who is a Jew is even more complicated than where does this word come from. Furthermore, depending on which language we're working with, variations of the word Jew can sometimes be distinctly derogatory. For example, some languages, Slavic languages in particular, have like a polite term for the word Jew and a derogatory term for the word Jew. Usually, derivatives of the word Jew are derogatory when they have those kind of dual systems. And in fact, if you go to the Oxford English Dictionary, which is the go-to source for understanding how the English language works and has developed, you see there's over 60 different spellings and presumably slight differences in pronunciation of the word Jew just in the English language alone. Oh my gosh. So let's try and figure out what exactly does this term mean. You have to bear in mind that tone is always very important. Like the word Jew can be, as it is in modern American English, a neutral term like, I don't know, Spanish or Italian, or it can also be stated with a distinctly negative connotation depending on the context. But people generally speaking know when that's happening. This distinction between the neutral use of the term Jew and the distinctly derogatory use of that term is actually challenged by a British man named Marcus Schleunitz in the late 1960s, and actually sued the publishers of the Oxford English Dictionary about their definition of the Jew, which included the derogatory connotations as well. This suit turned out to not work out, as FD3 report. The case was ultimately decided in favor of the dictionary because, what is exactly a dictionary supposed to do? Is a dictionary supposed to measure how people actually use words, or is it supposed to suggest prospectively how people should use words? If we say the former, which obviously is what the judge decided, they're describing the reality of the English language. So what we have in the end here, if you look at this screenshot from the Oxford English Dictionary, you see that the word Jew as a noun has one meaning, and the word Jew as a verb has a distinctly negative meaning. And as we shall see a little later, they've done something by labeling it, saying, by the way, this is intended as a negative. What we have in the end here, if you look at this screenshot from the Oxford English Dictionary, you see that the word Jew as a noun has one meaning, and the word Jew as a verb has a distinctly negative meaning. And as we shall see a little later, they've done something by labeling it, saying, by the way, this is intended as a negative. And here's the full definition. So it says here, what a member of a people whose traditional religion is Judaism, right? So we want to say that Jew means someone who believes in Judaism, okay? And who trace their origins through the ancient Hebrew people of Israel to Abraham. Note two other words there, the Hebrew people and Israel, a follower or adherent of Judaism. Now, let's look at the paragraph underneath, which reads, the term usually refers to Jewish people from the period of the Babylonian exile and diaspora of the 6th century. So that's really interesting because the 6th century before the Common Era, that's already over 1,000 years into what we would call Jewish history. So what did they call themselves before the Babylonian exile? And unpack that in this video here. Although it may occasionally refer to those ancient Hebrew or Israelite peoples, those two words in Hebrew and Israelite, whose scriptures and traditions form the basis of Jewish religion and culture. Now, note below there is definition 1b, which is offensive. Here, the Oxford English Dictionary, perhaps thinking about that lawsuit from the late 1960s, early 70s, suggesting that we better label this as a warning. It's a hostile or contemptuous term for a Jewish person. Okay, so let's break down a little bit about how we got to this word Jew. Let's start with the earliest text we have, which of course are biblical texts. If you look at the book of Genesis, you see that there's a pretty long list of genealogies, right? That's really what most of the book of Genesis is about. And it starts out, of course, with Adam and Eve. And then a few generations from Adam and Eve, we have Noah, famed, of course, for the ark that preserves him and his family, including his children, from the flood waters of the flood. He has three sons who survived the flood: Shem, Ham, and Japheth. And the latter two, Ham and Japheth, are considered the children of Noah in Hebrew sources. In the rabbinic tradition, Ham and Japheth go on to populate the rest of the world. So their offspring are called the children of Noah, or Noahites, modern English. And this is basically the name Noah for the name Noahites. These are Jews. That refers to all humanity. There are Jews and there are subsequent the Jews trace their lineage to a brother named Shem. That's, by the way, the origins of Semite. That term Semite was formed really in the 19th century, in particular when linguistics developed and wanted to find a word for the peoples of that region, and they named it after Shem. Now, Shem has a descendant whose name is Abraham. Just call it Abraham is when Jews started inserting their lineage into it. Even though Abraham is hundreds and hundreds of years before anyone would be called Jews, nevertheless, Abraham is considered like the father of the Jewish people. His term, however, when he is described, is as the Hebrew as his name. And this Hebrew relates to crossing, transiting. Why? Because he came from the region of Samaria, the city of Ur, and he made his way along the traditional migrational path, following the Euphrates River, and then crossing it and coming down into the land of Canaan, which would later be called Israel. So, because he came from crossing the Euphrates River, that's why he got the term, which is rendered Hebrew. That is that all the descendants of Abraham can also be called Hebrews because of that first designation. Still doesn't bring us, however, to the Torah. So Abraham has a son, Isaac. Isaac has another son, Abraham's grandson, Jacob, Yaakov. There's a fascinating discussion in Genesis where Jacob has this kind of supernatural struggle with some kind of angelic being. As a result of that, all-night struggle by the Christian Yaakov, the angel takes the name Israel, which is Israel, and means one struggles with God. They also one of those major things that need to be set aside because we're really focused on one thing here, we're focused on the victory. So that's where the Jewish people associate themselves with the children of Jacob. For example, on synagogue, we'll see someone called Yaakov, or Jacob, and also Jacob. But they're also known, especially in the Bible, as the names of the children of Israel. Now, that's not to exclude the children of Abraham or the children of Noah, but this is where Israel really began. Now, what about finally the word Jew? So Jacob has, of course, 12 sons born, 12 tribes. And number 4 of those sons is Judah. That's the word Jew. And you may be wondering to yourself, why child number 4? Why would Jews call themselves Judah, for example, after the first of the sons, Reuben? I'll explain it to do a little bit more with history that comes later. So what happens is, tell you that the biblical account, slaves for a while, then they return, and they come through the land, which is later called the land of Israel, and in their 12 tribal units, they occupy the land, as you can see here in this rough rendition of where those individual tribes were settled. Note that Judah, the 4th son, or really descendants of the 4th son in particular, are primarily living in the region just south of Jerusalem. Jerusalem's kind of border territory, down into the upper Negev region. That would be the region of Judah. Shimon has kind of like a place to occupy in the middle of Judah. That's basically where the Judahites, or those who come from Judah, live. For a while, these 12 tribes are separated, but then they come together under a single monarchy, which is kind of like a golden age between Saul and David and Solomon. Then after Solomon, there's a civil war. Now we're talking about the 9th century era. The land is divided into 2 kingdoms. The kingdom which is still under Judah, King David is from the tribe of Judah, so his lineage is really active there. And the north, the kingdom which takes the name Israel. Even though Israel is supposed to encompass also tribes, Judah, of course, is outside it, and less than 2 real monarchies, one in the north, one in the south. That lasts for about a century and a half. And in the late 8th century, the Assyrians come down and they take over the northern half and they exile a significant portion of the population, moving them off into the regional Mesopotamia. This is the period of the 10 lost tribes. It's not exactly precise terminology, but nonetheless it refers to the northern kingdom, Israel, and the displacement of its population to this nation. So that's basically it for the political Israel. Of course, that name would be resurrected in the 20th century for the modern state of Israel. And that's basically what happens. Or the king of Israel. A lot of that population is diverse, especially as refugees from the south. And so you have a lot of population of the northern Israel actually now living in the region of Judah. The kingdom of Judah, however, does not pass that on itself. About a century and a half after that, they are invaded by the Macedonians under King Nebuchadnezzar. There's another example. Again, these are not necessarily total exiles. It's not like the recent ones that were modern, but significant sections of the population were removed, especially the one. So you've got another major population to Babylon, representing these Jews by the rivers of Babylon, right? So across the Euphrates, and we are back at the Euphrates, there is these lots of so you've got about a century where the Jews are now ensconced in Babylonia, where a large portion of them are in Babylonia. It's like the Jews, I should say, the Judahites, right? From the kingdom of Judah. And then basically under Cyrus, they're released to return to the land of Judah, where they re-establish themselves as a political the region is part of the Babylonian Empire, it's called Yahweh, which is obviously a version of the village of Judah or Judah. One of the things that's especially fascinating about this period is that around this time, the phenomenon of many of the children of Jacob, even though they may come from other tribes, identify themselves as Yehudi, as people from Judah. The best example is in the book of Esther, which is set in Persia and and Mordecai, which is here in the 17th century. Mordecai, who is identified clearly as a member of the tribe of Benjamin, nevertheless calls himself Yehudi. He is referred to as a Jewish man. So it's around this time that we begin to see that the children of Jacob, the children of Israel, refer to themselves as Jews, as Judeans, even though they're not necessarily from that specific tribe. And in fact, almost all of the tribal designations were lost in the 70s, and most Jews today have no idea where they possibly could have come from, exception, of course, for the priestly caste and Levites, but most Jews simply don't know how they come from. There's also now, where does the word Jew with a J come from? It appears that while Jews are calling themselves Yehudi, this is a term that's picked up by other languages, most significantly by Greek. This is the earliest inscriptions we have that refers to Jews in Greek. This is called the Rothschild inscription. It was found in Greece in the 3rd century before the common era. See what I highlighted in yellow to have the word Deus, which is clearly a Greek word. The word Judaism sound Greek because Jason later on Jesus. So it's especially fascinating inscription because it refers to someone who comes from the land of Judea who clearly has sort of a dedication to the pantheon of Greek gods. So it's like it doesn't appear like he's a particularly religious Jew by rabbinic standards, but nevertheless he's referred to as inhabitant of Judea. So that's where we have this first term, Deus. And then especially repeated over and over again in Greek sources. The New Testament, of course, is an extremely important word because it is the group from which Jesus himself derives, and most of Jesus' interactions are with fellow Jews. But it's also worth noting that one particular stands out in a very negative way that will have implications for the negative connotation of this passage. That is, of course, one of his followers, Judas, one of the apostles, who betrays Jesus' famous Mashiach in this 15th century representation. He betrays him by identifying him with a kiss to the Roman authorities. And you can see here that Judas, portrayed with stereotypical red hair, medieval art, red hair is often used in caricature manner and often associated with Jesus. In fact, there's this DNA evidence from bodies recovered from well that Jews often have red hair. But here you can see also with the distinctive physiognomy. So Judas, which is of course the Latin, and perhaps the Hebrew word Yehuda or Judah has an unfortunate connotation because it's often used as Jews. But it has a special relationship. Yehuda was an extremely common name, as we have lots of names. So the term Jew in particular is also used as kind of an outsider term for Jews, like what other people refer to those people, which we will call Jews. But it's also important to note that internally, Jews often retained a lot of the earlier terms. For example, the term Israel is especially popular among Jews, especially referring to the land. This, for example, is a tetragrammaton from the Bar Kokhba revolt in 132 Common Era, when these rebels, Jewish rebels, would seize the coinage of the Romans, eat them up, and re-stamp them in Jewish language and Jewish symbols. In fact, you can see some trumpets from the temple and a lyre on the right here. And in Paleo Hebrew, it's written regarding the freedom of Israel, not the freedom of Judea, but the freedom of Israel. It's interesting that they harken back to that old kingdom that was destroyed by the Arab in the 8th century, and that was also the 20th century establishment of the state. But when all is said and done, the term Jew is used by contemporary Jews to refer to, as we saw in the Oxford Dictionary, all descendants of Abraham, even though the term Jew time the Hebrews then referred to the Jews in the time of, let's say, before the kingdom of Israel is formed, even referring to those people who lived in the north. The term Yehuda was not very prominent, but around the time of the Babylonian captivity, the term Jew circulates as a way to describe this unusual people very long time. Wow, that was really complicated, wasn't it? I hope you found it useful nevertheless. And if this is the first video you're watching, Rabbi comes out to my channel and has had tons of videos on a lot of issues that I find it absolutely fascinating to talk about. And I'm glad that there are a lot of you who share these things and interact in the comment section as well. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students. Let's continue our Jewish history lab series by looking at the Babylonian cults. If you're curious, go back to the first season of these videos where I have a little bit more generic information and actually a little bit more of a direction of interpretation of these significance that's on there. But for today, I'd like to take a little bit more of a geopolitical approach and then focus on the basic information, which we really, the Babylonian topic is so crucial, so important to Jewish history that we should understand the foundations of it as well. So first of all, let's just place this with it. Here's a map that gives us an overview of the entire Mediterranean basin. First, see, it's got some really useful information on the fashion of Christianity in particular, which, as you can see from those kind of starbursts, that's where the modern discourse was emanating to. And of course, this is a period of tremendous growth for the early Christian movement. And really, actually, the huge milestone of the 4th century when even the Muslim published, and this would essentially give the Christians pretty much equal status with the Jews as they were. Until then, they were considered really a illegitimate religious group, not a neutral, recognized religion, and that exposed them to a lot of legal disabilities and sometimes outright persecution. But at the beginning of the 4th century, when Christianity was recognized, and then of course not long afterwards, it would become the official state religion of the empire based in Byzantium, later Constantinople, the emperor Constantine, these events circulated. That would have a distinct impact on the status of Judaism, primarily because as Christianity grows, the fortunes of Judaism largely decline, something that will continue right up until the modern era in Europe. But what I'm going to focus on in particular is what's happening just to the right of the map. There, that kind of purple jagged line represents the edge of the zone of the it will be split into its western and eastern sections. What's happening on the eastern side of the jagged line? That's essentially the region of Mesopotamia or Babylonia, where there's a very significant Jewish population, and that's where the Babylonians probably live. There's another map that shows you the empire and the Parthian Empire, which dominated Persia and the entire region at this time. It existed right up until the 3rd century. And the Parthian Empire are at loggerheads, and their successors, the Sassanids, would also follow in that conflict. The so-called Roman-Persian wars involved both wars between Rome and the Parthian Empire and the successor of the Sassanian Empire, which you can see here. So what's going to be relevant for us today is that we discuss primarily in the Parthian and Sassanian Empire on the eastern edge of the Roman Empire. It developed very, very quickly. Let's have a look at the academies. So we've already talked quite a bit about the western yeshivas, what Tommy calls the yeshivas of the west. This map here shows you the major population centers of Jews in the 1st and 2nd centuries. Of course, obviously the land of Israel, which has a lot of Jews in there. Some of the highlighted with the Tel Aviv city back then, of course, but it's placed in some sense of geography, and that's where most of the Jews, of course, lived in the 1st century. But there's a significant population way out to the right-hand side of the map, where the Euphrates and the Tigris rivers come together. This is the locale of ancient Babylonia, where the Jews were first exiled in the 6th century before the Common Era. Now, it's interesting because this was the original plan of the Israelites, because Abraham actually comes from this region. This is called the the one crossing over because he crossed the Euphrates River on his way to land Israel, as described in the book of Genesis. But this becomes a major center of Jewish population in the 6th century before the Common Era, led to Neo-Babylonian king Nebuchadnezzar exiles a large population of Jews from the southern region of Judah into Babylonia. And they established quite a community there. There's some significant, really fascinating archaeological evidence that emerges from it. They shows the Jews thriving as a people. They would eventually be allowed to return under Cyrus later in the 6th century, and they would reestablish their community in the land of Israel. This is discussed in recent video, but the name as well in Babylonia continues to flourish. One of the oldest Jewish cities of the world is located here because of that 6th century. And that's where the talking is. But before that, let's just quickly go back to the Jerusalem topic, which preceded the Babylonian time. As we the videos go, it's primarily the work of Rabbi Rothschild, prominent presence in this active discussion of things biblical, like things Mishnaic, but there's a lot of political difficulty in the fourth century. Although there was a period when the Roman Empire was run by Antonius seven dynasties, where Jews had a bit of a relaxation of prepossession that followed two disastrous Roman Jewish wars, that begins to turn in the fourth century, in large part because of the Edict of Blood and all that that signifies. There would be a revolt in the middle of the fourth century against the Roman government Gallus that would be put down quite harshly by the Romans. But it is at this time, even the aftermath of the revolt against Gallus, that there seems to be a concerted effort to try and gather up all of the intellectual fragments that come together to make up the body of learning that will ultimately become the Jerusalem Talmud. So that's all happening in the fourth century. There are some scholars who suspect that the Jerusalem Talmud has a different character because the editing process was rather rushed, as where Jews have actually quite a bit more a longer duration of peace that allowed them to refine the text. But at any rate, that's when the Jerusalem Talmud emerges. Over to the Mesopotamian region, we see that there are a few key events. One of them that's really crucial is the arrival of the region of an individual who is known by the name, it's actually a title, a teacher. He came from Israel in the year 219 of the Common Era. He was actually a native of Babylonia who had studied in Israel and brought some of the teachings that came out of the West Israel. And he was perhaps the first of a whole class of peripatetic rabbis who moved between Babylonia and Israel, sharing the results of the deliberations in their accounts. These were the so-called those who go down, those were specific to those who came from the land of Israel, which is metaphorically considered higher in elevation, so they went down to the land of Babylonia and shared what they learned there. But there was also cost for those back, so basically 200 years. And there is much more of a relaxed environment for the Jews who live in Babylonia. There were a few moments of persecution, sometimes associated with the rise of Zoroastrians, sometimes reflected in the text of the Talmud. And there is, every now and then is punctuated by violent conflict as a result of that Roman Persian war that's going on for centuries. One of the most important moments of disruption that specifically targets the city of Hardal, the great centers of the researchers, figure named Okanati subjects came from the region of Palmyra up to the north and west, and he came down into this region and he destroyed Hardal in 259. That caused a lot of the scholars there to be displaced to some of the other great machines. Perhaps the two most significant that are shown on this map, Benita and Sura, they had a rivalry on literally centuries for which machine of which center would be most significant. All of this is really describing sort of the centrality of the Talmud and the discussions of the Talmud to the Jews living in this region. But we can't forget there's a tremendous amount of popular history that is really embedded in the Talmud as a source itself, but also in the archaeological records. There's fascinating Aramaic curse books, some 1,500 of which have been discovered in the region. They're written in Aramaic, which is the language used by all people in the region, not just Jews. It's not exclusively a Jewish language. Although these curse bowls seem to have been written by Jews, perhaps for non-Jewish customers. It's really unclear how they were employed, other than basically these would be like spells that would be written. There's some distinctly Jewish themes in the spells. Sometimes they would have a system that does have a depiction of a demon at the base of the bowl. This would like a lot of symbols, even some of them. And then the walls would be, literally broken up or damaged or degraded one way or another, kind of like we saw in the execration figurines from Egypt that go back, almost 2,000 years earlier. So there's a really mysterious thing about how did Jews actually live here outside of Talmudic culture, but not for our discussion today, because we don't know a lot about it, but we do more readings, but fascinating sort of things. Yeah, so let's thinking a little bit about the origins of Babylon, a little bit of the relationship of these thinkers, the rabbis who created the Talmud, to their predecessors in Israel. And we talked, of course, about the Jerusalem Talmud. Let us now turn to the Babylonian Talmud itself. What exactly is it? Now, it's a massive document in the current standard edition. It takes up 2,011 folios. That's two sides of that page, so about 5,500 pages. The reason why I have to know that number of my head, 2,711, is because, of course, there is this really popular study group, sometimes called the world's largest book club, called Rothschild, which was literally a folio a day. It started in the 1920s, and basically all around the world, Jews who are interested in the Talmud, and I assume sometimes Jews as well, studied one page a day of this massive document, and they concluded every 7 years. It's a rather amazing event, and travel all around the world and pick up the page that you were missing from the prior to that fashion. So it's this huge document. So it's written, as I mentioned, largely in Arabic, although it includes heavily some sources, mostly written in Mishnah, and I'll talk about that in a second. And it also has influence. You'll see Greek words in there, Latin words in there, Persian words in there, all showing how this is a multi-generational document that was literally composed by about 2,000 different scholars. These are primarily rabbis, religious experts, who are debating this core text called the Mishnah, which we have discussed in a previous video. I encourage you to go back there and have a look if you're curious. But basically, the Mishnah is sort of a companion to the Torah, the first 5 books of Moses. In traditional Jewish thought, both the six Torah that exists in the biblical format that Jews revere today was given alongside oral body teachings, the Torah, and oral Torah. And the teachings were eventually codified into text, and one of those is the Mishnah, which was codified around 200 and basically deals with aspects of Jewish law and behavior. It's kind of a bizarre text of modern standards. It's not a long coast of rules. It's sort of like breaker conversations to talk about how does one live according to the Torah. And the discussions often does not come to a conclusion, so it sort of requires further involvement. This further involvement of living students literally talking and speaking about what this means and debating with each other was eventually codified into a series of conversations which we call the Talmud. This is also by the way the Talmud, which means the learning is identical with something called the Gemara, which is the Mishnah. But it's basically a super discussion of the discussion of the Mishnah, which is itself connected to the Torah. Not a precise analogy, but the Mishnah is sort of like a commentary on the Talmud. It's not exactly a commentary because there's a lot of things discussed in the Mishnah which are not made explicit in the Torah, but they're kind of like parallel texts. So the Mishnah is sort of a commentary on the Torah. The Talmud can be understood as source of commentary on the Mishnah. That's basically what it does. That's its function. The bottom line of the Talmud is there's gives an opportunity for the students of the Torah to engage in a wide-ranging discussion of what it means to follow a particular commandment. What are the parameters of that commandment? Who is obligated to follow the commandment? Are there exceptions? All kinds of things are discussed in the Talmud. if it's an open-ended discussion, why is it codified in the first place? Why not just keep going on and on? On one level, it does go on because the commentaries like Rothschild, Rothschild, and others continue the discussion much further, right up into the 21st century. But at another level, it's kind of like these are the guardrails for productive discussion of the material. So it's kind of like, maybe not the right analogy, but sometimes I wonder, I see kids, they like to sometimes watch recordings of other people playing video games. And you say, like, why? I just want to play the video game myself, but again, it's deeply satisfying to see how someone else succeeds or fails in these video games. So, not the greatest analogies, but the idea is that it allows you to follow the discussion of a group of really incredible by later minds who like codify their language into a very compact form. But it's all about, how do we observe these plans? Like, one example, so the Torah says several times that we're supposed to observe the Sabbath, keep it holy. How exactly do you do that? So there's a juxtaposition in the Torah of the construction of the tabernacle, there's a with the observance of the Sabbath. And the rabbis understand that juxtaposition means that the kinds of activities that are going on in the construction of the tabernacle are the things that should avoid the Sabbath. In other words, if I say to an employee, okay, make sure all the filing is done, send out all the emails, answer all the messages, and then Friday, the day off, we assume that Friday means, no more filing, no more emails, no more phone. Right? That's the way that the logic works. But then, now we got to go back and say, okay, construction tabernacle, what's involved in construction the tabernacle? So that goes into a massive discussion of all the activities involved in the walls, diets, the fabrics, slaughtering the animals, the sacrifices, and all those things. And then eventually, all boils down through the Mishnah into this tractate, Shabbat, which deals with those laws, which is one section of this massive 2,700 folios. What is its significance? It's massive. It comes after it is codified around the year 500. It becomes the central go-to text for Jews who really want to understand why we do the things we do. Should we be doing them exactly the way we're doing them? And any authoritative thinker in Judaism must go through the arguments of the Talmud in order to understand why these particular practices are adopted, why others are not adopted, and so on. And since the Talmud is such a crucial document, primarily with Jewish law, lots of other really useful information, which appears only lightly connected to the material side, so tangential to the material, is included in there. So, for example, the philosophy of the afterlife, good and evil, and reward and punishment, all kinds of philosophical things are piled into the Talmud as well. It is, by a Western sensibility, after reading Greek texts and Western canon, it seems like a chaotic kind of document. It's really not, but it's definitely not the way it's Western life. Follow these discussions in many, many different areas of thought. Every page is like completely refreshed, completely new. I'm really quite a fascinating document. You can understand why Don Gilman is such a popular book. Now, let me mention in closing that there are many misconceptions about the Talmud. The Talmud, they began to think of it as a document which is basically what is keeping Jews from converting to Christianity. If it's keeping Jews from converting to Christianity, it must have all kinds of negative information in there, and it has to be banned or restricted and so on. And this is kind of a trope, anti-Talmudism, that extends from the 13th century, really in some places up to the current day, especially after a very nasty book was published in the year 1700 called Judaism Revealed, which was basically every single nasty possible statement you could pull out of this massive document authored by 2,000 different rabbis and several other rabbis over a course of several hundred years of discussion. Now, it's true that there are some passages in there which are not complementary to pretty much everybody can think of. I think Christians, women, slaves, non-Jews, you will find the occasional nasty passage in there, which does not feel comfortable for modern readers. But I would challenge any serious student of history to find me any text, particularly of this size, from the third, fourth, fifth century, that doesn't have far more egregious language than it is a tiny little minority of these that are used in English. They are almost always taken way out of context and used to portray most heinous and false lies against contemporary Jews. And it's really an unfair way to try and look at this thing from a scholarly perspective, let alone a religious perspective. And if you want, if you're skeptical about this, we'll have a look at one of the men just put, well, actually, I'd be nervous to just put Talmud in search engine because there are lots of crazy pieces of it. Just go to an authoritative website, like, for example, Sepharia.org, which has massive amounts of rabbinic literature, including the Talmud in translation. And you can go through it yourself. If you want, you can cherry pick and go zero in on some of those passages. But the document is so overwhelming and useful and document that it's hard not to see those tiny passages within the scope of the document, and especially when you consider within the context in which they're written, as really sides that come from outside of the document as a guide. It's really a wonderful explorational document. I spent years myself studying it, writing about it, speaking about it in other podcasts. So I could go on and on, but I think what I need to do for now is stop because give you sort of like a sense of where the Bible is written, when it was written, why it was written, what it does, as I was going to move on to the series. As those of you who are regulars know, this series is written in conjunction with the forthcoming books of the Lord Press, and that's why I call it Jewish History Lab, because I'm sort of like writing the chapters as I'm writing these videos. And I'm looking forward to your commentary, your feedback, so that we can what is next. Thank you very much for watching. Hello, fellow students. If you are binge watching Jewish History Lab, I'm amazed that so many of you have gotten this far in the series. I have to apologize for this whole media gap since the last time we recorded one of these. That's for a variety of reasons that I'll take to explain right now. I came up with this Jewish History Lab idea essentially because I was working on a book for foreign publishers. That book project is going on very well. The first of three projected volumes. This is a history of the Jewish people from the earliest times to the present day. The first volume is with editors in Jerusalem, scholarship cures, working now primarily on the maps, things like that. So it is making its way through the publication process, and I am heavily working on volume 2. So that's going okay, but the last year has been huge. I think this is a lot of changes in my personal life. It was, thank God. And then, of course, the amazing, awful distraction that October 7th has occasioned for anyone who has any connections to Israel. And that's really required me to spend a lot more of my energy working with you on videos on different topics. But, I was hoping that the situation in Israel is resolved as soon as possible in an acceptable way for all parties, such that we will return to peace and prosperity in the region for every population there, especially in terms of the hostages. But guys, go back at this point to the Jewish History Lab, and I'd like to pick up not in sequence, but I'm talking about from the second and third century, and especially I will look at the fourth century because it represents a period of tremendous resurgence during the era of Byzantine domination of the land of Israel. That's what I like to spend some time talking about right now. So let's go to that period again. Have a look at this map here. You can see the nature of the Jewish dispersion as we approach the 4th century. The sort of purple line on the outside represents the limits of the Roman Empire. It's massive, it encompasses the entire Mediterranean basin. And then there are scattered pockets of Jewish population throughout the empire. There is, of course, a very strong population still in the land of Israel. There were massive deportations after the Great Revolt ended in the 70s. Masada and the conquered a couple of years later, by the time the temple went in the 70s, there was definitely a huge change in the land of Israel. So you have dispersion of Jews spreading throughout the entire region, as that's in addition to the large pockets of Jews. So you go to Babylonia, in Alexandria, Egypt, and even the growing population in Rome itself. The starbursts in this particular map are especially important because they show very important centers of Christian activity, because of course Christianity was growing during the first few centuries after the Great Revolt, and Christian communities tend to expand around Jewish communities. St. Paul, when he traveled throughout the region and proselytizing for the new faith, he would typically go quite frequently to known Jewish communities where there would be perhaps an audience of Jews who would the message of Christianity, but as well many sort of fellow travelers who were drawn perhaps originally to Jews, and they're very different and very competitive ideology for the era, but the sort of the high bar of entry into Judaism, which included, for example, circumcision and dietary regulations, Sabbath observance, and that was too much for many of these fellow travelers. But the message that St. Paul brought was quite a bit more palatable because it did not have those demands, but it did have the great benefits of life after death, personal God, things like that. So you tend to see a lot of strong Christian communities developing around the nucleus of Jewish communities for that reason. Looking more closely at the land of Israel, you can see that after the Bar Kokhba rebellion failed in the 4th decade of the 2nd century, the region is divided up significantly. You have the renaming of Judea, Syria, Palestine, that's the entire region reaching from what we call today into the regions of Lebanon and Syria and the Jordan. The region associated specifically with the land of Israel is divided into 3 parts: Palestina Prima, Palestina Secunda, Palestina Tertia, first, second, and third Palestine. This is when the term Palestine really comes into widespread usage. Hadrian, after he put down the revolt in probably 136, possibly 137, he insisted on renaming Judea to try and wipe out the memory of the Jews living there, reach back to the population that we call the Philistines in the Bible. They're referred to in Greek text as Palestini. So he took that name and applied it to this Roman territory. And there were still Jews living throughout the region, especially in the northern section, Palestina Secunda, where a lot of Jews had fled in the conflicts with Israel. So that's basically what the setting of this short video. Jews rebelled several times against Roman rule. We have the Great Rebellion 66 to 70, a couple of battles that lasted up to 74. You have the Kitos Rebellion in 117. You have the Bar Kokhba Rebellion, just mentioned. And then in 351, you have another revolt, sometimes called the Gallus Revolt, which is not as well known, but each one of those was a disaster for the Jewish rebels, and Rome consistently reasserted its authority over the region, often followed up with withdrawal. There was a respite for Jews, actually with respites for different reasons. Most significant rise of the Emperor Julius, who was known in much of the historiography as Julius the Apostate, because he tried to turn the clock back from Christianity and revive paganism. And as part of his overall plan, he wanted to actually rebuild the temple. He wanted to bring the Jews back to their temple, not so much because he was such a friend of the Jews or a friend of Judaism or a friend of monotheism, but he felt that, with the rise of Christianity, that all faiths were put down for Jewish experience. But by rising all faiths, that was a way of kind of diminishing Christianity. His rule ended very abruptly in the year 363, just 2 years of power. So it really didn't come to anything in terms of the rebuild of the temple. Basically, the overall pattern of an ascendant church and synagogue, just Judaism, decline in terms of political and social and economic status. Perhaps the most significant element of that decline is in the erosion of Jewish self-government at this time. There was the institution of the patriarchy, which we would have seen, where you had some figures who were the chief religious and political authorities of the Jewish community after the destruction of the temple. There was significant debate among scholars as to what was the actual extent of their power, but we know they existed right up to the early 5th century. However, the emperors of the Eastern Roman Empire, which is called, by the way, the Byzantine Empire, Rome in the West, the empire is going into decline. Rome, the city itself, will be sacked several times in the 5th century, and the city of Byzantium, at this time known as Constantinople, would be the main center of the Roman Empire. But it was during the period of the Byzantine empires where you have more and more closeness to Christianity, beginning with Constantine himself, and at the same time a depression of the rights, politically, socially, and otherwise, of the Jewish population. Perhaps the most significant example of this is Justinian I, who reigned from 527 to 565, a very long reign, in which he imposed a tremendous number of restrictions on Jews, the banning and destruction of their synagogues, sometimes the confiscation of synagogues and as churches. These rules were, by the way, quite frequently ignored, perhaps more often ignored than actually observed. But there was moments of punctuated persecution and a really invasive approach to what happened inside the synagogue. Just first, for example, banned the reading of the Torah in Hebrew. It could be read, but only in particular authorized translations into other languages. As it were, I don't know, maybe you wanted to kind of like assimilate Jews, but force them to engage with the Greek language. Who knows? But it definitely was not well received by the Jews. Also, a ban on Mishnah, the study of the oral Torah, which was, for Jews incredibly onerous because Jews always understand the Torah historically as being part of two documents. And the Torah itself, the written Torah, which we call the 5 books of Moses, and at the same time, the oral Torah, which includes, among other books, the most significant is, in terms of law, the Mishnah. And the Mishnah is essentially what explains how to apply the Torah in actual practice. And if you ban the Mishnah, that's essentially like banning traditional Judaism. So how did the Jews do this? These real challenges that really began to be gathering steam in the 4th century. I'm going to outline 4 basic responses that really illustrate the incredible resilience of the Jewish people in the 4th century and the ways in which they adapted strategies to affect their survival in this extremely hostile environment. The same kind of pattern, incidentally, that shows evidence time and time again over the millennia of history. The first is the institution of a fixed calendar in the year 359. The calendar is incredibly important, especially if you have a diaspora population. They're spread out far apart, slow, poor communications, and how do you know what day the holidays fall on? Traditionally, the Jewish calendar was based on the physical sighting of the moon and then the testimony of those witnesses in Jerusalem that they in fact saw the new moon appear, and therefore the calendar can be calculated. Recall, of course, that if you work on a lunar calendar, it doesn't divide itself into like the exact same number of days every month. Here in the West, because we use the Gregorian calendar, we tend to not even have any sense of when the phases of the moon are. But the Jewish calendar has a strong lunar element to it, such that the first of the month is always going to have full moon, the 15th is going to have a full moon, and so on. And since the days are not exactly 30 or 31, it has to be recalculated every month. Moreover, if you count the number of lunar days for the 4 seasons, it comes up short. You only have 354, if I remember. It's around 350 something days. I should really look it up. It's about 350 odd days in a lunar calendar, which means that every year of a solar calendar, which is roughly 365 days, you are losing some days. Now, the Muslims, by the way, observe a strict lunar calendar, and that's why their holidays in a few years, in a few days, which is earlier and earlier. You can have Ramadan in October, you can have Ramadan in April. That's just the way the lunar calendar works. The Jewish calendar is actually both lunar and solar, because the Bible requires the observance of the holiday of Passover in the springtime. So therefore, the calendar has to be adjusted every so often to make sure that Passover will fall in springtime. That's why the Jewish calendar, the month of Adar, is doubled several times over a 19-year cycle, so that even though the lunar calendar is always losing days, that extra month, every month, actually places Passover back into its proper time. That's why, we are speaking in English, so in Anglo cultures, people will say something like, oh, Rosh Hashanah is very late this year, because it occurs in late September or late October as opposed to late August or September. And the truth is, Rosh Hashanah is always on time. It's September that's out of joint. But at any rate, with the situation in the 4th century, with Jews scattered all over, and an inability to rely on reliable communications from Jerusalem, that in fact, the new month had been declared. Don't forget that Jews were actually banned from entering Jerusalem after the Bar Kokhba revolt for quite some time. So a lot of these things were not possible anymore. So therefore, in 359, the Jews responded to this uncertainty by creating a fixed calendar that still is used today, a remarkably important survival strategy that helped them weather the challenges of understanding. The second major innovation was the codification of the Talmud. Now, I'd like to get back to the Talmud in a larger discussion later. It's too big a topic to squeeze in here. But for our purposes, let us just recall that after the writing of the Mishnah, which was brought together around the year 220, there's a tremendous amount of discussion that surrounds it by scholars after that time that really sheds light on what's quite cryptic in the Mishnah itself, what's hidden in the text of the Mishnah, and how to interpret the Mishnah. Just as the Mishnah interprets the Torah, it's not a precise definition, but it's fairly close. The Jerusalem Talmud will also interpret the Mishnah. This was a remarkable achievement because by putting it into text and actually writing it down as a manuscript as opposed to a body of oral teachings, it suddenly made this massive amount of wisdom, many times larger than the size of the Mishnah itself, and many, many times larger than the size of the Torah, made it accessible to Jews throughout the Mediterranean basin, far out into Babylon, and ultimately played a role in the creation of a much larger and more influential Babylon. We should clarify, by the way, that we call it the Jerusalem Talmud, but that's
I can let it go. Can you hear me?
that's a bit of a misnomer. Most of the writing of the Talmud happened in the north around the city of Tiberias. You also have a significant amount of activity happening on the coast, in Sorry, but it wasn't written in Jerusalem. Another term that's frequently used in scholarly literature is the Palestinian Talmud, which up until recently was a perfectly neutral term. Palestinian meant a region of geography so labeled by the Romans that everybody understood what they were talking about. But now it just sounds so jarring because a group of people have used that name.
Oh, now I can. Now I can. How are you? That's okay, very well. What, what, what platform? What platform do you want? Break it up. You people? All right, very well. Very cool. I wish I could hear you. I cannot hear you. There you go. There she is. Can you hear me? Are you talking?
To describe their nationality, and so we certainly don't have a Talmud. So in terms of the full Talmud, it's two because it's it's practicing analysis. So the codification of intellectual text that is at the core of Jewish learning and making it portable and accessible to all over the world. It's a phenomenal strategy that was developed to survive the vicissitudes of the third or fourth development of peanuts. I've not really thought about this so much before, but I'm which is just quite fascinating. Peanuts is related Jewish word poetry, origins, is basically a kind of liturgical poetry that has its origins in the Byzantine period. And they have a lot to do with what I mentioned earlier about Justinian the First and his ban on the study of tradition. Some of the great Italian authors of the Yossi, Yanai, and Kalir, they write these ornate, complex, flowery liturgical compositions that are meant to be inserted into the prayer book. And in fact, they were enthusiastically adopted by congregations all over the region. They are published in prayer books to this very day. And we should understand the function that they play. If Jews were prohibited from public discussion of the teaching of their text, that the Mishnah was banned, and that the original Hebrew text of the Torah was also banned, then the authorship of these poems with their embedded references, which would be missed by the authorities, but readily available to the educators, would be another opportunity to gain access to this really fascinating, again, literary response to the persecution, which actually is very, very useful survival strategy. And then finally, this is the fourth of four strategies, the development of synagogues, the institution of the synagogue, and its later representation in other faiths, churches, and mosques, for example, is one of the great contributions of the Jewish people to world civilization. In the ancient world, religion tended to be very cultic and based on a specific location. That goes for Judaism as well, with the establishment of the central temple in Jerusalem. And all generally religious activity was, not all, but the vast majority of religious activity was like focused on those structures and the professional staff that managed them. And that's where religion was. However, even before the temple was destroyed, we have an example of Jews creating these smaller houses of worship which do not take the term temple for themselves. That would happen, by the way, in the 19th century. That was the former in particular wants to try these synagogues, which are like temporary prayer houses, that they are like secondary to the great temple in Jerusalem. So by renaming the local house of worship a temple, it's a way of saying, no, this is it. We are here. You don't necessarily have to be looking back to the temple in Jerusalem. Orthodox synagogues do not call their houses of worship temples. They call them much more humble names. The word synagogue means place of gathering. The Hebrew term Knesset means the same, as so does Ekdes and many other words like this. Ecclesiasta, church, they all come from the word meaning gathering place. Is much more simple than temple, which is much grander. Jews began to create these even while the temple was still standing, perhaps sort of like a spontaneous desire to have a place to gather and to discuss and to communally praise God. That's something still that's very much embedded deep within the Jewish tradition, and it begins to show itself in the first century Common Era, perhaps the first century before the Common Era. Here's one of the earliest pieces of archaeological evidence we have for synagogues. This is the so-called Theodotus inscription, which comes from Jerusalem. It's a large ashlar block, which has this Greek text, which, if you have been in synagogues, you will recognize this. Right? This is something which is like, it is kind of ironic. The very first, earliest example we have of a synagogue has a plaque thanking a donor for making a contribution to the synagogue. Theodotus is this man, a Jewish man, writing in Greek, which was like the high Limburg language for the educated classes, of how he paid for the building, paid for the plumbing system, and all kinds of things like that. It's just fascinating. We're not exactly sure how to date it. It's roughly dated to the first century before the Common Era to the first century of the Common Era. Being found at the bottom of the wells could not have been place where it's originally built. Possibly the synagogue was destroyed in the context of the Roman Jewish War, and this was thrown into a well like that. But at any rate, we have these plaques. We have some evidence of synagogues in this way early period, there's a massive flourish in synagogues. So just to look at a few of them here, here's some gorgeous artwork from the Hamat Siberia synagogue that portrays a zodiac. There's often a lot of contemporary artwork that is incorporated in the synagogue, even when it's sometimes challenging to religious sensibilities at times. There's frequent dedications in Greek because there's a mention that's one of the dominant languages of the educated classes. Sometimes the artwork, like you see in this remarkable mosaic, a Alpha, it portrays the sacrifice of Isaac. You can see on the right is the sacrificial altar, and Abraham has the large figure on the right, holding a knife in the right hand, and Isaac in his left hand. Just to the left of Abraham, rather unusual symbol of a hand as with the angel reaching out to stay Abraham's slaughtering of his son. Genesis 22, the ram is there, and the other two figures I believe are Eliezer and Ishmael, but I'm not positive. But still, beautiful, illustrative art of the period. And we also see, in Beta Alpha, once again, a zodiac, which is very, very common in Jewish artwork from the Byzantine period to the present day. So to recap, 4 really basic survival strategies that demonstrate Jewish resilience and creativity in the face of the persecution of the era that not only gave the Jewish population the ability to survive the vicissitudes of the Byzantine era, but also carried forward as creative demonstrations of Jewish spirituality that we appreciate to the present day. Okay, I hope you'll enjoy this video, and thanks for coming back to the Jewish History Lab, and I'm looking forward to lots more videos. Thank you very much. Someone told me that there were a few Jews that lived in this neighborhood, and although it's not that specialization, but at least a broad survey of the history of the Jews of the Bible. This is not intended to be the full depth. It's primarily a quick overview of broad sweep of the Jewish history. So if you have any hard questions, please save them for after the lecture. I'm going to take a quick break and then I will go home and then we can ask the hard questions at that time. Okay, so I'd like to speak for about 60 minutes. So just talk everything I know about the photo. It's not so first of all, I think a very important question. Where exactly is the Torah? So in many ways, the Torah in the Jewish mind is more of a cultural concept than physical location. There is, in fact, a city called Bukhara in central Asia, but it's a little bit like the idea of Little India, where it's much more than what we do today. The geographic and political boundaries that we recognize today do not correspond precisely on a one-to-one basis with what the current Jews consider or what the Canadian Jews consider we shall see. Here is the second time today. If you think about the region of Bukhara, it's really refers specifically to the Emirates that I'm sure the two guys are up. There are about 5 cities in the region of Bukhara. Bukhara do not have to count up to the city of Bukhara to qualify for that market. How many are there? So we have a relatively good census from 1959 that lists about 26,000 Jews who are native speakers of Tachi. That's most likely one corresponding currently in the region itself. We would estimate that 3,000 foreign Jews are listed in the Soviet census. Russian as their first language, because they were hopelessly assimilated to Russian language. The Soviet speakers. We'll add another 3,000 odd of those. There are also many Jews of Bukhara who
are not the problems. Specifically, those Ashkenazi Jews, many of them came from the 20th century, which we discussed shortly. So I will discuss the Ashkenazi refugees in the power, but we can focus primarily on the Jews. We take it to the late 20th century, Michael Zad, in demographic studies, estimates about 8,000 Jews around the world. That includes 45,000 still in the USSR. This is before Operation Exodus and stimulating Iran. There's 32,000 in Israel, which has a very old Bukhara community that expanded significantly and about 3,000 plus there. Like 16 knows that if you look at Uzbekistan today, is almost completely empty of Italian Jews. There are about 1,000 Jews in today, and almost all of them are remnants of the Ashkenazi migrants of World War II. So, Bukharan Jews in Bukhara are basically non-extant right now, but there are, of course, many Bukharan Jews around the world, particularly in Israel, and in certain roads of New York City as well. Usually, find themselves excuse to look for relevant regulators in the front, and the property time to local farm community. Also, there tends to be a preponderance of barber shops, blocks, and all themselves in France. Okay. So this is actually, so we attribute the growth of the farm community to very, very interesting associated with the first Roma. The coin that I'm showing you behind me is one of our sets of coins that were written by the Vespasian and his sons. Trying to mark the destruction of Jewish sovereignty in Israel. They're always the same on the left. We have either Vespasian, the Roman emperor, destroying the sovereignty of his sons, and on the right, you have this phrase Judea Tafta, and it always portrays like this Roman soldier, frequently disproportionate size, and on the right is despondent woman, typically with her head in her hands and her countenance reclined posture. Sometimes she is portrayed terrifying way with her hands behind her back. It's just how more the province of the Roman Empire around Israel has been subjugated to Rome. There's a ball something tall in the middle of the So this is a coin that commemorates what the Romans say as the complete and utter and complete disappearance of the Jews of Judea. There will be no more Jewish presence in Israel or in fact in the rest of the world because the Romans had effectively eliminated state. Now, there were three major revolts. The first one, of course, was on the destruction of the temple, and this was holding the 115, and then the Bar Kokhba was holding the 135, was the last major revolt, which followed the walls in the 4th century, but this was basically the end of Jewish sovereignty until the 20th century. That was, of course, not the first exile. The first exile goes back all the way to the 6th century before the Common Era, when King Sanherib and several other Assyrian kings evacuated forcibly much of the northern section of Israel and executed a population transfer to the regions in February of Iran and Iraq. And we also have another major exile under the Babylonians in the 6th century. This is the destruction of the first temple that also took Jews to this region, and also to the region where the great rivers Tigris and Euphrates come together into the Persian Gulf. That would end up being a lasting until the 20th century, really, of Babylonian Jews and the Talmud and so on. And how did Jews get all the way up to Bukhara in Central Asia? We definitely have some movement of Jews in this region. The earliest known reference to Jews there is in the 4th century, when Rabbi then this small bar is my students, visited a place called Mur, which is discussed in the Gemara. Apparently, he commented on the quality of the beer in Mur, and he had very low opinion of that particular beer, but nevertheless, that's our first connection of any kind of Jewish community, obviously not a European community in Bukhara. There is also some archaeological evidence showing the use of Hebrew characters in the Proto-Kachi language. Jews were definitely there from the 4th century. And although we haven't found much more concrete evidence of Jews reaching their language, stunning and puzzling finds that suggest that maybe there was in fact a larger Jewish community there than we have. But a tradition of Jewish is something at this point. I see some of you got this into this. Thank you. Okay, this goes over very well by way of rationalizing. Let's see this go to the okay, so anyways, let's go to where so we have limited evidence of Jews in the region from the 4th century. We definitely have much stronger evidence of Jews from the 8th century and onward, primarily because Saqqara is located on the Silk Road. This yellow line here, which traverses almost the route or goods traveling from the eastern Mediterranean, of course, all points from Europe and North Africa to the far east, to China, to India as well, carrying spices, silks, and all kinds of luxury goods, fabrics, and clothes. So far, as you can see with the yellow arrow, is an extremely important site there, and Jews will most likely locate in Bukhara along with the mysterious Rabbi traders who came from probably southern France in the 8th century. There's some really interesting evidence, for example, this 8th century business letter, which is written in Judeo-Persian, meaning written in Persian, but using Hebrew letters, just like Yiddish is basically German, but in the German, with Hebrew letters. So Judeo-Arabic, written with Hebrew letters. Some people say that Yiddish is actually German with phlegm, but that's an audio. This is an 8th century Judeo-Persian business letter found on the Silk Road, by the way, all of these Judeo languages developed primarily with abandoned Israelite populations in the medieval world, and even the people among whom they lived, even though they had adopted their vernacular, the people among whom they lived typically did not being write their own language. That's why, for example, Rothschild has a tremendous vocabulary called French, which is used by contemporary French scholars to try to understand how medieval French was supposed to be used. Whereas when Rothschild used French, because of the disparate nature of literacy rates among Jews and so that's why the Jews would be training the language that they were familiar with in speech, but they were distorted and keep that. We also have really further along the Silk Road in this remarkable state of the Thousand Buddhas. So there's other things that sounds like, Indiana Jones kind of thing. In the Cape of Thousand Buddhas, we found this ancient prayer from 8th century illiterate Jesus carried lovingly by a translator of the Silk Road, fortunately Atlantic was the 19th century. So we definitely know that Jews are traveling along this major route. Bukhara is one of the main stops on this route, so we see the areas that community there. Then we start to know a lot more about Jews that Bukhara is primarily a Muslim leader. So Islam was born in the 7th century, and it's across to Arabia itself, into North Africa, all the way up to Spain, across the Spanish territory in the year 711, which has been celebrated ever since by the establishment of a network of convenience stores around the United States. These folks were trained in Ashkenazim. I don't know why you guys, but Ashkenazim, they're golden. And of course, Islam expands to the east as well. Islam goes with incredible speed across Central Asia, penetrates north India, establishing what was the becoming regions of Bangladesh and Pakistan, and of course, Bukhara is spread out into how this affects the by now century-old theory of Bukhara and Jews is fairly well known. It's primarily regulated by a key document called the Pact of Umar. This pact, which is attributed to the second Caliph after Muhammad, the first Caliph after Muhammad, but most likely from a later Umar, and we only have the earliest written documents from the 9th century. But this pact was essentially the agreement, or the proposed agreement that regulated how students would be allowed to be in the it's extremely important agreement. It was not always completely strict. Quite often, restrictions were completely circumvented by an appropriate bribe given there. Sometimes the safeties that you enjoy were ignored by Muslim authorities, but for the most part, this pact of Umar was kind of like a steadying force that allowed you to live with some regularity for Muslim times. And it's one of these sort of general rules of Jewish history that historically speaking, Jews tend to do best as a community when they live in environments that are very, very slightly anti-Semitic. I'm not suggesting that we should invoke that principle here in America, but a certain amount of hostility from outside the community helps keep the Jews sort of focused on themselves and sort of, develop an ego status, be more self-reliant on each other. Then that anti-Semitism drops below a certain point. You can't join the crazy classes, something like that. They won't let you. So, small social anti-Semitism, a certain amount of discrimination in the workplace, things like that. So that is something that actually is good for the when that disappears, then we run into discrimination. That's primarily been a challenge in America, especially in the 20th century, which was so middle anti-Semitism that Jews have sort of disappeared in the American hinterland, and they, of course, be reversing themselves since October 7th. What does this kind of Umar say? It basically define and regulated the status of protected peoples, Imam or non-Muslims, primarily Christians and Jews. They had a certain second-class status, and these were their rights and their privileges, and these were their disabilities. So this is three basic areas of education. So first is in terms of public religious activity. Jews do not engage with large outward displays of their religious life. They are not allowed to build religious structures, so theoretically, you could repair an old synagogue, you could not build a new synagogue. Meaning the idea of the Dr. Umar was to keep Jews and Jews should not grow. Of course, when you take a rule like this, and you extend it over 1,200 years, it's constantly restored. You still find a way to build a synagogue, to find a way to train officer, to lead a pride, something like that, and the synagogue will be built. All of the synagogues in Central Asia should take back to the 8th century. But the idea is that it's supposed to be contained. And you cannot, have recording parties and things like that. Definitely will not be allowed. The idea was more of a symbolic thing, like a sign of religious inconvenience, especially when there were others that were not. Symbolic discrimination and social distinction is a little more intrusive. Jews were supposed to never adopt certain outward displays of class status. So that the Jews were theoretically not allowed horses, they only ride donkeys or horses. Jews were not allowed to bear arms, they could not carry a sword or anything like that. There were distinctive clothing and distinctive colors that were mandated for Jews. The strong men would have kind of like a social ostracism applied to them. Again, quite often obviated or circumvented in liberal application of their life, but nevertheless, a general principle that has to be second class all the time, and we see as first class. And finally, preferential supporting Muslim, all kinds of and sometimes having monetary consequences, such as a special tax for being Jewish, called jizya, also applied, of course, to Christians and non-Muslims. In the case of Bukhara, as we have in several other Muslim countries, the quarterly payment of jizya was sometimes accompanied by the picture of slap on the face from the Muslim tax for collecting money. So it was definitely meant to be a humiliating kind of thing. But again, it can vary from time to time, from officer to officer, whether this is symbolic slap on the face. Imagine, however, if the residents of the community have to go and deliver the criminal taxes 4 times a year, and then receive a slap on the face. It definitely is some very clear messages that not welcome in society without a place to protect together, not necessarily feel comfortable at home. Mandatory support of Muslim travelers, usually military soldiers, things like that, usually forbidden to sell alcohol, which was forbidden to Muslims. They would not build their houses larger than Muslim homes, especially if not build their houses taller than mosques. I'm not sure about this, but I wonder if the design of the minaret was designed to sort of accommodate the challenge of not having anyone having a bigger house. If you build a tall minaret, it's very hard to get the house. But so I think this is kind of like the elements of the concept of model, which again, they're not nice. No one would tolerate that 20th century, 21st century, but they never realized that it could be forbidden because Jews tend to prefer to live in environments which are determined Rechtsstaat. Rechtsstaat means a society that is governed by law. In other words, to further, I may understand that I would be suffering discriminations and maybe elections and so controls or things like that. But I know that if something goes wrong, my you're able to call up the so look for the culprit and that person will suffer a fine. It's not like that's done by law. That's one of the places like Jews in Quebec in the 20th century, South Africa. She thinks about strong communities because of that kind of background and some people strict enough to allow them to flourish without allowing them to do this. So that's basically what's happening for much of the Muslim period, which is from the 8th century right up until the Russian period in the 19th century. The implications, by the way, are very similar to what we have happening in Christian Europe. And Christian Europe being developed as a totally different idea for different theological reasons. They call it the doctrine of forgiveness. And I don't want to go too deep to the side of our frame of reference, but nevertheless, it's interesting to compare. Doctrine of witness is basically the church fathers' doctrine based on the 4th century, when St. Augustine basically opined that Jews should not be killed was actually an innovative concept, stated that because they have to be around validating such concepts. And if you kill them all, no one's going to be able to confirm that, in fact, this is it, this is the guy. So there is an recent use, albeit in second-class status, of Christian Europe as well. And the persecution should not be extreme. Now, what's I think fascinating about Iran is that up until the 18th century, we don't know a lot about that. Not a tremendous amount of documentation about their activity, and so on. We definitely know they were there, but they basically, they're absorbed in the background numbers of history. We do know a lot more about them after Rabbi named Maimon. Madrid is interesting. Sharia is essentially an emissary, a referee charity for those institutions in the spot in order to do it. He comes to calls himself he himself is not a teacher. However, what he brings to the time is a very strong connection specifically to the writings of Rabbi Joseph Harley. He was a scholar, of course, Carlos is a Spanish refugee born in Spain, and was expelled his house, born in much of North Africa, and has known for a long time, and was most the lasting contribution to Jewish history was the author of the Rothschild Code of Jewish law. And one of the things that is so this period of time is that although the Bukhara Jews, but all Jews at the time, were observing halacha, we were observing it primarily through a medic, meaning I saw what my father did, I saw what my grandfather did, and I basically the advent of the possibility of technologically distributing information in a consistent, widespread, and expansive fashion, all of a sudden, there's a whole new possibility of standardization. Because let's say, for example, your father, or your grandfather, or your parent had a particular taste shop that you really liked because it had something on the value for it. But you know what? It probably was a little less less than maybe less of size that was mandated. But you know what? That's the size. That's never like this stuff. So it would easily be imprinted in generations afterwards. And fish shops should be the size of a pencil. So that's what they use. That's what they also did. And that may not be what was considered normative halacha in other communities. But once the Shulchan Aruch came along, especially when it had the accompanying commentary of the Ashkenazi or North Israelites, this suddenly became a manual that had an aura of authenticity because it was literally in print. In many areas of halacha, this is not my area of expertise, but in many areas of halacha, there aren't many statements of what is precisely the correct use. We may choose one particular path, but there may be other areas that are still acceptable, but nevertheless, a single path has been chosen by the Shulchan Aruch, confirmed by the Rabbi, the Council of God, and that means that anyone who wants to challenge it has to be able to say authorities and learn. Most people do not have high levels of learning authorities to challenge something that is in place. Grandmother had a chance to say, I probably should have people, but both of them, she was saying English. A glass of master is often got brought up by saying she was on a glass of whiskey, you should say, oh, I have a blessing. Because it says so in the Shulchan Aruch. So if it says so in the Shulchan Aruch, even though there may be other acceptable halachic having a place, and time when it is still fairly new, that the legends of all kinds of other places. You see this story that has all to traditions, historic, an escalated order of affairs, and things like that. Any region that did not write a prayer that real quickly simply lost their service. There used to be a street for the Saul ritual, like it's a France, style, it's not as totally disappeared, but tribes, worship, so many different versions that the country did not in the prayer books. And that's exactly what happens in Bukhara is by being such a devotee of this great halachas and mystic from Scott, or who did in Scott in what it is, but goes to Bukhara, who's able to show the Bukharans, what is this great book I have, with all these halachas laid out for you. You don't have to memorize all the things that you should do for day and body, and every now and then you might find a slight difference. Required to be stopped with tremendous success. So that's how the Bukhara Jews, like the many Jews in the region, they're not alone. Iraqi Jews, Baghdadi Jews, Israeli Jews, up to Sephardic, Spanish writers. Not because they were ethnically Spanish, but because they were half of the Shulchan Aruch, which is a factor not only owing to these millions, but also the fact that he was on the first aspect of the put them in the times of these Moses power and you don't put them all together, you all these times, and you also need to actually, I look at that lesson. What did I do that? Yes, sun, right? Oh, that's right. Okay, so he is running to this school, not because in order to essentially these guys the sephardic attachment to which has perpetuated itself to this day. It's interesting to know this is someone might even recognize this. He's a local researcher. He worked here on his dissertation. And this is a book that she produced on it. It's quite a fascinating book. We have it in a great library downstairs. And it talks about the designs of things in particular, some schools that she attended. She's trying to understand this culture. And she points out that there's this long historic massive myth of the Sultans being kind of like Jews, essentially. Nobody knew about them. It was only discovered in the 18th century by Joseph Maghrebi, but in reality, it's a myth. Lots of evidence of the orange Jews. In the 19th century, these phenomenal manuscripts, numbers of scholarly works, and so on. It happens that the influence of Maghrebi and was so these were not lost Jews who were waiting to be found. They were perfectly within their Hermetic culture, the Hermetic tradition, until the Shema was actually sent to them. Okay, so that's basically taking us out to the 18th century. One little bit of history of history limited to the Russian period. And you might wonder, how did the Arabs speak Russian after all? This was a touching speaking region, and they will use that as well. Things changed when the Russian Empire expands its region primarily in the 19th century. Fascinating moment where all of a sudden the foreign Jews had a moment of being a privileged status. The Russians, of course, are Orthodox Christians. Well, Muslim, they do not want to allow Muslims to right to travel anywhere in the Russian Empire. There are a whole bunch of fairly oppressive measures to try to control this freaking western region, not too far from Afghanistan, which is essentially Vietnam. So they impose all kinds of restrictions on the Muslims trying to keep them in place. However, we recognize that there were Jews in the product, and the Jews had extensive pagan knowledge and abilities. They had been using Jews since the medieval period in the 6th grade. So, ironically, the Russians decided to give the foreign salespeople, the foreign capitalists, the foreign tradesmen, mercantile individuals, the privileges of traveling anywhere within the Russian Empire. At a time, it was still forbidden for Ashkenazi Jews to travel anywhere in the Russian Empire. Let's recall that in 1479, there was a remarkable moment when there was a scandal in the family of the Tsar when a member of the royal family, a young woman, decided to convert to Judaism. This was like unheard of, unbelievable. And so the Tsar declared, and it was reinforced by many Tsars such as Abdullah, that Jews would not be allowed in other Russia. This is the third role, the third of third Christianity, and so Jews were officially walked out of Russia in 1479. This was a state until 1772 when Catherine the Great, who herself was not of Russian origin, she was from Russia, but she turned out to be really a military leader, conquered Poland and inherited the largest single conscription in the world. And she had to face the decision, what am I going to do with this ban on Jews in Russia? I just expanded the border into Poland, how do I control all these groups? And she decided to work a kind of a compromise, which is done in English as a Pale of Settlement, which is a region that extended about halfway through Latvia all the way down to eventually the Black Sea, including Poland and much of Ukraine, that Jews were allowed to live in this fairly large territory. And later on, it became quite oppressive, it kind of a massive ghetto living. Jews were overcrowding, but at the time, it was actually pretty good for Jews in the 18th century. But Jews could not cross large cities like St. Petersburg, to Moscow, and in certain cities in the area, like Kiev, were actually illegal for Jews to live in. Thousands of people were illegal. Anyways, so Jews from Ashkenazic lands were not allowed to be Jews in trading areas like Moscow and St. Petersburg, but Ukrainian Jews were allowed. The Ukrainian Jews really took advantage of this, and they made a tremendous amount of money. The families, really became very rich as a result of this. Connections to exploit the nature of the legends opened up. And with that money, they also followed my revenues and Jews decided to be pulling out Zionist, proto-Zionist organizations, really ahead of the famed organizations like Bibu and Tibatzion in Ukraine, who had the arms to set in Jerusalem in the late 19th century. So up until the Soviets had the power in 1918, the Jews in Mahara were doing fantastically well under Rothschild. When they eventually moved under the Russian Tsar falls in 1917, and then you have the second revolution in November of that year, October, of course, by the Soviet calendar, the old calendar, Soviet, the Russian calendar, and just the Communist Revolution. Then you have a dramatic change where the Ashkenazim are going to exert actually quite negative influence on the society. You get to this because a Rabbi named Simon Wittgenstein, who was later made the head of the Yevsektia, was the Sektia, the Jewish section of the Communist Party. This was an organization, organ of the Soviet, which was designed specifically to try to end Jewish communists. It was to take advantage of internal Jewish tools like Yiddish language and specifically Jewish culture, try and convince Jews to abandon their traditional ways, specifically their religious ways and their Zionist leanings, and to bring them into the communist ways. The experiments during the time of the Sektia was a place such as, for example, the creation of red hadadas, which were hadadas that Stalin was like Moses, and Pharaoh was the Tsar, and capitalism was the Egyptian taskmasters, and all sorts of crazy things like that, designed to try and convince Jews that really now with the new Soviet paradise, there will be no more need for any kind of aspirations towards God, which is God and viewed as a monotheistic past and so on. Wittgenstein, however, before his posting as the head of the section, was the head of education with the power. He came in there strong, desperately trying to convince the foreign Jews to drop any aspect of their traditional religiosity. Heavily bombarded them with all kinds of anti-religious propaganda. There was actually an organization called the Militant Atheists. It's not fun. It's actually an organization sponsored by the SETSA. They published magazines like this one called Happy Flores, The Heretic, Then Fortunate with the Russian Military, Dogmas, and it's for a tremendous amount of energy devoted to trying to get the foreign Jews to return to their non-religious, non-Zionist, authentic culture. This was a strange policy called colonization, which meant that it was okay to express your culture in terms of like things that didn't involve religion or even an economic aspect, but it was okay for Ukrainians to have embroidered skirts, but not Easter eggs. Right? Easter eggs, you can't do that. And we see all kinds of crazy things. Harvey, for example, which is basically Judeo-Tantric. The tragic language written in Hebrew characters. They said it's okay to pick up your language, but first of all, we have to make it proletarian. It has to be led by regular people. It has to, therefore, be first they decided to put in Latin characters, so for the period of time, the targets was Roman letters that we have in the English language, and then they said that these text Cyrillic language for these groups was Cyrillic alphabet. That lasted up until the 1930s. One thing that's kind of interesting to note is that, the Russians and the Jewish communists were among the worst. But, it's nothing that Jewish occupiers we were even more to the end of the world to try and also and they did the same things in the language. They said, okay, Yiddish is okay under Corbin's action. That's the authentic language. But you have to make it proletarian and you have to make it accessible to the masses. So one of the things that they made illegal in the 1930s were the final letters. Right? So you do the alphabet with 22 letters, 5 of them in that spot are written differently to occur at the end of the word. That looks like their text at the top. But again, a word that that's illegal. And anyone who tries to print or publish anything that has those letters is essentially too low, just for printing those legends. The Ukraine is also a problem. The Ukraine is very close to Russia, but there are certain letters that just the Ukrainian donor system actually, for example, the letter G as distinct from the letter H. It says Ukrainian, the letter G contains Ukrainian don't put the letter G as opposite here. Crazy things. I consider it kind of ironic that there is a harmony, right? And so this is the source of Shabbat published in Russian, and you know that in Russian there is no letter H. That's how I know there people call them either generally or gender. So they're identically the same gender. So that the word Tilat Hashem, Hashem itself, that's spelled with H. So therefore, to indicate it, I've added a special letter here. That's the Russian letter G with a little accent on the top to indicate that it should be pronounced as H. So they try to take away our letters. We actually give them a letter term and then we have this Shah. Okay, I'm going to kind of experiment not so much to power and acceptable for the back of this proximity to the power and this power that Alaska is really done this unusual experiment posed by the president Khalid, thinking that one of the ways to try and water down to support Zionism was that they had Soviet government. Great idea. Let's put a radio there in the far east. Quite a way to try about halfway. Done. And this was actually not a terrible idea. It came just in time for the Nazi invasion. Unfortunately, Stalin did not like it, banned travel to so nevertheless, there was an autonomous bus out of the for 2 decades. The only thing you can say about it is that it cost one thing that we gotta say here, next we are going to speak more. Next these topics in structure, which really lasts pretty good. So I don't want to see too much about it right now. And one of the things that is incredibly important for the power and jury, Russian jury as a whole is an incredible story of Chabad. Chabad, this commitment to the use of Russia was just over the top. We used to say the Akira are illegal. They're always over the top. Way more than any other organization do this to those institutions. Essentially, it's like underground rabbis, a pipeline of smuggling and stealing and stealing and things like that. Chabad was deeply interested in preserving the power and the entire Russian Empire. First from the few different levies, some of the sector there, and then continued by happened, and there's a phenomenal thing that really kept the flame of Jesus alive. Here to discover next week, which is important place for the project. Okay. Much of requiring Jewish came with a shocking image under Stalin in the 1930s, under the purges. The establishment of these 5-year plans, which were this incredibly overly optimistic that by deeply investing in major public works, like the building of dams, things like that, by collectivizing agriculture in a very legal way, would suddenly leapfrog what was essentially a feudal peasant society to a modern industrial society. It turned out to be an incredible failure, and the nature of the Soviet Empire at that time, the Soviet concept, they could not accept the idea of planning these works. And certainly jokes about culture, the trains not moving, so we shut the windows and maybe move shut the people. That's exactly what happened in the time for Atlantis begin in the early 1930s. However, it doesn't have a funny ending in the line because once the plans were proven not to be successful, they had to find people to blame for it. So, church-like environment, very reminiscent of the Spanish Inquisition, was instituted with people denouncing each other, with the inflating their results in order to try and say, well, we could produce it, and when they were investigating, so these numbers are not corresponding to what we see in our future, things like that. Must we have saboteurs or debtors inside of society? These people should be rounded up, tortured, forced to give the games of other saboteurs, sent off to the gulag, executed, a horrible period, according to some estimates, which may be on the high side, but maybe if it factors in 60 million people who were urged to send off to exile and were required. That's the number of deaths, especially with the artificial famine in Ukraine and the Donbass region that is also part of this. If we call out anyone who stood out, specifically if they appeared to be Jewish, if they were public Jewish, they were among the first targets of the plagues, and they suffered tremendously. And then, of course, this brings us to perhaps the darkest period, especially for Ashkenazic Jewry. On June 22nd, 1941, now we're in the middle of World War II. World War II could only begin because Stalin and Hitler had signed the non-aggression pact. Hitler, of course, had tremendous territorial ambitions, especially in the East, in the Soviet Union, but could not play the two comfortable France and Soviet Union at the same time. So therefore, he made a peace deal with Stalin, which Stalin actually believed was revealing. And so that leads Hitler the ability to conquer the West. France fell, Belgium fell, and so on. And once he had pacified the West, and Hitler turned to real territorial ambitions for the North and such. That was the peace. And on June 22nd, he launched Operation Barbarossa, which was a surprise attack on the Soviet Union, which was incredibly successful. Within a month, he was at the outskirts of Leningrad, placing under a brutal siege. He was very close to Moscow. All of Poland was overrun. A major part of Ukraine was under Nazi rule and so on. So very much this was really at the darkest time of the Holocaust, but not yet when the gas chambers started operating. Why this is especially relevant for us is because he sent four squads of mobile artillery units called Einsatzgruppen that followed the Wehrmacht, followed the regular army, and these were made up primarily of Germans who were not fit for frontline battle, as they were older, they were weak, things like that, and they were assigned to do the tiny little Stedtlock that dotted the region, filled with thousands of Jews, to round them up, bring them out to the beaches, in some places, and force them to dig their own graves, and then execute them in that time. This period of the Holocaust is sometimes called the Holocaust by bullets. Took the lives of somewhere between 1.5 locations where this happened. Today was perhaps the most infamous, probably now is down in Washington, the beginning of the Gala, some 32,000 and then also happens to be, this is where my own ancestors from the church of Pennsylvania, so I would monument to that city, small shepherd. So this happened in the beginning of June of 1941, and it was not an immediate process. It took actually several months. By the spring of 1942, the Nazis had decided to wind up the Anglo and they switched to the deportation system that took people to these really destructive death camps. 6 of them primarily in Eastern European territories, Poland, Auschwitz being the most notorious of them. It's kind of like an evolution of the Holocaust. They tried the use of machine guns, they found that this was somewhat inefficient, and they switched to the rat poison, cyclone gas, so what that meant was there was a massive flood of refugees, like 600,000 Jews who fled the advance of the Nazi army to the east. And they ended up in Uzbekistan, Bukhara, and Siberia, but really the region of Bukhara. The population, Jewish population, increased by 86% in Bukhara, largely made up of this huge Ashkenazi Jews. And what's fascinating, I think, about this period is that even though the Bukharans had really been treated badly by their experience with Ashkenazim, especially under the Sexia, by all accounts, the Bukharans, the welfare of the Ashkenazi Jews, with open arms, considered them not strangers but brethren, gave them tremendous amount of hospitality. Like my own father, although Solomon, his family, took him, I worked with them for the war, he's their own home. That's what the Bukharans did to Ashkenazim. Even though they could easily have said, we kind of with you Ashkenazim, you teach us on Stalin, the Kurds, and so on. And, teach their language, so that we do not. They went up to the Ashkenazim with tremendous kindness, and that allowed so many Jews to survive the Holocaust. You hear about people here in survive the Holocaust like we in this region, it's largely these kinds of the diaspora of Bukhara Jews was especially prominent in Jerusalem, and you can see this region called the region of Bukhara, where they actually established really wealthy homes going back to the 1880s and 90s, where they were among the most wealthy settlers of Jerusalem at the time. Early Zionists, much earlier than the Poles, for the Polish Jews, the Bukharans were early adopted. Many of them came after the war when there were such a pressure by Jews who were fleeing the despair camps. But the largest influx of Bukhara Jews to Israel, which largely emphasized the following of its original enemies, came from the Operation Exodus in the 1990s. A massive number of Jews making their way to Israel with the relaxation of the crazy Soviet rules not allowing Jews to exit the Soviet Union, the establishment of homes not only in Israel but also in places like this. And I think what we can say by way of the Bukharan legacy, we had a discussion of this poem, the Judea Chapter poem, which in many ways was intended by its creator, Vespasian, as a propaganda device to say, that's it for the Jewish people. We have totally destroyed them. We will never be bothered by the Jewish people again. Look at what we've done to them, completely humiliated them, doing something and done for them. So I was talking about an interesting medallion that was created in Israel in the 1950 days to celebrate the 10th year of the establishment of the state of Israel. The medallion was, and on one side, it has these familiar kinds of elements that we see. There's being praised to create a captain, there's a Roman soldier, there is the responder woman and so on. And this is kind of like emphasizing this original message of exile. But on the obverse, you have this symbol, which in the very good artistic manner echoes the same kind of composition. But in the place of the Roman soldier, you have a Jewish woman praying with a infant child, affirmation of life, and on the right side of the respondent woman, you have a sadistic planted tree, a clear illustration of hope for the future. And I think this is fundamentally what we see with the Harlem Jews, that like this reality, the Harlems are people that value life. They are life affirming people. Yes, they like haircuts, for sure. But they also are, like all Jews, deeply involved in the affirmation of the core values of Jewish identity. And it is their rendezvous, their sympathetic, which is allowed us to see why so many centuries after so many oppressive environments and allows us to flourish in contemporary communities today. So with that, I want to thank you for your attention this past hour. I just stick around for a couple of questions, but no hard questions, please. And if you are around next week, I invite you to come back or I'll speak about something that actually tell us something about it. We'll talk about the genius of Russia instead of doing. Thank you very much.
Hello, my name is Henry Dickerson. I'm a historian and I have been obsessed with the Holocaust for much of my adult life. I have resisted providing lectures on the Holocaust in any significant manner on YouTube, primarily because it's very difficult to convey in an appropriate fashion the material that I'd like to discuss with you over the course of the next 30 odd mini lectures. However, given contemporary events, it seems to be much more crucial than ever that I at least make an attempt to discuss this period, and I hope that you will find these brief lectures meaningful and useful as we strive to understand one of the most difficult periods in all of human history. By way of introduction, I studied at the and I focus primarily on modern Jewish history. I've written quite a few things on various aspects of Jewish history, but here's only one book study on the Holocaust, and I'm specifically looking at the work of Rabbi Columbus Shapiro, known as the H. Kodesh. My teachers at the University of Toronto were Professor Israel Fackenheim, who's a world-renowned philosopher, and Michael Maris, also a very well-regarded historian, principally of the Jews of France during the Holocaust. What I'd like to do over the next few minutes is to try to understand some parameters of the Holocaust, trying to figure out what we're going to be discussing over the course of the next few lectures. Let's start with terminology. Why do we call it the Holocaust? We don't know what we're speaking about, but where does this strange name come from and what exactly does it refer to? So certainly the term Holocaust is associated primarily with the mass murder of some 6 million Jews in Europe during the Second World War. This is, however, a term that took about 20 years to come into some circulation. Prior to that, it was largely unnamed because people lacked the vocabulary to describe an event of such magnitude and such horror. One might think similarly of the words that American uses or the terms that one might think pausing. In a similar fashion, one might think about one of the defining moments of this century. Of course, I'm referring to the attack on the Twin Towers and on the Pentagon that's known as 9/11. That's hardly a name that's descriptive of what is going on in those attacks, but people lack a more appropriate word to term it, and therefore they call it 9/11. Perhaps in 50 years we may have a different word to describe those events of the early 20th century, but for the time being, it seems like Holocaust is the standard term used to describe the mass destruction of European Jewry. If you were to ask my grandmother blessed memory, she would refer to it as Churban Europa, the destruction of Europe. And the term Churban is very resonant within the Jewish tradition because it's used to describe the destruction of the temples in Jerusalem, the first destruction in the 6th century before the Common Era, the second destruction in the 1st century of the Common Era. So by using the term Churban or Churban in modern Hebrew, that evokes a kind of lineage of thought, that somehow a historical continuity between the great destructions of the temple that were antecedent to the exiles, the Babylonian exile and the Roman exile, and so the Churban Europa is on that same level of magnitude. However, this has strong religious connotations, and others have not felt comfortable with this term. Let's look at some of the other terms that were used to describe it. Perhaps the most significant term was first coined by Rothschild, who was a thinker who was very troubled by the mass murder of the Armenians at the beginning of the 20th century. And he coined in 1944 the term genocide, which he used to, he coined that term based on the Greek term genos, meaning people, and side, meaning killing. We have the terms homicide, which means to kill a man, or suicide, to kill oneself, God forbid, terms like this. So genocide was a new term that he had coined to try to describe the destruction of an entire people. As you can see here in this slide, it's not necessarily the physical destruction of all of the individuals that make up this genos, but can also have a cultural element as well, which is, we'll come back to that perhaps when we return to this topic at the end of these lectures. The term Holocaust became especially popular, although it was in circulation in the 1960s. It became very popular in the 1980s with the result of this feature-length film, Holocaust, starring James Rothschild and Michael Moriarty. Well, where does the term actually come from? So it's actually a Latin term that appears in the Vulgate translation of the Old Testament, of the Hebrew Scriptures. The term Holocaust is actually a Latin translation of the Hebrew term Olah, where Olah means to rise up, and it refers to a burnt offering that is completely destroyed, right? In the sense of Kulo Olah, everything goes up, it becomes smoke and it disappears into the sky. You can see here the term Holocaustum is how it's actually referred to in the Vulgate. So this is a very powerful term as well, but it has some drawbacks. First of all, it is also, like the term Churban, religious in nature, that it has even a more difficult connotation because the passages in which the term Olah appears in the Hebrew Bible are usually referred to in a very positive sense, meaning that God, as it were, smells the burnt offering, and it's a reach nichoach, it is a pleasing odor. So if we were to follow this metaphor to its conclusion, we would have a theological conundrum that's very difficult to comprehend. And in fact, that theological conundrum will continue, but I'll hope to address it later on in this course. Certainly, the term, one more difficulty with the term Holocaust. If it is somehow pleasing to God, does that mean that those who bring the sacrifice, or the Kohanim, the priests in the Bible, do they have a counterpart with the murderers of Jews? It's a very, very difficult thought. So Holocaust has its objections, and in fact, many observant Jews prefer not to use the term Holocaust for that reason. Another term very popular in Israel was the term Shoah, also popularized by the very famous film by Klaus Lanzmann. Shoah is a Hebrew word that means just generically destruction. It occurs several places in Tanakh and in the scriptures, but it does not have this specific connection with somehow pleasing God. It can be used in many different contexts. And finally, one other term that is sometimes used, I think, inappropriately is endlösung, or its English translation, final solution. This is a term which was actually coined by Hermann Göring, one of the architects of the Holocaust itself. Here's one shot from his trial in Nuremberg. To say final solution implies that there was a question or a problem that had to be solved. And that in itself is deeply offensive. Not only is the borrowing terminology from the Nazis, who themselves were known for being masters of euphemism, of trying to find more solutions for the horrible acts that they committed against people, there's still the difficulty of meaning the word itself. To find a solution implies an original problem, and the Jews were not the problem. So that's terminology. What exactly do we mean when we're talking about the Holocaust? What are the parameters of this? There are many genocides, in increasing number throughout the 20th century. What are the features of this particular genocide that are unique to the Holocaust, more or less? So let's pick out three basic ideas, which we'll return to over the course of these lectures. The first is that the Holocaust was very organized and deliberate. Using Prussian names, the Nazis were able to first define who their target was, as we see in the Nuremberg laws that are shown here that specifically define how many grandparents one had to be considered a Jew, and what would happen if one had somewhat less than that number. Defining who the Jews were, isolating them, rounding them up, and murdering them. This is not like a pogrom, which is kind of like a wild riot, a kind of like paroxysm of violence. This is a planned, organized, deliberate process. That's something very special that is associated with the Holocaust as opposed to many other genocides of the 20th century in particular. Secondly, it is total. It is amazing to contemplate the scale of the Nazis' audacious goal, horrific goal of murdering all the Jews of Europe. Here you see a page from the infamous Wagenseck Conference when Nazis got together to determine where all the Jews within their catchment area lived and how they could possibly round them all up. And you see in this list, you have the estimated Jewish populations of countries all over Europe, including 200 Jews in Albania. Just to think that the Nazis controlling all of Europe were willing to hunt down 200 Jews, a measly number, in the country of Albania. That's mind-boggling. And furthermore, it includes many regions that were not conquered by the Nazis at the time. They compiled lists such as the over 300,000 Jews living in England, which was never conquered by the Nazis. So the Holocaust is defined by its totality at the same time. It was total war against the Jews. And then finally, and this is something that I hope we'll have the opportunity to explore in much greater detail, it was industrial. It was unusually modern. It was not a kind of a violent crime of passion using tools that were readily available, rifles, guns, swords. It was something that was planned and organized, and using the tools of industrialism per se. Here you see an aerial photograph of Birkenau. See that they were literally setting up factories of that, using the kind of tools that were pioneered in the Industrial Revolution, the conveyor belts of Henry Ford, things like that, to employ for the purpose of creating death. That's something very unusual about the Holocaust as well. So these three items, we will certainly return to these themes over the course of these lectures. Finally, and because this is a source of great confusion for many, let us define exactly when the Holocaust happened. And understanding this topic really has a lot to say about how you understand the Holocaust in itself. Does one, for example, the Holocaust from coming to power in the 1930s? There's definitely some argument that yes, this is really the beginning of the Holocaust, although that plays into a particular approach to history called the intention model, which we will revisit shortly. It says that Hitler intended from the very beginning to murder all the Jews of Europe. There's a lot of good arguments to indicate that this was not, while he was certainly a virulent and terrible anti-Semite, that this was very, very close to his core identity. He did not actually think it was possible to achieve this until quite a bit later, in fact, well into the hostility itself. Does one say that the Holocaust begins with the beginning of hostilities on September 1st, 1939, which refers to the date in which Germany invaded Poland, and there are some good reasons to argue for that as well. However, it is important to understand that the Holocaust and the Second World War are overlapping phenomena, but they are not identical phenomena. I think a very good argument can be made, and I hope to make it when we get to this part of the history, for the beginning of the Holocaust really to date from June 22nd, 1941, which was the onset of something called Operation Barbarossa, that coincided with the Nazis' invasion of the Soviet Union. It was at this point that mass murder truly begins. There are definitely antecedents to this mass murder. There's the violence directed against many victims, as we shall see in the next lecture. But this is when the Holocaust, as we understand it properly, really began. And eventually its nadir would be reached in about a year with the construction and operation of the death camps themselves. And just to bring us to the end of this story, of course, 1945 is the end of the war and the end of the Holocaust per se, but its legacy lives on to this day in many ways that we approach at the end of this class. I hope that you will have the patience and the fortitude to make your way through these lectures. It is very difficult material, but I think it's deeply meaningful and very important to understand this in order to ensure that we all act as responsible citizens in a global society. Thank you very much for watching. Now that we've outlined in very basic form the parameters of the Holocaust, terminology we use to describe it, some of its unusual features, and the period of time we're speaking about, we definitely have to spend some time right now at the initial moments of this series talking about the victims. The story of the victims, of course, overlaps with all of the lectures, but let us begin with a very brief overview of who were Hitler's victims. The first of Hitler's victims were not Jews. They were, in fact, Germans. Germans with mental or physical disabilities. And this, I think, is an extremely telling point about the nature of Nazi Germany. We see this amazing quote that resonates with me from Mahatma Gandhi, who wrote, "The true measure of any society can be found in how it treats its most vulnerable members." And these people with developmental disabilities, children with disabilities, were the very first to be targeted by the Nazi state. The origins of this really lie in something called social Darwinism. I'm sure you're familiar with Charles Darwin, who is associated with the theory of evolution, the concept of the origin of the species. Although Darwin was mainly thinking about the natural world, there are other thinkers who developed his into human civilizations as well, meaning that the various peoples of the world can somehow be racially divided into how well they are adapted to their environment. This very noxious idea meant that peoples or races, which is in itself a term that was developed in the 19th century, would somehow be fighting with each other for scarce resources, and that they had unique characteristics, positive or negative, that would somehow predispose them to be more or less successful. I'll go into that in some detail in just a moment. But let us try to understand how Darwinist ideas were expressed in the concept of eugenics. The word eugenics means literally in Greek, good birth, good family, is an idea that was created by scientists that took the very obvious observations that people temple their parents physically and sometimes in other ways as well, and applied it to a quasi-scientific model of trying to improve the human race, literally, by weeding out those who had limitations, intellectual or physical or otherwise. And you see from some of the propaganda that came out of that era, which had a very strong backing in the scientific community. And this is not the place, but it is important to mention that many societies, including America, put into practice some very noxious social measures to try and further the goals of eugenics by, for example, sterilizing individuals who were thought to be beneath the value of a given society. Um, and it often was tinged with racism. There was a widespread belief that people with darker skin color were somehow inferior and had characteristics that should not be propagated. And eugenics was meant to create kind of this artificial ideal of a Nordic, light-skinned, blonde, blue-eyed, highly intelligent human being. And many people approach this without seeing any of the obvious negative repercussions of such an approach. The Nazis, of course, were very deeply invested in the concept of eugenics, not only on the negative side of removing individuals from society forcibly through murder and other means, but also in terms of encouraging through equally brutal means the propagation of people who had these supposed desirable characteristics. The Lebensborn program, for example, or a Lifeborn program was designed to try and, in some cases, kidnap children who came from particularly eastern regions when they were conquered, and they had the desired characteristics, and they were taken from their parents and were raised as Aryans, so to speak, in Nazi Germany themselves. There are many other aspects of this, perhaps we'll come to it later on in this program. But with regard to specific targeting of disabled individuals in Germany, this is something that happened before the war began. Two individuals, called Wilmington and Alfred Hertha, wrote a very awful book, which is called Die Freigabe der Vernichtung Lebens und Werten Lebens. Terrible title, which means the permission to destroy those who are living life unworthy of life. And the authors made this sweeping generalization that people who suffered from physical or mental disabilities were somehow living a quality of life that was inappropriate, and somehow it would be better for the rest of the world to simply destroy those people because they were not equally able to other members in society. This horrific book had a tremendous impact in Germany, and in fact, it's still available even on Amazon today. You can see here, this was from the German Amazon website. The idea of this life unworthy of life was later made real by two co-directors, shown here as Karl Brandt, in the Nazi environment, in which they created this Operation T4, which was named after a particular address in which the institute was held. In August of 1939, the Operation T4 issued a directive that was statewide that ordered all doctors and nurses to report any children under the age of 3 who had mental or physical disabilities. And this report was then used to round up these children in a variety of manners and then simply to kill them immediately. Parents were urged to send their children with disabilities to quote-unquote clinics where they were murdered, sometimes through starvation or abuse, sometimes through lethal injection, and sometimes, as we shall see, even through carbon monoxide poisoning, which had a tremendous impact on the future development of the Holocaust per se. Over 70,000 German children were killed in this manner before the operation was stopped. And the only reason that it stopped was because of public outcry. It lasted for about 2 years officially, and then was reinstated later secretly. And by the time the war was over 200,000 people with mental and physical disabilities were murdered. Absolutely horrific statement. Now, the villainy of these horrific monsters were somewhat offset by people like Dr. Hans-Gerhard Kreuzfeld, shown here, who chose to resist the Nazis early on by faking a diagnosis of his patients. But that's the small story. The larger story is that people like Philip Blüder, shown here, were able to proceed with this as an open secret. That people knew what was going on, that these children would be sent away to clinics, and then in remarkable numbers, they would not come home. The public protest against this destruction of life unworthy of life was really quite muted, and it only built up 2 years into the war. During this time, the Nazis developed many methodologies of killing people they felt were unworthy of life, including the use of this carbon monoxide gas, and that would, of course, later be used in the gas chambers themselves. So, in many ways, Hitler's first victims prefigured the entire Holocaust. Understanding what happened to these, the most vulnerable victims of the Nazi onslaught, children with disabilities, later adults with disabilities, says much about how the Holocaust would unfold in later years. The Jews, of course, are perhaps the most well-known of the victims of the Holocaust. They're certainly not the only victims of the Holocaust. It's difficult to estimate with any precision the number of Jews that lived in Europe at the eve of World War II, but it's most likely somewhere just above 10 million, perhaps as many as 12 million Jews. So that means that the massacre of some 6 million Jews, and in fact that number is also subject to a certain amount of debate, we'll get to that for last, but the wide diversity of quality of census taking across Europe, particularly in this extremely difficult period of revolution and world war and population migration, means it's hard to get a really clear number. There are some respectable estimates that place the number of Jews killed at closer to 5, and there are also respectable estimates that place the number of Jews killed as higher than 7 million. So, but we use the number 6 million as a relatively reasonable estimate of the Jews that were murdered by the Nazis. They were spread out throughout Europe, massed primarily in Eastern Europe, in the Soviet Union, in Poland, but significant populations in England, Western Europe, Germany, France, and so on. But I'd like to say a few things about the nature of this population on the eve of the war. The first thing I should say is that it was a society in flux. The Jews were hardly monolithic on the eve of World War II. They had come from a pre-modern environment in which they were seen as largely as foreigners, even though they had lived in Europe for well over 1,000 years. They nevertheless had a series of civic disabilities, but they had organized themselves very efficiently in a Kahila type organization, kind of a self-help model of self-government that allowed them to be really quite independent and to take care of their society without tremendous support. In fact, many times in a superior manner to the government at the time. This began to break down very significantly in the 18th century with the development of a new notion of citizenship, perhaps most well illustrated by the French Revolution, which occurred in 1789, and then 2 years later, all of the Jews of France were emancipated, meaning they were made equal to non-Jewish Frenchmen and French women. And this meant that the internal organization of the Jewish community had to cease because it wouldn't make sense to have, a state within a state, as it were. So Jews were forced to make decisions about how they wanted to affiliate with the Jewish community and how they would relate themselves to the state as a whole. There's a lot more to be said here, but beyond the scope of our lecture. Over the course of the next 150 years, they rapidly modernized. The Jews were always a very learned people, always very literate and very numerate, and so they were well poised to advance themselves during the period of modernization that followed on with the granting of citizenship. But the granting of citizenship was hardly uniform. In France, it was granted basically in one fell swoop, first to Spartan and then to Ashkenazim. In Germany, there was quite a bit of a back and forth over the next 150 years, whether or not to grant Jew citizenship. And that colored, in many ways, the specific experience of German Jewry in relating to the larger environment. In Russia, it was not granted at all until 1917, when the Russian Empire fell and was replaced by the Soviet Union. So the way in which they modernized was really quite different as you move from west to east. Similarly, huge varieties of religious observance. The notion that European Jewry was monolithically orthodox is patently false. the Reform movement, the conservative movement, all had their origins in 19th century Europe, particularly in the western regions, and had created many different modalities of religious observance with significant tension with traditional observers as well. And then finally, we should understand that to a large degree, particularly in Eastern Europe, it was emptying itself of Jews as we move towards the turn of the 20th century. A wide-scale, massive migration of more than 2 million Jews away from Eastern Europe and to the New World, to the United States, to Canada, to South America, Israel, Australia, South Africa, and so on. So it's a population that was very dynamic, very diverse, and very much changing as a result of this migration. But by and large, I think one of the most useful ways to think about the Jews of Europe at this time is to divide them into Eastern and Western Europe. This is, by the way, something that would be very relevant for our understanding of Nazi policies, because they pursued very different approaches to the countries in Western Europe that they conquered, as opposed to the countries in Eastern Europe. And when I say Eastern Europe, I'm talking primarily of countries like Poland, Romania, the Baltic states of Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, of course, the Russian Empire, later Soviet Union, and so on. So what's the major differences between Eastern and Western Europe when it comes to the Jewish population? First of all, the population of Jews in Eastern Europe was much higher. This is a result of migrations that occurred in the 13th through the 17th centuries. And so you have a significantly larger core population of Jews in Eastern Europe than in Western Europe. Secondly, as I mentioned earlier, they're highly urbanized, more so in the West than in the East, but they are very much attuned to the centers of cultural, economic, social activity. And since they tend to, arrive in many of these places very early on in their history, populations going back over a millennium, they tend to be located in the downtown cores of many of these cities. Religiously, as I mentioned earlier, the Western European Jews tended to adopt many other non-traditional forms of religious observance through this new conservative and reform movement. Those are the American terms, of course, back then, of historical positivism and liberal. The language was also quite different. In Eastern Europe, the overwhelming majority of Jews spoke a Creole language called Yiddish, which is basically medieval German mixed with a high number of Hebrew, Aramaic, and even Romance language terms, and also written in the Hebrew alphabet. Yiddish was by far the mother tongue of the vast majority of Jews from Eastern Europe. In Western Europe, however, they were rapidly adopting the vernacular as their first language, and their use of Hebrew, the use of Yiddish, significantly declined. Nowhere, however, was Hebrew the mother tongue. Hebrew, the ancient language, although always used as a scholarly language, as a religious language, that was something that had become moribund in favor of Yiddish and the vernaculars. But it was revived by the Zionist movement at the turn of the 20th century, and of course, it became the revived language of the modern state of Israel. Politically, Jews in Western Europe were various models of what we might call liberalism today. In Eastern Europe, there was a wide variety of political approaches. The vast majority of Jews with peers were politically quiescent, were not specifically involved in any political organization. But when we look at the few election results that we have from Eastern Europe, they tend to be Zionist in orientation, and there's also a strong socialist trend as well. And then finally, the idea of nationalism. What does it mean to be a Jewish nationalist? This is not something that was well developed in Western Europe, where Jews saw the benefit of civic engagement, and they saw the benefit of emancipation, and they strove to define themselves as good Englishmen, good Frenchmen, and so on. In Eastern Europe, however, there was much less of this phenomenon, whereas Jews saw their national identity as being expressed more in Zionism, or perhaps in a new communist idea, which hopefully we will return to later as well. One last detail that's very important in understanding the Jewish experience in the Holocaust. One of the major sub-ethnic dividers of the Jewish people are between Ashkenaz. The term Ashkenaz is a biblical term that was used to describe the Jews of in northern Germany, and their descendants who overwhelmingly constitute the bulk of European Jews, especially in Eastern Europe. The term Sephardim comes from the term Sfarad, which is a biblical term as well, and is used to identify Spain. And even though Jews were emptied from the Iberian Peninsula in the 15th century with the Great Expulsion, nevertheless, Sephardic Jews hold on to their traditional ethnic and cultural orientation even 500 years after that great event of 1492. And so where were they living? And the experience of Ashkenazim and Sephardim during the Holocaust is quite distinct. Looking at a map of Europe, most of the regions conquered by the Nazis were inhabited by Ashkenazim. So much of the story that we'll be telling describe events that happened to Ashkenazi Jews. There are some significant Sephardic populations, particularly in Greece, that fell under the Nazi onslaught and met with the same kind of experience as their Ashkenazi brethren. But for the most part, Sephardic Jews were living in North Africa under Nazi rule. And the nature of the Nazi domination of North Africa was really quite different. So we will, God willing, return to the Sephardic experience, but for the most part, with the exception of the Jews of Greece, who were Sephardim, who experienced the Ashkenazic version of the Holocaust, most of the story is going to be about Ashkenazim. It's also important to recognize that the Jews were not the sole racial enemies in the Nazi mindset. Very high up on their target list were the so-called gypsies, which is considered a derogatory term. The gypsies themselves refer to themselves as Sinti. These are a group of peoples that live in many different countries throughout Europe. There's many questions about their origins, both linguistically and ethnically and so on. Very little is known about the nature of Roma life before the Holocaust because they had an aversion more pronounced than Jews and many other peoples to participating in censuses and to engaging in society on an official level. Although many Roma and Sinti assimilated completely into regular civic life, holding positions in civil service and so on even, the stereotypical Roma settlement is kind of like a wandering group of musicians, artisans, and so on, who tend to live on the outskirts of settled societies, living a much more nomadic lifestyle. The Nazis hated the Gypsies pretty much with the same degree of hatred that they had for the Jews, and they targeted them as well for murder. But because of the difficulty that we have already seen with measuring the number of Jews before 1939, this problem is exacerbated when we look at the number of Roma. They were characterized as asocials, meaning there was a broad category of peoples that were considered to be somehow, detrimental to an ideal Nazi way of life. And this is something that did not begin with Hitler. This is something that preceded the Nazi Empire. Much like anti-Semitism predates the Nazi period, and Hitler simply expanded on it and took it to a murderous conclusion. Finally, it's important to note that there are a whole host of victims of the Nazi regime that do not fall easily into racial categories. There were, for example, social victims. If you have a look at this chart, for example, which demonstrates the classifications of prisoners in various concentration camps, which existed prior to the war and were actually set up early on in the Nazi Empire. You can see that they were assigned typically triangles, colored triangles that were affixed to their clothing while they were prisoners and indicated the kind of crimes that they had somehow committed against the Nazi state. There were political enemies, that's primarily communists, but also socialists.
and also people who simply don't like Hitler, journalists, and so on. There were people who applied, who were common criminals, even in the Nazi code of criminality. If anyone were ranked as a criminal, would should be thrown into these concentration camps. There was Bitcoin falsehoods, which means essentially Jehovah's Witnesses. Evangelicals of various stripes were targeted by Nazis, in particular Jehovah's Witnesses. Homosexuals, of course, were targeted, and they were given a pink triangle, which is used in modern times by many gay movements to assert their right to exist as homosexuals. And then there was the generic category of asocials as a whole, anyone basically that Hitler did not like. So there's so many different ways to fall into the trap of Hitler's rampage against German society, and many people actually fit into several categories. As you can see here, the badges would have to be modified to include if a person was, for example, a Jew and a political enemy and possibly a criminal and so on. So this just gives you a sense of the expanding scope of victimhood that was applied to German citizens by the Nazis. The Holocaust, of course, was built on centuries, even millennia of anti-Judaic prejudice. What I'd like to do over this lecture is to give you a very brief introduction to the nature of anti-Semitism that Hitler inherited and developed. And in the following lecture, we'll look specifically at themes that are especially prominent in Nazi anti-Semitism. So it's important to understand that anti-Semitism is one of these bizarre types of hatred that has remarkable resilience. It is perhaps, as some have argued, the oldest hatred. And we see that it is able to somehow persist over centuries and in widely divergent cultures with tremendous tenacity by shifting to the needs of that particular place and time. Meaning, the ideological reasons that form the substrata of hatred of Jews changes depending on what the society will tolerate. And in this, scholars have identified several different ways to break down the nature of anti-Semitic ideology. Gavin Latner, for example, has identified the difference between what might be called conventional anti-Semitism and generic Jew hatred. Conventional anti-Semitism is kind of like the natural hatred that we see between all kinds of different people for whatever reason. And that's certainly, as old as Cain and Abel, that people will hate each other for one reason or another. But generic anti-Semitism, which is based on the Greek idea of the chimera, the monster that is created by putting different parts together that don't exist in real life. This is kind of like a pathological, bizarre type of anti-Semitism that emerged in particular in the Middle Ages. We'll see that shortly. Others have pointed to the unique, quote-unquote, redemptive aspect of Nazi anti-Semitism. That, unlike many earlier anti-Semitism, somehow, by becoming an anti-Semite in Hitler's worldview, you could somehow save the world. And that added a tremendous amount of impetus to this hatred and made it much more palatable to people to adopt this ideology. We'll see shortly. The four basic theories that we're going to cover, however, are as follows. First, xenophobia, which is characteristic of the ancient period. Secondly, early Christian anti-Judaism, which is something that is born from the unique nexus of Judaism as a mother religion and emergent Christianity as a daughter religion. And this is associated with late antiquity through the medieval period. And then third, Jew hatred per se, which we find in the medieval period. And then finally, modern anti-Semitism, which dates really from the 19th century onward. And we will explore Nazi anti-Semitism, which is a variant of modern anti-Semitism. So look at xenophobia first. The term xenophobia literally means the fear of the strange, the fear of the different. And when you
look at the significant number of Greco-Roman writings directed at the Jews, indicating a certain level of anti-Hebrew antipathy, we see that there's a phenomenon in which it seems the Greeks and Romans just don't understand Jews and resent them for their lack of conformity. But for example, the fact that Jews would not sit down and eat non-kosher meals with Romans. This was considered polite. The fact that they would not bow down to statute, which was considered typical civic religion for Romans, this was considered impiety. The fact that they took off one day and Sabbath to rest, the Sabbath, which is perhaps one of the Jews' greatest contributions to human civilization, the fact that they would take off one day in seven meant they were slothful or lazy. So these kinds of misunderstandings of Jewish culture led to a certain degree of hatred, but this is the kind of hatred that it's basically a normal kind of hatred. Just to give you one illustration, this is the Arch of Titus, which was constructed by the Romans after they were able to quell the rebellion in Judea in the first century. And this was a victory arch that was designed essentially to commemorate the Roman conquest of Judea after rebels had taken the temple. As you walk through the arch, of course, there's this famous frieze here. You can see there are Jewish captives taking the route from the temple off to Rome, including the golden menorah and so on. And many would argue this is an anti-Semitic depiction, but I think that would basically be a misunderstanding. The Romans didn't hate the Jews per se, certainly not in the same way the Nazis would. They viewed them as political and military enemies, and when they crushed their political enemies, year 70, after a long and drawn-out provincial war, they celebrated with this kind of monumental architecture. This is something that virtually every civilization has done throughout human history. So it's hard to understand this as being somehow an unusual or strange type of hatred. Here, by the way, is the revised version. After my colleague Stephen Fine at Bishop University was able to analyze the flecks of paint left behind to see this is the way Romans would have observed that same scene. The second major period, a big shift in the nature of anti-Semitism, is early Christian anti-Judaism. We must recall that Christianity was essentially a Jewish movement made up entirely of Jewish figures that eventually reached out to the non-Jewish world and became a massive world religion by the 4th century. And the separation between the daughter religion and the mother religion was not without difficulty. And there was a certain amount of antipathy that was generated on both sides. Looking at it from the Christian perspective, for our purposes, perhaps the greatest illustration of this kind of theological dispute is the famous juxtaposition of ecclesia and synagoga, the church and the synagogue. This is a form of art. It's really kind of a trope that was designed primarily to communicate a complex relationship between Judaism and Christianity to a largely illiterate audience of churchgoers throughout the Middle Ages. And we have literally hundreds upon hundreds of examples of the ecclesia and synagogue motif. Having a look at this very famous one here, you can see in this monumental architecture, the church, ecclesia, is represented, clear-eyed with a crown indicating authority, the upright staff indicating power, temporal power, and so on. And she is contrasted with ecclesia, who is shown here blindfolded by a serpent, right? A very strong kind of metaphor there. The devil has, so to speak, hidden her from the truth. She's not wearing a crown. Her staff is broken. Often she's depicted having the Ten Commandments fall from her hand and so on. And the whole metaphor is meant to say that God no longer favors the mother religion, Judaism, and has transferred God's favor to the daughter religion, Christianity. Literally hundreds of examples, sometimes more violent, such as this example that shows ecclesia mounted on a horse, literally jousting with the synagogue. You can see on the right, synagogue is depicted wearing the dun hood. This is a kind of a hat that Jews were forced to wear in Europe from the 13th century. And the church is literally killing the synagogue who is riding on a sow, also very important medical material. And here's one that I find especially powerful. This is from a stained glass window in a church in Dresden, Germany, in the 14th century. On the right, the ecclesia is riding on a tetramorph, a four-headed animal, and a crown is placed on her head from heaven, indicating divine rule. The contrasting image of synagogue, on the other hand, shows a sword being driven through her head. She's blindfolded, the crown is being knocked off her head, and her staff is broken, all indicating a strong level of disapproval. Now, even though these images tend to be rather violent, they're essentially church images. They're couched within a theological vocabulary to indicate that this is an argument between ideologies, not necessarily an argument between people. It's talking about Judaism with a capital J, Christianity with a capital C, not necessarily individual Jewish people and Christian people. There's a lot more to be said about that, but that's basically where this artistic debate rages. The third level, however, is when it really gets down to the level of people. This is what I'd like to call medieval Jew hatred. And we see it beginning in the 12th century and picking up a lot of speed as secular printing is able to disseminate these ideas much more widely. So here, for example, you see a grotesque depiction of the so-called ritual murder of Simon of Trent, a 15th century incident in which, unfortunately, a young Christian child was found murdered, and the population rose up in anger and blamed the Jews for it, arguing without any evidence whatsoever that the Jews needed to kill this young child and drink his blood for ritual purposes. A horrible, terrible lie that has no basis in reality, and yet became extremely powerful in the popular imagination, and it was repeated several times right up until the 21st century. This has been a myth that's very hard to shake, and you can see in this horrible depiction that popularized the incident, showing all of these Jews so identified by the round they were required to wear as torturing this young child. And just to give you a sense of how this is far from disappeared, an artist named Gasparo in the 21st century, in 2020, actually painted a modern version of this incident. You'll find it on websites even today with headlines like this website, Jews apoplectic over new painting honoring Simon of Trent, a child ritually murdered by Jews in the 15th century, said without irony whatsoever. This is a complete lie and a canard, but nevertheless, this is indicative of the nature of medieval Jew hatred, where it goes off the rails. It's no longer a debate between a rabbi and a priest. Now it's about the murder of children. It's about actual attacks on Jewish communities that followed many of these charges, pogroms, public burnings, and so on. Much more to say about this, but I think I've conveyed the idea of it. Let us conclude with a look at modern anti-Semitism, which has two basic characteristics. And this is perhaps the most powerful demonstration of the fact that anti-Semitism can survive on the moon, as it were. Anti-Semitism can survive in very different circumstances. With the scientific revolution and later the Enlightenment, there was a general decline in religious adherence throughout Europe. And as religiosity begins to wane, anti-Semites need to find new reasons to justify their hatred of Jews. As Jean-Paul Sartre put it in his famous book, Réflexions sur la question juive, if the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent him. Meaning that the anti-Semite needs to find a way to justify these beliefs. With modern times, the two major things that were created to justify anti-Semitism were scientific in nature, I put that in quotes, and they were related to the idea of conspiracy. First of all, we should learn anti-Semitism. This is a brand new term which was coined in the 19th century by an anti-Semite named Wilhelm Model, who wanted to find a more polite alternative to the terms Judenhass or Judenfeinde, which means that
And these were terms which were considered, kind of like, uncouth, like using, so to speak, the N word. One would use that in a light conversation. And so therefore he wanted to find a term that sort of justified and cleansed the hatred of Jews, based on a linguistic theory that there are many different, there's a whole family of languages called Semitic, which includes Hebrew and includes Arabic. He said, I'm against Semitism, by which he meant the philosophy that goes along with being a Semite. And by Semite, he meant only Jew, not Arab. So where the term comes from is an attempt to whitewash Jew hatred. It has now become a term of opprobrium in itself, but that's not the way it was used for the first 60 odd years of its existence. But the two elements that are distinct for modern anti-Semitism is the idea of it being a quasi-scientific racism. The idea that the Jew, as you see on the illustration on the left, that the Jew somehow has a biological basis for being the way he or she is. Somehow, this is before genetics were developed, but the idea was somehow in their DNA. This is actually an illustration of a very popular belief at the time in phrenology, that specifically the bumps on a person's head, the shape of one's skull, that indicate overall undevelopment of various moral qualities. And so he was a Jew portrayed in a kind of phrenological diagram with various negative traits under the skin. So the idea that the Jews constituted a distinct race and that they had to be somehow defeated as a race, which flowed very much from what we saw last lecture in social Darwinism, that was joined to the idea of a conspiracy theory, that somehow these Jews who were racially different were nevertheless linked in a global conspiracy to dominate Christianity. As you see on the right, an illustration of the notorious anti-Semitic work, The Protocols of the Others of Zion, in this case a Spanish translation from Mexico City, El Gobierno Mundial Invisible, the invisible world government, the Jewish program to subjugate the world. Right? The idea of a conspiracy. The wealthy capitalist Jew with his claws on the globe and squeezing with the blood should be fairly obvious. So those are the four basic periods of anti-Semitic ideology that Hitler inherited. But as we shall see in the next lecture, he expanded on them really quite significantly. There are four major periods of the development of anti-Semitic ideology. The last one, the current one, is the one in which the Nazis participated. However, Hitler took it to new extremes with a few developments that we're going to explore right now. The first is the notion of parasitism. One of the elements that Hitler expanded was the notion that the Jews were somehow a distinct race, and that the quality of their survival was related to their ability to act as a parasite. Just like cockroaches are said to be able to live through a nuclear holocaust because they have the ability to kind of find the chinks in a given society, so the Jews were like kind of a cancer that could live off a healthy host to great success. So you have a look at this book cover, which predated Hitler's rise to power. Die Sünde wider das Blut, the sin against the blood, ein Zeitroman, a novel of the times from someone named Arthur Victor. You can see the muscular, shirtless Aryan male who is weighed down by the vulture that clearly has stereotypical Jewish features with the heavy jowls and the large nose and the thick lips and so on. And the message is essentially that the sin against the blood is that one day the Jews will feed on the rotting corpses of Aryan civilization like a vulture, a bird that eats carrion, feeds on them. The parasitism is very prominent in this particular image. Another example, and this comes from the Nazi era, a woman named Elvira Bauer, who created, she was an 18-year-old kindergarten teacher, who created children's books for Nazi propaganda purposes. This is one called the gift pits, the mushroom or the toadstool. And the whole metaphor here is that the Jews are a different species, just like toadstools, poisonous mushrooms, are different from regular mushrooms. But it's hard to tell them apart. You have to be an expert to tell them apart. And of course, the message of this to children was, be very careful. You may meet some Jews who look like they're very nice people and they look like regular people, but they're not. They're actually toadstools, right? Very dangerous, noxious kind of message. Also, the parasitism, of course, is that the toadstools, they live in places where there's the association of Jews with various noxious creatures like spiders, as you see here in a 1941 Nazi publication in French, the Berge Relief, shown as a spider. Here's an earlier one showing a Jew as a louse, which I found this one artistically kind of interesting. The Jew as a louse, and if you look carefully in the pupils of the eyes, you'll see that there's a dollar sign in louse's right eye and a hammer and sickle in the left eye, which alludes to the related charge of the conspiracy theory, that behind the American dollar, behind Soviet power, is in fact the Jew who is acting as a parasite like a louse. This actually comes from Julius Streicher's Der Stürmer magazine. Here's a propaganda poster from Warsaw in Polish, and the Germans were using propaganda. Tremendous success all over Europe, and it associates Jews with fleas and with typhus that was carried by them. A very strong image there. Here's another example from France that identifies Jews with the microbe itself. It reads, tuberculosis, syphilis, and cancer, they're all curable, but we have to make the grand finish of all of them the Jews. We have to wipe out the Jews themselves in this microscopic image of the Jewish microbe, so to speak. So Jews are identified as kind of like a germ, a bacillus, some kind of infectious disease. By the way, I'm giving this lecture right now in quarantine during the coronavirus condition that's happening across the Europe right now, pandemic, to show you a couple from our own times in 2020. Here is a contemporary image. It's not Chinese, it's the Jew flu, right? And here the anti-Semitic artist is trying to associate the Jew with the horrible pandemic that's affecting all of America right now. Here's another one. If you have the bug, give a hug, spread the flu to every Jew. And related to our purposes at the bottom is the word cough. But the notion that COVID-19, the illness that affects people with coronavirus, is a respiratory transmission. Let's move back to this 20th century. The second major element is very, very strong in Nazi anti-Semitism is the concept that the Jews are linked in an international conspiracy. And that's in fact what this particular image is titled. And you can see there's all these kind of like dramatic lines connecting the Jews to several figures who are not necessarily Jewish themselves, but nevertheless the world authorities, Roosevelt, America, Churchill, Nixon, Stalin, in the Soviet Union, and that the Jew is somehow playing them like a puppeteer. Very, very strong image. Here's another example of Nazi propaganda that you see behind the British, the American, and Soviet flag. This, of course, is when these are the Allies fighting against Nazi Europe. Behind the enemy's curtain, the Jew. The Jewish capitalists. Notice the same kind of images we saw last week with the corpulent, bureaucratic capitalist with the watch watch. In this case, it has a Star of David on it, the heavy jowls, lips, and nose, stereotypical images. So the connection of the racial component, the idea of the parasite Jew to the conspiracy Jew, is something that runs through as a very strong theme in Nazi anti-Semitism. A third element, which I think is quite distinct in Nazi themes, and you see it also in the medieval period, but the Nazis really pioneered it for modern terms, is prurience. I'm not going to show you images that convey this more directly, but the Nazis understood that this kind of propaganda is essentially borrowing the same elemental power of pornography. That there's a kind of like, can't look away from the grotesquerie, like when you're driving down the highway and you see an accident, you can't help but look at the accident. So they capitalize on this very heavily. One of the most horrible and most egregious examples of this is this terrible publication called Der Stürmer, the Stormtrooper, published by Rabbi. In this particular one, which I'm just using as a sample, but not necessarily to illustrate this point, it says Jüdische Mordplan, the Jewish murder plan, right? Clearly linking to the idea of a conspiracy. And it shows an image these Jews who are capturing the blood that's flowing from the necks of murdered Christian children. And that's the whole idea of it. And the blood and the violence and the sexuality, the rape scenes, abortion, all kinds of images like this find themselves in Nazi propaganda. Related to this, the idea of pedophilia, the Jew as the pedophile. Like this particular example, related to some of the children's propaganda I showed you earlier, shows a Jew giving out candy treats to young Aryan children. The caption not shown here says, I have much more candy, but you'll have to come inside to get it. And of course, luring them to a horrible fate. This is the kind of pornographic and violent elements that the Nazis really exacerbated with their anti-Semitic images. It should be noted as well that one of the themes that happened to obsess Hitler personally was the concept of the Rassenschande, or race shaming, which is the notion of intimate relations between Jews and non-Jews in Germany. Quite often, couples that had these kinds of mixed relationships were specifically isolated and publicly humiliated, like this couple here, which who were forced to wear these placards that specifically relate to the nature of their relationship. Finally, we should return to this one idea that's very, very powerful in many of Hitler's speeches in particular, this idea of redemptive anti-Semitism, a concept that was articulated by a historian named Friedlander. The notion is that by becoming an anti-Semite, you can save Germany, you can rescue Germany. Everybody knows, Henry once said, that there is this good Jew or that good Jew, and no one will appreciate the hard work we put in murdering all of these Jews. But nevertheless, it has to be done, this is the way the argument goes, for the sake of larger Germany. This particular image, which dates from 1920, very tempting to think was actually painted by Hitler himself. He was something of an amateur artist. You can see on the bottom, there are the initials AH, and very primitive early swastikas. This is before the Nazi movement even accepted Hitler into its ranks. But the image is portraying a nude Aryan woman, once again a Koreans, and behind her is this leering, looming, ugly Jew. And the idea is that the Jew is eventually going to have his way with this Aryan woman if someone doesn't step in and somehow avert the tragedy. That's something that Hitler said was essentially a cosmic and existential struggle, and that it was waged entirely against a hidden enemy, that the Jew had to be discovered is a very, very important thing. And it provided justification for what any other human being would regard as unjustifiable behavior. Let's spend just a few minutes talking about Hitler's personal and family background before we get to the history of the Holocaust itself. And in order to understand your very question, you have to look to a historiographic debate between two schools of thought as to how to interpret the Holocaust as a whole. One school is called the intentionalist school, and the other school is the functionalist school. Now, what does that mean? So, intentionalism, which is associated in particular with scholars like Lucy Davidovitz, who wrote a very important book called The War Against the Jews, 1933 to 1945, is a school of thought, which you may have heard of before, that essentially understands the Holocaust as the expression of one man's maniacal crusade to destroy the Jews in Europe and a small cadre of conspirators that joined him in this effort, particularly high-ranking Nazi officials like Himmler and Heydrich and Goering and so on, and the SS and a few other key elements in German society. The notion of this kind of conspiracy model of the Holocaust, which has a lot of really positive benefits to understanding the Holocaust, really grew out of the 1947 Nuremberg war crimes trials shown here, in which American prosecutors in particular wanted to try and define a legal strategy to identify those members of German society that could adequately be prosecuted, brought to justice, while at the same time maintaining a superior position for the Allies vis-a-vis the Soviet war they were having, the Cold War. There's a lot more to say about this, and I hope that we shall return to this at the very end of this course when we look at the aftermath of the Holocaust. But what ended up happening was the legal team essentially looks at the events of the Holocaust and defined it in this way, where Hitler was at the ground zero. He was the essential, necessary, and sufficient cause for the Holocaust. He drew to himself a small group of these co-conspirators, and essentially the vast majority of the population was basically duped into going along with this murderous plan. That's the intentionalist model, and it's so called because Hitler intended the Holocaust from the very beginning. That's the sense of that particular school of thought. The other school of thought, which begins to emerge in the late 1950s and especially into the 1990s, is associated with people like Christopher Browning, who wrote an extremely important book called Ordinary Men, Reserve Police Battalion 101, and the Final Solution in Poland. And this is an example of a very different approach to the Holocaust, which, without denying the absolutely virulent and violent hatred of Jews that Hitler had from a very young age, tries to look at the Holocaust kind of like from a different perspective and to understand, well, what were the major elements that allowed so many people to participate in this horrific social experiment of ridding Europe of its Jews. And by taking himself out of that particular mind frame that Hitler and his code of conspirators duped the rest of Europe, he was able to reveal a lot of really frightening new ways of looking at the Holocaust. And the most important of which is this idea that the Holocaust was a function of the war. The word function in the sense of, if you've studied functions and relations in mathematical theory, that when one thing changes, another thing changes as well. And the basic elements of functionalist historians and their thought is that as the war became more brutal, and as people became more inured to the inhumanity that was associated with the war, the Holocaust became more and more of a possibility. In other words, at the beginning of Hitler's reign, you have a certain amount of persecution, a certain amount of isolation and ostracism, and that grows throughout the interwar period until you have the acceptance of the idea of ghettoization, and then finally the acceptance of the idea of mass murder and even the gas chambers. Kind of like a ratchet effect, that as one thing changes, another thing changes as well, hence functionalism. Now, that's not to say that Hitler's anti-Semitism is not an important factor in the entire evolution of the Holocaust, or devolution might be a more appropriate term, but nevertheless, it sheds light on the general culpability of European society as a whole. If we take away the bright spotlight on Hitler, which tends to throw all of the background into a dark shadow, and we begin to look at the entire picture, we see that there's a much more complicated social phenomenon going on. And in fact, a lot of the functionalist theories about how the Holocaust came to be have been substantiated by research in experimental psychology and other disciplines. We will come to these issues throughout this course, and let us hold on to this idea of the intentionalist versus the functionalist interpretation of the Holocaust, because it will illuminate quite a bit of our approach to many questions as we will encounter. At any rate, looking at this aspect of the Holocaust, let us try to understand Hitler's particular role from his youth development of his own anti-Semitic attitudes. So if we look at his family, here is a rather dramatic picture of Hitler as a baby. The primary source we have for our understanding of Hitler's life is, unfortunately, Hitler himself. He lived an entirely unremarkable life, and we don't have a lot of independent third-party sources that can tell us anything sophisticated about a man who changed the course of world history. Basically, he had a rather unremarkable middle-class Austrian childhood. He was born in a border community called Braunau, Austria. You can see here on the map where it's located on the border of Austria and Germany. His father was a customs official named Alois Hitler Schicklgruber, and it's important to note that he was born with the name Schicklgruber, but later on, for reasons which are not entirely clear, he took the name Hitler, or possibly Hitler, after an adopted father. His own father was unknown, and that's how the name Schicklgruber was essentially that of his birth mother. The fact that his father was unknown, which is something which we will return to in a moment, may have plagued Hitler in his own notion of race purity. It's interesting to contemplate perhaps one of the ironies of history. What would have happened in World War II if Alois Hitler had never changed his name from Schicklgruber? Would there even have been a Holocaust if one had to say Heil Schicklgruber instead of Heil Hitler? It's really more relevant to alternative history than to modern critical study history. He married and married 3 wives in the space of 3 years. His last wife was Clara Hitler, shown here, significantly younger than Alois Hitler, and Adolf was her child. He was very close to his mother and very far from his rather distant father, who actually died when he was quite young. Hitler, as you can see here from this class photo, dated about when Hitler was approximately 10 years old. Historians are quick to point out the rather defiant posture with the crossed hands and the slightly upraised chin that would be indicative of the pose he would take in all kinds of public photographs for the rest of his life. Nevertheless, did not stand out from his peers. We know that he had a very difficult relationship with his father, and when he was orphaned first from his father and then shortly thereafter by his mother, he decided he would pursue training as an artist. The most respected school for the study of art was certainly the Vienna School of Art, and Hitler tried repeatedly to gain admission to the school, but he was rejected. And in fact, this would loom large in his own self-image. He would frequently look back with resentment on the multiple rejections that he received. And according to the philosopher Jean-Paul Sartre, this was really at the root of Hitler's anti-Semitism, the notion that a Jew had taken his place at the Vienna School of Art, that really he was good enough to study at the Vienna School of Art, but somehow he had been displaced by Jews who were unfairly allowed access to the school. So Sartre also wrote in his famous Réflexion sur la question juive, if the Jew did not exist, the anti-Semite would invent him. So for Sartre, the idea that Hitler's anti-Semitism was born from this need to explain his otherwise simple story of inadequacy is a large psychological theory. Perhaps we'll come back to it later in life. At any rate, as an artist, his work has been preserved to some degree, and it's rather, it's rather non-special in every way. We tend to do things like this, floral arrangements and landscapes and things like that. What is more fascinating are the few self-portraits that we have, such as this one, which shows him sitting alone on a bridge with a little X over his head. Not certain whether he added that himself, but it looks a little bit, if you can imagine, like sort of like adolescent angst-filled Instagram posts is really what he's doing, and gives you a little bit of a mindset into his thinking when he was in his late teens. Let us conclude by just a moment's reflection on the idea of psychohistory. Psychohistory is sort of like an offshoot of the School of Psychology and the School of History, And it was an attempt to try and impose some psychological analysis on figures in the past. A very difficult proposition indeed, especially because we're working with very limited sources. We're not able to interrogate the subject and so on. We can identify a few things about Hitler's early years. Certainly we can identify this. For example, he waxed quite poetic about Richard Wagner, who was a very important composer in the 19th century, who was, you may have heard the Flight of the Valkyries, for example, a very famous piece of music that is included in the movie Apocalypse Now and things like that. And Wagner tended to be sort of like an Odinist who wanted to return to the Norse gods and to the kind of Aryan nobility that they represented. They wrote these massive operatic pieces, Tristan und Isolde, and things like that. And Hitler really enjoyed a kind of heroic imagination and like this larger-than-life picture of what Germany and Germans stood for. Wagner, of course, was an inveterate anti-Semite himself. Hard not to see Hitler being influenced by that thought as well as his music. Another major influence on Hitler in his youth was Karl Lueger, shown here, very charismatic mayor of Vienna. Lueger ran essentially on anti-Semitic policies and specifically seemed to use anti-Semitism as a sort of political tool to beat his opponents and try to socially glue together his supporters in unison on the idea of anti-Semitism. He was, however, a rather pragmatic anti-Semite, and in some cases, he even appointed Jews to high positions within his administration. And when he was pressed about this, how can you appoint Jews? He said very famously, "Wer ein Jude ist, bestimme ich," meaning, I will be the one who decides who's a Jew here. So he had kind of like a pragmatic approach to anti-Semitism, but nevertheless, his public persona was definitely very anti-Semitic. A friend of mine recently posted a photograph of Lueger's statue, by the way. This is dated from the summer of 2020, where we were having here in America tremendous upheaval, a lot of questions about the national monuments that we have here, Civil War heroes and Civil War villains, things like that. And here is a statue in Vienna of Karl Lueger, who is famous for tremendous things he did for the city, but at the same time, his anti-Semitic legacy is very strong. And you can see painted all over this defaced statue is the word Schande, which means shame or for shame. And that's, I think, quite an interesting allusion to what's happening in America during this very difficult summer of 2020. At any rate, another aspect, as I mentioned, about the possible psychohistory of Hitler is this notion that his own grandfather was unknown. Now, many have opined that because we don't know who that grandfather is, perhaps Hitler's own grandfather was a Jewish man. It's highly, highly unlikely. There are some historians who point to the fact that his biological grandmother was treated once by a Jewish physician. Who knows, that kind of thing. Very, very unlikely kind of past encounters. But there's no question that this idea could have preyed very heavily on Hitler's mindset, particularly when his institutions were so demanding of racial purity. For example, if you wanted to belong to the SS, you had to prove that you had no Jewish blood in your background. Let us recall, by the way, that intermarriage between Jews and Germans was really quite high, something like 30% by the time Hitler comes of age in the early 1920s. So there's a significant number of people who have Jewish blood, although they're claiming to be full-blooded, so to speak, Aryan Germans. And so Hitler himself could not have proved that he had no Jewish blood in his system, and technically he would be invalidated from joining the SS himself. That must have galled him. Anyway, that gives you some sense of what Hitler's mindset would have been. Next, we're going to talk about his rise to power after World War I. I'd like to now speak a little bit about Hitler's rise to power. We're going to begin with World War I, and we're going to end in 1933 when he becomes Chancellor of Germany. So 1914 to 1933 are the years we're going to be discussing now. The most important turning point in Hitler's life, without doubt, is the experience of World War I. Here you can see a photograph of him famously in the Munich Alexanderplatz when World War I was first announced. And looking at that photograph, which is in the circle detail area, it seems that he's quite pleased with the announcement. There's no question that many Germans and many Europeans as a whole viewed World War I as some kind of bizarre cleansing process. They thought that World War I would allow the youth to kind of find their movement, find their sensibility, and to, in a manly way, encounter each other on the field of battle and emerge stronger and cleaner and more possessed of purpose. It was generally thought of as some kind of positive event. It was not viewed with the same horror that we look back on the beginning of the century now that we've lived 100 years of genocide ever since. Part of the reason is because people didn't have a sense of what this kind of global conflict would be like. A lot had happened since the last major conflagration, which would have been the Franco-Prussian War of 1870. And, the changes in technology, the changes in stability, and the change in the degree of carnage was something that Europeans were simply not prepared for at all. Just think about the kind of technological change, for example. This is the first war in technologies like these tanks were first deployed. Can you imagine what it would have been like when you're used to facing at most, perhaps, cavalry on horseback, and all of a sudden there's this unstoppable lozenge-shaped type device that can cross trenches and knock down trees and things like that. Airplanes were not heavily used for World War I, but primarily for reconnaissance and things like that. But the idea of war by air became much more significant during the course of the war, and was also a tremendous terror. The use of the machine gun, which had been developed earlier, in fact, it was used in the American Civil War in the 19th century, now reached European shores, and the idea of this rapid fire engine of death that could cut down swaths of people rather than single shot muskets that had been used 100 years earlier with the pause network to stamp down the gunpowder. This was an entirely different order of death. And people really weren't accustomed to the sense of it. The idea of gas. This is something which was not banned by world authorities before World War I. And the idea of releasing large clouds of gas that would float over into enemy trenches, or possibly, if the wind was wrong, float over into the civilian villages nearby, was something that represented a huge technological advance, or once again a step back in human progress as people felt the fear of gas at a greater level. It's important to note, of course, that Hitler himself was wounded by a gas attack, and that left a dramatic impact on his way of thinking about war and about the use of gas specifically. He famously said that he believed that all Jews should be held under gas, and that statement, which he made in the 1930s, was something that we tend to interpret in the sense of what happened in places like Auschwitz and Treblinka and Majdanek, but it's quite possible that Hitler was thinking more of how he suffered for the gas attack in World War I, but not necessarily thinking of the nefarious death camps that would come later on in the 1940s. Anyway, you can see a photograph of a soldier wearing a gas mask and his horse also wearing a gas mask. Again, the strange kind of combination of 19th century warfare with horses, 20th century warfare with gas. The sheer degree of shelling, especially over very narrow swaths of territory, was overwhelming. Here's a field that still shows the scars, even in 2020, of the battleground, the number of craters that indicate how heavily this region was shelled during the course of World War I. So the people who emerged after World War I named quite often disfigured veterans, losing limbs, things like that, came back to the European societies with a tremendous sense of malaise over the direction of society. There's a tremendous amount of questioning of, what happened to that kind of, marching forward in progress of human civilization and so on. And this generation is called the lost generation for that reason. And there's a lot more to say about that, but I'm going to have to keep this video short. Another major thing that had a very dramatic effect on Hitler's way of thinking is something called revisionism. The most dramatic element of the post-war era was certainly the redrawing of the borders of Europe. If you look on the left-hand side of this map, you see that Europe was basically dominated by large empires. On the left, Germany covers a large amount of territory. The Austro-Hungarian monarchy, which covered a whole slew of ethnicities, and the Russian Empire commands much of Europe. After World War I, the peace treaties that were signed, Germany and Austro-Hungary were the big losers. Russia, by the way, had fallen in a revolution in October 1917, so it was already gone as an empire, and a whole bunch of new countries were created in their midst. Looking at the map on the right, you can see that Germany has lost its land connection with East Prussia because Poland, a newly revived state that had disappeared in the late 18th century as a result of the annexation efforts of its neighbors, is now reborn, and since it had to have some kind of deep water port, it was given Danzig, or Gdansk, which separated Germany from East Prussia. Austro-Hungary, which ironically only had about 1/3 of its population was Austrian-Hungarian, is suddenly broken up into all these new countries. You see Czechoslovakia, which had been called a dagger, pointed at the heart of Germany. Yugoslavia is newly created. Romania is at large. And towards the east, the Russian Empire uses its territories in Lithuania, Latvia, and Estonia, and part of Ukraine is added to Poland. So there's a really dramatic mixing up of the borders. There are some winners, like the Czechs and Slovaks, from that country, and there are some big losers, like Austria-Hungary. One of the ironies that, for example, with Austria is that during the wartime era, the country was led by an admiral. And if you look at the map of Austria, you'll see that it has no outlet to the sea, but nevertheless they had an admiral in charge of the country. That's just pointing to the kind of insecurities that were associated with these new boundaries. Also of note, more than half of Poland's citizens were not ethnic Poles. You can imagine that would lead to a lot of destabilization. And the capital city of Lithuania, historically, Vilnius, was actually not located in its own country, Lithuania. It was located in the boundaries of Poland. Some amazing and bizarre changes were put into place as there was a large population, specifically the losers of World War I, who wanted to revise the peace treaties, hence the term revisionism, which is used, by the way, in other contexts later. Today, when people speak about Holocaust revisionists, these are non-scholars who want to try to undermine any of the scholarly historical understanding of the Holocaust and to revise it to make things look less anti-Semitic. But anyway, in this context, revisionism refers specifically to the desire to revise post-World War I treaties so that some of the countries that lost territory or lost status would somehow regain it. Germany, obviously, was a major revisionist country who wanted to take back a lot of what had happened during World War I. And Hitler was very closely allied with this revisionist thing. In particular, Germans referred to something called the Dolchstoß. This is a term meaning the stab in the back. And in this short video, I'm not going to go into the really small details about why they believe this was the case. But many Germans who were in a revisionist mindset felt that the reason they lost World War I was not due to the ineptitude of their armed forces. Rather, it was due to some kind of betrayal that happened in the heartland, specifically associated with Jews. There was, in fact, a law inside Germany that the war should no longer be prosecuted. It lasted from 1914 to not have surrendered. We should have pressed on to victory. And victory was within our grasp if it were not for unnamed backstabbers associated with Jews, they would have won the war. So this kind of feeling of national betrayal that permeated the 1920s. Here you can see an Austrian cartoon, and again, the Austrians were also huge losers in World War One. And you can see the image here of a lantern-jawed, brave Austrian soldier who's sitting in the trenches, a characteristic of World War One, bravely looking off and steely-eyed as he surveys the enemy and is certain not to let them cross the boundary. But to his rear, with storm clouds brewing, this ugly anti-Semitic caricature of a Jewish woman wearing a French-style hat stabs him in the back. There is, by the way, a very close connection between anti-Semitic propaganda and misogynistic propaganda. That is, the hatred of women and the hatred of Jews. They tend to go hand in hand. Maybe at another class we'll have a chance to explore that connection in great detail, but not now. So there's this idea that Germany should have won. Germany should have been the masters of Europe, but in fact, Germany was stabbed from the back, typically by Jews. That's an idea that's motivating their conflict. The anti-Semitic feeling in the 1920s was literally palpable, particularly in the form of something called Rothschild, or necessity money. I'm just going to use this as an illustration of the kind of feelings of anti-Semitism and how close to the surface they were in the 1920s. Germany went through a tremendously hard time right after World War One. They were saddled with hyperinflation, where people's life savings, their life insurance policies, and so on, all just simply disappeared in this global economic collapse. There was the war guilt clause that was applied to Germans. There was the humiliating demilitarization of border areas, and Germans felt very badly about how they were treated in the Versailles and other treaties after World War One. Have a look at this Notgeld, for example. This is Notgeld refers to currency that is locally produced because typically the national currency has lost its validity. So people are not able to exchange national German currency because the value is dropping all the time. They'll make up their own currency, their own, as it were, dollar bills that will be used locally as a generally accepted rate of exchange. So here's a 50 note from the town of Rothschild, and on the one side you have this kind of cartoon drawing that describes where Rothschild is between Hamburg and Bremen. But then when you look on the obverse, you see there is a distinctly anti-Semitic image that shows capitalist Jews with their waistcoats and their bulging bellies and the heavy nose, the bald head, the bulging jowls hanging from a tree as the ravens come to feast on their corpses. In other words, this kind of currency is telling the bearer that we believe that all Jews should be killed. Can you imagine if you're a young kid and your mother says, would you please go to the store and pick up a quart of milk and here's some money? If you're a Jewish kid and you're looking at, wow, this is what my neighbors think of me. That's the level of anti-Semitism that was prevalent in the 1920s. Here's another example from the city of Sternberg, which commemorated an ancient desecration of the host libel that occurred in that town. Here on one side is two bills. You see medieval drawing of the town of Sternberg, and here is the story. On the right, you can see a group of Jews who have gone to a corrupt priest, and they buy from him the host. The host is a wafer that Catholics will use in their religious ceremonies, which is, through translations, identified with the founder of Christianity. I won't go into the details of theology here, but basically, the host is holy, especially since the 13th century, when this doctrine was really pushed in Europe. They can take this host, which again is identified with the founder of Christianity, and they torture it. Here you see in this image, they've got it typically on their Passover seders, that's the way the story goes, and on the left they are stabbing the host and it's running free with blood, a miraculous event that also, provides support to the whole argument that the wafer is in fact the founder of Christianity. And then they're discovered, and burned alive. Now, this last slide is actually what happened in Sternberg about 500 years prior, and it is celebrated as some kind of important element of city history that is so wonderful that we should put it on our currency. Can you imagine what that must be like for the Jews who lived in Sternberg? Incredible. But that gives you a sense of what it was like in the 1920s, vis-a-vis the kind of background noise level of anti-Semitism that could be found in Germany. Here's in Austria nearby a 1920 election poster that says German Christian, German here used in the sense of an ethnicity. German Christians, Rettet Österreich, save Austria, right? And the picture shows the Austrian eagle being strangled by this disgusting worm-like creature that is clearly identified as an observant Jew with the forelocks and with the side locks and the forked tongue of a snake and so on. It's really hard not to interpret this negatively for Jews. So Hitler was definitely very much part of this kind of feeling. He joined the nascent Nazi Party at this time, and in 1923 he was associated with the Munich Beer Hall Putsch. The word putsch basically means like an attempted violent takeover of the government. The putsch which Hitler participated in was short-lived. The Nazi Party was rife with informants, and the police broke it up very easily. And Hitler was tried and sent to jail. However, he met with a very supportive judge who essentially identified with much of Hitler's ideology and much of the Nazi Party's political aims, and so he gave him a very cushy ride, less than a year for attempting to take over the government. Can you imagine that? And in France, as you can see him here, actually in the Landsberg prison, is allowed to have visitors. He's clearly in prison uniform. He had a personal cook. He had a personal valet there. His autobiography, Mein Kampf, which means literally my, and kind of like you have today in certain types of urban cultures, by going to jail for his beliefs, he earned street credibility, street creds. And when he came out of jail, he was like a rock star. He was hugely famous, and his Mein Kampf book was well read, even though it is a scurrilous, hard to put together argument with lots of screeds against Jews and things like that. Nevertheless, he emerged from that period a hero and was able to parlay this popularity into the leadership of the Nazi Party and then ultimately to all of Germany. Here's a photograph of the so-called Sturmabteilung, the brown shirts as they're popularly known. This is one wing of the early Nazi Party. They were later destroyed by Hitler in 1934 as he tried to gain a little bit more respectability for his movement in the so-called Night of the Long Knives. But throughout the 1920s and into the early 1930s, these brown shirts were like kind of thugs that would march around and intimidate journalists and so on. With the paramilitary, people were afraid to stand up to him because, among other things, he actually had a kind of a quasi army at his disposal. In the elections, you can see that the power of the Nazis proceeded at pace. In the elections of May 1928, it's the only claim that's where he only got 2.6% of the election. But by September 1930, that has risen to 18.25, and by July 1932, a very strong 37.27%. Now, for those of you who are watching this in America, you may think 27, that's not a you need to have at least 1% to be able to form a government. But that's because you're thinking in American terms where there are basically only two major parties that have any serious shot at winning the presidency in modern America. In Germany, there was a plethora of parties, much like, for example, in Israel, in this parliamentary system that made up the government. And the government typically goes to the party that is able to have the largest single plurality. So if you look at this chart here, you can see that the Nazis claimed 33% of the popular vote. The Social Democratic Party was the second largest party, claiming 20%. And so Hitler had to essentially make coalitions with the other parties in order to govern. But he was given that opportunity in 1933 by his name actually chancellor. His greatest enemies, the ones he feared the most, were the communists, and then through some political wrangling, which takes a little further afield, he was able to eventually sideline the communists and ultimately consolidate his control as the chancellor of Germany. And it's at this point that we're going to read this video, and we're going to look at how he implemented his anti-Jewish policies during the interim period after being named chancellor. Thank you very much for watching. Building that houses the church parliament. A lot of discussion as to how that is set, but circumstances I think really definitely capitalized on it. In particular, the scope here against the Congress, who are these political bloc that the most. He passes immediately after neighboring essentially a law that very important to remember that Hitler was democratically elected to Congress. He definitely made use of the tricks and misleading rhetoric. Of course, it was easy to say it's the first time that they've spoken on it last video. But he was nevertheless elected as an important cautionary tale for us. Shortly after establishing the naval act, round up his political opponents, journalists, various individuals, organizations that he felt threatened his power base and create the first concentration camps. We will contrast these early concentration camps with 6 death camps later on in his course. The 8 different some of the concentration camps were designed primarily for political enemies. They house non-Jews, and as a whole, legal, nothing like the death so-called presidents killed, but they were established. Now he set up concentration camps all over Germany, primarily. Shortly after that, he has all the political parties disbanded, but they were exceptions to the Nazi Party. So, in a nutshell, within a few months of the chancellor, Hitler attempted to dictate the country, and a very limited population followed further. It's much more to say about the social culture, but we're going to focus specifically on those aspects. There are 2 major things that are happening in terms of the social level. One element is the social ostracism of others, the designation of those not part of the national narrative, that's where it comes from, and isolation of those groups of persecution. On the first feel this are so-called Jehovah's Witnesses. This is a Protestant group. They are popular in America as well, America. And in Germany, they were that was applied to offspring of African soldiers served in European on German territory. And there was a certain number of a lot of people in this country, but that there was serving in church through false relationships with women and used offspring. These mixed race individuals were blown out of proportion in terms of size, and also in terms of their reported negative racial impact on people. And these were target was higher. So by that backwards, which is again identified as outside. Shortly after that, 1933, Germany passed a law called the Law for the Prevention of Genetically Diseased Offspring. Horrible names, such as the state they wanted to determine anyone who was most negative as perceived as the German population as the state was given the right to sterilize. And obviously, the term genetic is inappropriate for early period of what they felt were appropriate criteria. Genetic level people, characteristics that we might consider curable as politically or ideological or religious, certainly, and order of invention terms really is lost. Horrible period in which these individuals were isolated with stuff like early prevention unsuccessful. In April of 1933, Germany attempted to impose a nationwide boycott of Jewish business. This was unpopular for public population for various reasons. Perhaps the most pragmatic is that people enjoy going to Jewish stores and so on because they had better value than other stores. Also, it was felt to disrupt the entire economic system of the country. Jews were deeply invested in natural activity of the state. A very small number of people, about 1% of the population of all, 1.5 million people, but the boycott ended up being a big flop. Hitler sent out his asylum, the so-called brown shirts, essentially sergeants in military uniform, to wear these kinds of signs that said, Germans beware, do not buy anything from Jews, they stand outside Jewish businesses, they would deface the windows and storefronts of Jewish businesses and so on, but it turned out not to be a very popular thing for the Germans at all, and it caused them to be abandoned. Hitler, however, was quite innovative, and we find other ways to do something. The very important thing that we must understand is that for every minority that is often if there also includes rather than a lot of these good something called distinction, literally bringing so this is not about saying that these populations are not us, but let us emphasize the job of being inside. It says inside. You see this interpreted from earliest here, for example, the Rothschild because the next matter focus on how military discipline, order, and all kinds of people questions or as David wouldn't go to would say about the idea of like you may not be part of the outgroup, but you are definitely included in the outgroup. And a self-reinforcing social model that if you want to participate even more in this shelter, bringing together. When it comes to Jews, the most problematic issues for aliens was the question of who exactly is Jew. Do we understand these Jewish? So that we can properly put that in the outcome. Because Germany, for at least a century, had to work through a process of greater and greater assimilation on the part of the Jewish population, which in marriage rate is roughly 1.3, such as what we did. And there are many esteemed Germans who are at the very top of their cultural hierarchy who are in fact Jewish or partially Jewish. Great authors like Florence, Marx, they're on Germans of Jewish origin, Einstein, were regarded as geniuses. So we're reading it out. That's not the ordinary, very demanding thoughts. So those are Jewish origin. So that's Germany had to define who was a Jew. The most significant product in our was the so-called the Unitary Law, which identified once and for all what Nazi Jews were. On this chart, you can see that anyone with 4 with Jewish is considered a Jew. Anyone with 4 Aryan grandparents, that is not Jewish, basically, which is considered a Jew. Then you have this category, so-called Michigan. The Michigan the first distribution is something like 2 Jewish grandparents, or Michigan the second distribution that diluted was somewhat more Jewish. Then, this is what I want to say about the priority of some gas chambers, and the Michigan has the second. Notice also that the chart makes no recognition whether it's a grandmother or a father, maternal or paternal descent, that it does have a Jewish descent. It does not have so with the passing of the Williams laws in 1935, then you can have actual formally classified a whole series of laws laws of German Palladian monarchy that took place that specifically banned use of a variety of occupations. Some symbolic gestures, like you're not allowed to fly the flag, some issues related to the last child, second, where Jews were not allowed to employ female servants, 40 things like that. So perhaps the most significant are civil service institutions. Jews no longer allowed that any kind of job that is associated with the state. Jews do not serve as judges, as teachers, for example. You see that this particular really explicit propaganda the bar teaching of church, while allowing to make themselves propaganda classes. This the cover of the book describes a sort of dream problem where you should never trust these thoughts in the field, nor a Jew on this policy. Very definitely. And in this sort of things in a historical way, what European laws must have been like, this is a school, a public school, in which all of the Jews are told out. You can see that the laughing, happy, cheerful, blonde, arrogant children are tormenting the ugly, noble Jews with less than pure complexions. Curly hair. He's not children also with the future as well. Aryanism as their school. to law for their own business. But as with our non-Jewish partner, with that non-Jewish partner, 50% control of the business. So the shop owners hire the general gets the things of the store, a bunch of other economic several stereotypical
Can you hear me? What's going on, Dave? Can you hear me? How's your day going? Fuck you. Fuck you, couch.
working at the left, their chest is a left upright, so on and so on. Bus email is the Jewish city brother, commerce, overlay, so the kind of mindset goes with the house group. Last thing Chandra was of particular concern. This is literally race shame. Hitler himself had a fixation. And there's nothing that Hitler done because of his cult of personality. He was percolated down throughout the anti-German society as a whole. Western China specifically refers to the relationships that involve male and female partners. But this amount of out, intelligence, and so on, typically employ the ground to rough up things of mixed couples, married each couple, women is where the signs that she refers to herself as a pig, she has Jews, it's a right of Jewish men, it's also saying it's here's another example. Civilians surrounded by ground troops themselves. Civilians was really important to other and after the Nuremberg laws, the whole city was concept was only for signs that you can say use that concept of the Jews are not welcome in this country. Because I saw it in the United States. During by the end of that year, policy that I criticize that says allies allies allow territory to be not areas for first of all, this is a region that was after World War I. There symbolic help, but it was power. Second, which the first Austria, Austria, everything separate. Austria was and many Austrians felt which their wagon Hitler's very important. Finally, for itself, better that it would shine like not advance on any other not just chapter that Let us recall very simultaneously so pacify once that was he had the rest of that a secret that was signed by so-called military trucks. So one especially actually basically said that Thomas not the truck as double cross with its sacrifice once he had once after at this time the faith style of but it's more holding the market. OCM is not it's separated by several nodes with holes here in the middle. And then right at that down starts the so-called Baltic. Now all of these regions part of the Russian Empire before 1970. And then Russian Empire collapsed in two revolutions. Together, Bosnia with the Soviet Republic. And these four countries, over the Northern Atlantic, other countries were also something like that. And so the Soviets wanted back some of that territory. And they did want that. They did some of it. And in fact, in Germany, they West and the Soviet cities of the East. And that's interesting because in fact, that's exactly what we did shortly after this happened as a summer. So, this is what was happening. Germany, why is this large established area which are basically there's going to be a little bit more complicated business but right that's and starting at Latin now they did establish a couple of social of Lithuania, but they were dominant. Similarly, this is a little bit more comprehensive. Here's one where there is some adjustments to the map. These are the course these have very basic foundations of for example, Lithuania, especially but you have to look at the left, you see Russian buildings like China's, red, Russian, the establishment of the ghetto speaking about some of these aspects of life and death. Let us begin with the invasion of Poland in December of 1930. You recall that Poland was totally out by the rapid not more typical than other people. But one of the features of the Jewish experience is the abundance of sort of a nasty one of the announced phenomena of the early on innovation is called a 939, where it's sending out and abuse, especially those who are obviously Jewish, for those Republicans. They have a distinct photographic record of this. And here you can see, for example, some members of the Wehrmacht publicly humiliating the Jew by forcing him to wear his prayer shawl and mutilated their still in the phylacteries around his African here in the background. Orthodox Jews through the years were especially targeted, and the forelocks, the tails were cut off, and were cut off, some were not cut off. In some cases, we have evidence of even children being attacked and having their tails set on fire and running around screaming like a bit of a disease. One of the reasons why we have such a distinctive photographic record of experience is that the Nazis themselves took these photographs and sent them back home into the dress and drive and so on. So that just one thing but within short order, the Nazis really identified some geographic designations for was the establishment of each called general French as the general. You see here in this the outside of the whole photo. Red border, Soviet Nazi border that we spoke about in the previous lecture, that was of course responsible by the Nazis in 1941. And the general was a lot of the things was expanded to include delicious things. This would have been now, what exactly was intended for this region? Something that Nazis themselves debated and articulated. It's clear that the west, that the left, and south, and later we as well. But locally, the Nazis did not make clear policy against those places that they were this important together house yellow stars shortly after the white stars after the but the last stars to the south are especially the area because that lines up later on. There are many other devils not shown on this. One last thing that's very important. When you compare, with them all, with associated ghettos and the establishment of the state, they should compare. But they are all together living off there. It's very clear. Think for a moment about how difficult it must have been to establish ghettos within very small rural cities, which have Jewish populations that stretch out to some 800,000. Jews often are associated with urban locations, and they tend to live in downtown commercial districts because of their occupational profile, which favors commerce. So you have was a lot of local authorities object having in certain cities, retail, for example, hospitals, major thoroughfares. And so by the time they finally decided where the boundaries would be, and then front of several times you can see on the right the red flashing is where the boundaries were shrunk. Not that there are less people larger ghettos, but of course had lots of Jewish refugees coming into the city, hoping it would be better for them there than it was. Time villages southeast of Europe, it was further crowded into the smaller area. Yellow boundaries show the areas where added very minor additions to the yellow boundaries. But as you can see, the shape of it is great. There are major section streets that are off limits to use, and so one of the owners address on the other side of the boundary with all the way around the wood to make that happen. There were in some ghettos folks that were bisected by belt lines and so that public transportation through the ghettos and done these things themselves, and it was really quite interesting establish the ghetto boundaries over the objection of regular boundaries were established. In some cases, they were surrounded by walls, as you see here also in Rothschild. And the walls were typically constructed with forced labor from the two populations. One of the purpose there is that it was an arm that was required, even though they would be housed in itself. However, most ghettos actually did not have physical walls that bound the entire society. Most of them were open, but they were guarded at the rear by large number of walls outside of the ghetto, and it was readily turn over to fade into the population background outside the ghetto wall. These were the sort of social where these two ones ghetto jargon pattern. And the Jews were actually been quite often not by physical values, but by social values. So many Jews, however, did manage to survive on the ghetto part of underground that was appearing to be non-Jewish and simply needed the background. Sometimes adopted by families of the country and so on. But that's the opposite of what I just. So most of the ghettos were actually open. Only a minority of them were actually physically certified. What the Nazis meant by the ghetto was very significant because, again, when you have something clear direction, local authorities were given tremendous latitude in determining how they wanted to implement what they thought was this way of life. Basic approaches that were adopted by the leadership and ultimately by the leadership. On the one hand, some ghettos were so-called production ghettos, like this was example. Here, the thinking was that, okay, all these Jews are needed allowed to very concentrated areas, but so-called why should they be doing this stuff? And in these productionists, they said, well, the best thing is we should use the slave labor. And in fact, what happened is that unless the factories were created primarily in the South, which was originally the city of Rothschild, and it got this population of 150. And so then the work was brought out of those places to live. And the Jewish population needed very highly desired work on this thinking that there was some logic, there was some sense to the generation. And I think it's one that keeps their heads down, operate the military, maintain their jobs, and maintain their politics, and that we have this. On the other side, the systems get rid of more stars. Whereas the purpose of the ghetto was simply where the people would have to die off starvation, disease, and simply keep them in what area that is contained that we execute that's a policy that the Warsaw Ghetto open business. For example, if it's that word together or mix it that so you have it. Bear in mind that most areas in America are considered to be 1,000 calories. 150 calories. Obviously, so also build around three kinds of quiet ways. Not the way it's not true. You have to check it out. But never little bit. So I get it. Was that if a statue was to be raised, you know, with the ghetto, they're not the ghettos have this is the time when major death so look at that over just like that. So that's high for concentrations of the ghetto to various death camps. People gathered in places called the Rothschild plots. They importation cells. This is a lot of that. This is photographed from Warsaw with men on the left and women on the right. They would be forced to go to the house with shadow thing, which would put their hearts to the let us continue our discussion on ghettos. I think we have a couple of constitutions that have to say system of activation of diabolical personality. Rather, it is the evil and banal that these injustice is kind of a white because where we see present So typically, Nazis would come in not quite municipal organization, but something that's late antiquity, especially in the medieval years, where Jews took care of their past themselves, and they tend to organize a full range of self-help institutions, orphanages, services for poor tribes, creating executive leadership, see separation as a federation, American federation, Japanese federation, where New York would have a federation that is made out of leaders who are collective, organizing or things like that. So we have this for thousands of years, and that's how it is now. What's the leadership of it? I mean, right? We want groups to gather together here. Typically, what is operations to support leadership, establish leadership, define, say, show them. Second in charge, and the second charge might have to be killed, but there would come a point somewhere down the line would have to say, I will think about it. It's not that they're necessarily seeking to franchise themselves, certainly seeks not to kill them, but they felt that, well, by there's no point in resisting the shoot us, so let us establish those possessions. Maybe that's not what it is either. Maybe you can stay first as he said. Of course, scraps to rely on figure out this off. We have to have it detailed whether that day the temperature reflects a lot of his personal concerns about his sons and daily interaction with the Nazis. From his own perspective, the Nazis would be increasingly constructive demands of the Jewish community. And it became obvious that all of these were sacrificed for certain that German suicide was all side. Record of his interaction with Nazis sheds its light on the other hand, I custody of village maniacal fashion, who actually, lorded over all bias factor. Running. A lot of stage kind of things like this that indicates that leadership is kind of, I read, noted, but not necessarily legitimate leadership of the Jewish state, but rather there's not a variation on ghettos, but Cherry and Miller would hopefully show us kind of the opposites of constant Rothschild is essentially the native art of the country that you actually built after the population, which they did with, for example, the most needed Jewish police would often be tricked out with small uniform devices like a hat, belt, and of course the regular armband, would sometimes also be armed with a baton, but he was in charge of enforcing demands on the Israelites that were coming from masses, like fraud, confiscation of laborers, of furs, guarding of borders, ghetto, ultimately, person of general police, followed by health, would be on the last train headed out of the ghetto. Their structure, again, trying to save themselves consciously for families, but nevertheless, doing so by paying the rest of the places are operating as difficult to assess by a lot of people together for collaboration. Dominant experience of existence together was not like starvation and tightness should also understand that a lot of things happen together as well. Much of the data society is very likely murdered by whatever number of linguists created that are kind of sounds, which assemble all of these samples of collectors, together packets, whatever. For example, like Warsaw actually had a functioning medical school that they had a red line where they had theater and the organization there's also the upside together about a lot of illegal currencies running together, primarily trusted by smugglers. They have an active nightlife, prostitution, violence, or shameful acts of this, as well as social society, both of them, red of experiences and attitudes and postures, everything happening as a microcosm. It's important to look at resistance here, although I'd like to come back to a later discussion. In Warsaw Ghetto, there was remarkable acts of resistance that occurred. Here, the vast majority of the population, fact that reality that are like heroic, largely symbolic after lives actually made a strong impact on other populations struggling with the natural as well. For the most part, resistance together was not a without revolver fired at Nazi soldiers, Nazi ghettos, Nazi Nazis never intended so there's a strong desire, especially on the part of the Russian and the traditional teachers as well, why town systems. So for the most part, the resistance in the ghetto was small at first. It's some of the ghetto was an active organized resistance, so we will come back to it later on. We focus on resistance in particular, but far more impressive, I think, is the spiritual resistance that we see with figures like Rabbi Shapira, also known as the Nation of Kodesh, which is the title given to his diaries from the Warsaw Ghetto, not really diaries, they were public speech or social structures that delivered in the Warsaw Ghetto. Absolute phenomenal spiritual heroism as the rabbi struggled week after week to counsel his beleaguered constituents and to persuade them to remain strong in the face of such a potent onslaught that the Nazis represented. And these are topics that deserve a lot more attention, but these are very big factors. Thank you very much for watching. One of the phenomena that is so prominent is the fact that it took so little for the Nazis to find a waste of obedience and American conflict. Both their military population and civilian population, as we should see, it's remarkable that such a number of right behind messages, propaganda, that leverage size to such military. We'll see this over and over again as we delve into certain aspects of the Holocaust. One of the most controlled we get into this work, what's the level is the infamous Milhouse experiment. It's famous for discovering something very negative. The Milgram experiment is actually the subject of several documentaries how strong the virtues to actually go and watch and understand the Milgram. You can't by count this experiment, which is published under the title of Obedience, but for the sake of brevity and of the introduction, I wanted to take a couple minutes to just explain what the Milgram experiment was, what its interesting was. Stanley Milgram was a scholar at Yale. In the early 1960s, he devised an experiment which would probably face a lot of challenges from institutional perhaps today, but he was especially interested in trying to understand the circular question how the whole such a large population. So he created this experiment in which he wanted to see what it would take for a total stranger to be obedient enough to kill another human being. Let me explain exactly how it's set up. First of all, he had two actors or accomplices play specific roles in the experiment, and the subject of the experiment was completely unaware that the other two people involved were in fact actors who were not big things. The first was a doctor, someone who had a tragic authority like his white coat, and often, body posture, standing as opposed to sitting, and different kinds of things to generally convey authority. But these were all kind of like external trappings of authority. There was nothing really, demonstrated with credentials and so on. Kind of gave off the aura of authority. Then he hired another person who played a learner. This was an actor who would pretend to be another subject off the street, such that the real subject, who was assigned the role of teacher, would think that the other person was similarly just off the street like he was. The subject was told by the doctor that they were going to conduct an experiment in the learning where one person would be randomly chosen to be the teacher, the other would be randomly chosen to be the learner, and they would go through an experiment to see what effect, for example, a small electric shock would have on the ability to retain memory of a list of words. The assignment of which person was the teacher and which person was the learner was, of course, fixed. And the subject off the street was always given the role of teacher. And now, basically, what would happen is the teacher would be shown a device that looked like this and had a whole series of switches. And under each of the switches was a label from mild to strong to extreme to danger XXX. And this was a machine that would deliver a small electric shock. And in fact, they would hook it up to the teacher, that is the real subject off the street, and let him sample a very, very light electric shock. And then what they would do is they would take the teacher, that is the subject, the person who thinks he is working with another subject, into another room where they would hook up the learner, which of course an actor. And so all along, the subject who thinks he is being a teacher thinks he is going to be delivering electric shocks to the learner every time the learner makes a mistake. In the initial iteration of the experiment, the learner was placed in a different room where the teacher would hear the verbal responses of the learner, that is the actor, but they weren't actually live responses, they were pre-recorded responses that the teacher thought were live. And then this was conducted through a microphone, but later he needs to be hearing through the wall as he was speaking. So what would happen is the subject who thinks he's a teacher would read a series of words, and then he would go back and read the first word of the pair, and the learner would have to repeat the other word that the learner got it wrong. The teacher was supposed to deliver an increasingly large electric shock. The learner would object as they went through this ritual, and the learner would say, no, I don't want to do this anymore, let me out, let me out. And then towards the end of the experiment, the learner would simply go silent, as if it would sound like he had a heart attack or something. And the point of the experiment was that we wanted to see how long it would take for the subject, again, who's a total stranger off the street, doesn't realize that it's all set up, doesn't realize that there are no electric shocks being delivered. We wanted to see how much an electric shock the subject would give before he gave up and said, I'm refused to essentially kill every time the subject would turn over to the doctor who was sitting in the room with them, say, I think something's wrong, I think we should stop. The doctor would have a series of responses like, the experiment requires you to continue. I take responsibility. The experiment must go on. All kinds of different things like that. And the subject would be persuaded with these simple statements. Nothing more serious like, the experiment will be ruined if you don't continue. And we want to see will the subject deliver that every shot. The results are terrifying. 65% of the subjects who delivered they would show distress. They would turn to the doctor saying, hey, I don't think we should do this anymore. But with the lightest of product, go back to the task. 65%, 2/3 go off the street in the early 1960s. New Haven, Connecticut, Americans were totally willing to kill these strangers. Terrifying something. Phenomenal information. Milgram took these results, which were mind-blowing. He had asked a lot of experts in advance what percentage they thought would actually go through with it. And experts said, maybe a fraction of a percent, 2/3. So we tried many different variations. The experiment has been repeated, and it always comes back to that number. Around 2/3 of people are willing to do this. Now, you could get some variations. For example, if it was done, not on a campus holiday, it's very respectable and what to do. But if you did it, for example, in some strip mall or something like that, where the sketchy, okay, then the results went down a little bit. Also, results went down the more you separated the victims from the more you separated the learner from the teacher. So, for example, where the teacher was required to physically put the hand of the subject on a metal plate to receive the electric shock, then the compliance went down and so on. But the overall number, the base number, repeated over and over again in many countries, is about 2/3 of people that are living on this electric shock. So again, I strongly recommend you go and watch yourself because it's unbelievable. We're seeing the faces of people as we deal with the laws and microbes. This is electric shock or an experiment, which is not especially important. The implications for the Holocaust are huge because we see that the Nazis were able to simply say, the country is depending on you. You must do your duty as a journalist. You must follow through with this experiment, but everyone else is doing it. And this leads to violence. Also, the Nazis learned that the further away they could actually pose the violence, meaning if you weren't actually the person watching the people being gassed in the chambers, if you were rather someone who drew up the train schedules or someone who simply set up the distribution of stolen property, if your particular role in it was very far away from
Freak nature. Absolutely, baby.
Intellectually, that something very bad is happening. Seems to go along with it. So terrifying.
Everybody should be like freak nature.
Help us understand the
Yes.
logical, sociological underpinnings of the whole. Thank you very much.
Bitch. The idea of death penalty.
The idea
30 brief lectures on how to kill Jews.
We should spend a little bit of time thinking about the intellectual
Oh, you
origins
little
of
bitch.
the idea within the context of the Holocaust. I want to say
Come on, you
two
fuck.
things by way of introduction. First off, we should be aware that there are really two different kinds of camps. Towards the end of the war, the distinction between them was the word, but in the middle of the war, there's a very clear white line that separates
My balls.
black circulation or concentration camps.
Oh no.
See you destruction camps. They literally make
Come on, you little
nothing camps.
bitch.
I translated that as the death camps because these were camps which were not designed.
Dude, there's so many fucking pop-ups.
To hold, enemies.
Not sure where to start. No, I know exactly where to start.
The state, anti-social, criminal, people belonging to a different political persuasion and so on. These are camps which were designed exclusively, or almost
bullshit
exclusively, for the purpose of death. In other words, to take in living beings and
Worse.
squeeze every last
WORST. Also worse. WBRS. Hey, hey. Come on, you little bitch.
And then simply kill them. We look in a future video at the actual operation of the camps, but we're going to look now at the origin of the idea. The second thing that's important for us to remember is that the timing of the death camps is very clearly related to Operation Barbarossa. As Barbarossa progressed, we begin to see the idea of the death camp come to fruition. Some historians have argued that the conception of the death camp really came about because Barbarossa succeeded beyond Hitler's imagination, that he had penetrated the Soviet defenses so easily and was able to murder so many hundreds of thousands of Jews and others with machine gun fire behind us
Look at what
that he said as a
Where
way
are
of
you going?
stopping us from doing this war efficiently.
baby.
Other arguments are that no, in fact, towards the
Smells like the docks.
you get to see the death camps really getting into an experimental mode. With the winter slowing down of Nazi troops,
Oh, you little
there began to,
bitch.
kind of like
This is the
emerge
worst.
in those minds
The
of Germany, the idea
worst.
that perhaps they would not survive the war as a whole. And then ultimately their defeat some years down the road was betrayed by the Russian women.
Messages fail
So
too
Hitler thought,
long.
as it were, if I can't win the war,
Messages fail too
then at least I can win
long.
my war against the Jews. So either of those two possibilities has merit, and perhaps a combination of both of them. But let's look now at the idea of the death per se. As we mentioned in the second lecture of this series,
This guy,
the intellectual
come on, dog.
origin of
Hurry the
death
fuck up.
camps
T4 program. It's like T2.
named after a
Like
dress
D2.
or
My
a
ducks are
staff
back.
that housed something
Hold
called charitable foundation
on.
for cure
What is this bullshit?
This is such a
Hold
cynical
on.
type of argument, typical of the Nazi
This is the
vocabulary.
worst.
Really, what this was all about was a Nazi plan to rid the German people of any other population that had any mental or
Hold
physical
on.
as you see in this picture here, a propaganda picture from the era, labeled one as life without hope. And the Nazis essentially relegated all kinds of people with mental illnesses, with physical disabilities, with Down syndrome, and other types of disabilities as being life without hope, or as they said in different contexts, life unworthy of life. However, they even to repeat it is
Hold on.
This plan was to take these people, children and later adults, and to murder them. The plan ultimately hit a roadblock when there was objections, particularly from the church, when the would began to regard that this is in fact what they were doing. But nevertheless, the idea of mass murdering a specific population, in this context, not necessarily Jews at all, but people with physical or mental disabilities, allowed Hitler to explore the idea of a more mechanized, systemized, bureaucratized murder. And they used gas, first carbon monoxide, as their weapon of choice. Here's another example that shows the way the Nazis thought of human beings in a transactional manner. This is a propaganda post that describes a mentally ill person and how much it would cost to maintain his life in Germany. As if to say that these people who have life without hope, these people who are going through a life that is unworthy of life, look how much it costs society. We should not be paying this amount of money. They are not worth that amount of money. We begin to see the idea of the T4 methodology applied to Jews in two major areas. The first is an important conference that took place at a Berlin resort called Wannsee in this building, where Hitler's top officials gathered together a circle of men to decide how to put in place the so-called end user, or the final solution. They were working with some experiments that I'll discuss in a moment as data for their plans. But this is actually the first clear, unequivocal indication of the Nazis' plan to massacre all the Jews of Europe. Importantly, at this conference was Adolf Eichmann, shown here, and he was in many ways the architect of the actual mechanism of the Holocaust, the death camps in particular. And at this conference in January of 1942, he kept very meticulous notes that were later typed up. And as you can see here, this is one of the most chilling documents of the Holocaust. It's just a column of numbers. So what it represents is the estimate of the number of Jews that would have to be killed in order to achieve the goals of the Endlösung. And just the fact that the Nazis went about this kind of, bureaucratic and thorough and detailed, everything lined up, all the decimal points are up. It's a Jews, but also in this section, many countries that were not directly under Nazi control, or in fact not even under Nazi control at all. It's England, where the top of the list with 330,000 Jews. And look down the list there, but about 8 numbers, you have tiny Albania. The Nazis were actually going to hunt down 200 Jews in tiny Albania in order to fulfill their quota of the embassy. That's a chilling document that indicates the lengths to which the Nazis would go in order to fulfill their objectives. As I mentioned, the people who got together at Rothschild were not operating correctly. They had been conducting experiments primarily in the use of gas vans to kill people, first 154 program, and then increasingly Jews from the smaller ghettos in Eastern Europe. So they would essentially pile Jews into a van and close the back doors and reroute the exhaust into the cabin of the van, and then simply run it for several miles until finally the Jews would die of asphyxiation. So they began to think about using gas as a more mechanized and efficient way of killing large numbers of Jews. One of the first places where they put this into effect is in a small village in Poland called Kharkiv. And Kharkiv began its operation in December of 1941. By the time the Nazi Jerusalem was under full sway, there were 6 similar camps that were all active with the same type of idea and technology. Basically, they would be deporting Jews to Kharkiv, unlike the ancestors where the murderers came to the local populations. Here they were taking the Jews who were largely collected in ghettos and deporting them to another site to process them more efficiently and ultimately to murder them. Here's a terrifying photograph I found on the United States Holocaust Memorial website where a young child separated from his family and his family is saying goodbye to him, most likely never to see him again. They would meet their ends, not at this time in gas vans, but in the first stationary location for these gas chambers. We'll speak more about this in the next video. I look at the actual mechanism of death for the death. Thank you very much for watching. We now come to the very nadir of the Holocaust, the death camps, which, as we mentioned earlier, is a translation of the term or destruction camps, literally making into nothing camps, which are distinguished from the so-called concentration camps, which were brutal and people died in them, but primarily of abuse such as malnutrition or war. In the death camps, by contrast, the people who were sent here, Jews and non-Jews, were simply processed for death. A small number were set aside for slave labor or other purposes, but the vast majority of them were simply brought to these factories in order to deprive them of all their natural resources, everything from their clothing, their glasses, their prosthetic limbs, their gold teeth, and ultimately even their hair and their life. That's what makes the death camp so distinct in the history of human warfare, is that this is really the first time that a modern state uses its bureaucratic might and its modern industrial technology in order to effect the cause of destruction, of death of human life. Something truly incomprehensible, and unfortunately it has set precedent which is likely to reverberate throughout human history for the rest of time. This map indicates the major shift in priority of the Nazis from mobile killing squads sought in the Einsatzgruppen, which brought the murder to the Jews and other populations, with the establishment of the death camps, first experimentally in the fall of 1941, and then in a much more significant manner from the spring of 1942 on. The victims were brought to the death camps rather than the other way around. As you can see, there are 6 camps which are specifically identified as death camps. The other camps would later be retrofitted to absorb the kind of functions of the death camps, including, for example, Dachau and Mauthausen, which we'll see shortly. The major differences in structure are the location of nearby facilities for transport, like railway lines, the creation of gas chambers, and crematoria for living Nazis of the evidence of the bodies. But this map gives you an indication of how the death camps acted as a kind of geographic black hole that would draw in the Jews through the Nazi rail lines to their deaths in Eastern Europe. The first stage in the process was so-called selection, where the Jews would be disembarked from cattle cars. Many places would be left behind on these brutal, long train rides, in which sometimes they were so crowded that they could not even sit down properly without any sanitation and very little ventilation or food or water. But the survivors would be disembarked and then would be processed in a line where they would have to pass by some Nazi officers. They would either signal them to move to the left, which indicated that they would be processed immediately for death, or to the right, where they would be selected for other purposes such as slave labor or medical experimentation. On occasion, some of the camps, like Treblinka, would make good use of sort of decoy techniques, such as the presence of a live orchestra made up of prisoners that would play lively music or concertos for the troops as they were disembarking, in order to try and assuage their concerns that they were about to meet an uncertain fate. And the Jews were largely behind this. We will discuss the next instances of resistance, but for the most part, the process went very well from the Nazi point of view. Those who were selected for death would be disrobed, their hair would be shorn, they would typically be given shirts or uniforms that would only be worn for a very short period of time as they were marched through the gas chambers. In some cases, they were given towels and soap to suggest that they were going for a regular shower or a delousing, when in reality they were going to their deaths. Their deaths would typically take place in rooms which would later be filled with noxious gases of a pesticide known as citron-bait. This is the interior of the gas chamber at Majdanek. In some places, the gas chambers were actually built underground. In other places, they were retrofitted into barns or other types of structures. And the most important thing from the point of view of the operation was that they could be easily vented after Jews inside or other prisoners were killed, and then their bodies could be removed for the next process. Here is a photograph also from Majdanek that shows the vent on the roof where the cyclone-bay capsules would be dropped. In some cases, the gas chambers actually had to be heated so that the pellets were transformed into a gas once they hit the warmer atmosphere. The final destination would be ovens. The bodies were removed by other prisoners called Sonderkommando, or special commando squads. The prisoners would take out the dead bodies and bring them to these crematoria, which would operate day and night to try and rid the camp of the remains of the victims. This photograph is from Mauthausen. You can see that someone has lit royal candles and portraits of them or other insignia from Austria and so on. The crematoria were notoriously unreliable, constantly breaking down, and quite often the bodies simply had to be burned without being charred, as we see here in a clandestine photograph from the period. As I mentioned earlier, not everyone is immediately selected for processing to death. A small percentage is set aside for slave labor. They're housed in barracks like these here. In Mauthausen, the street, by the way, is paved in harsh
ashes of the victims that were killed through gas chambers and crematoria of Mauthausen, living under incredibly horrific circumstances, overcrowding, lack of sanitation, given a subsistence diet which is primarily liquid in nature and makes the prisoners prone to diarrhea, very debilitating dysentery that dehydrates them. But the idea of the Nazis was that the slave labor was, highly replaceable, and it was usually simply maltreat them and use them up until they expired. In fact, the literature from the camps describes the slow and steady decline of the prisoners until they reached kind of a walking zombie stage. In this camp rhetoric referred to these people as Muslims, which is literally translated from German Muslims. It's a derogatory term, but it's intended to refer to these Jews and other prisoners who have so lost their sense of self that they can no longer maintain a self-respect to even, force themselves with normal conversation and so on. The Nazis actually tattooed the numbers onto their arms, and it was forbidden to refer to another prisoner other than by their number. They literally dehumanized them, making them into commodities by giving them numbers. And the great writers, that about this in a very ingenious manner. All told, the treatment of the slave laborers who were working in a variety of factories and satellite camps around the main camp has been described by the historian Jared Desprez as experimental assault. The Nazis actually pushed the camp prisoners back along the progress of human socialization, taking away every aspect of their individual identities, first their clothing, then their hair, then their names, and then even taking them through the childish stages to infancy, makes it even impossible for them to prevent themselves from being soiled by their own waste. And this literal experimental assault wreaked havoc on their self-identity, their self-esteem, and ultimately led to their abandonment of normal self-respect. More to say about this next on distance. Prisoners were also clearly marked by their status in the camp. You can see towards the bottom of this chart, various types of Jewish designations were given to them, attached to their clothing. The Star of David always indicated Jew, but depending on the combination of colors, they could be there also as political prisoners, or as criminals, or as Jehovah's Witnesses, Jewish, or as homosexuals in society. The designation of the reason why a person was imprisoned in the camps was extremely important to the social hierarchy there, because the Nazis would draw on the local population to police itself, promoting certain members of the camp, typically from the criminal population, to a higher level as so-called capos, and they would receive privileged access to food and rest and work duties and so on. The scenes at the time of liberation give us a glimpse at how badly treated the slave laborers were. Most of them only survived a few months before expiring. And the ones who managed to make it to the very end of the war tend to be those Jews and other prisoners who were sent to the camps at the very end of the war, Hungarian Jews in particular. So you can see from the images of these young men how emaciated they are from the treatment they received as slave laborers. Finally, the Nazis used the slaves in the camps for infamous levels of medical experimentation on human beings. Shown on the left here is a photograph of children who were each part of a pair of twins. The Nazis were especially interested in identifying twins because then they could experiment on the one partner of the pair and keep the other one set aside as a control. And so they engaged all kinds of horrific experiments, removing lymph nodes and injecting chemical
hospitals and forced sterilization, all in an attempt to try to understand in a very primitive and cruel manner the efficacy of their eugenics theories to build a master race. One of the most notorious of the criminals in this area, the man pictured at center here, Josef Mengele of Auschwitz, who was especially fond of working with children to try and determine how he could best improve the Nazi master race by experimenting. The Nazis also engaged in a wide variety of experiments that were associated with the war effort. One of the issues they had, for example, was Luftwaffe pilots being shot down over the Baltic Sea and freezing to death before they could be rescued. And so they experimented by dressing Jews in various suits and then immersing them in ice water for periods of time to see how they would survive the experience. Very few types of medical experimentation, which leaves open a major ethical question. What do we do with the meticulous records that have remained behind from these horrific and highly unethical experiments? We'll continue this series with a discussion about resistance to Nazism, both in the death camps and from a broader perspective as well. Thank you. Resistance is among the most difficult subjects to engage in proper treatment of alcoholic. Viewed from a distance of decades, look back at some of these events and we say, why did they rise up? Why did they band together? Why did they organize? Why did they not resist? And there is a temptation to read history backwards and to make really unfounded value judgments that do not take into account the kind of circumstances that would have led people to make the choices or fail to make the choices that they in fact did. On the other hand, we see some incredibly heroic moments of resistance, phenomenal resistance that's truly awe-inspiring. And there's another tendency as a result to give much more weight to those isolated incidents and to throw them out of proportion to the overall history that we're looking at. The elements of resistance in the Holocaust is actually really quite motivational and makes you feel good about humanity, especially after looking at the tremendously awful events of the Second World War. So we have to try to put it in context of how extensive was the resistance and to what degree it actually happened. But unfortunately, the answer to both of those questions is not encouraging as we look back. But let us try and get some sense from the historical perspective of what the make of Jewish resistance to the Nazis during World War II. The first thing that I think it's important to say is that resistance was fairly widespread, remarkably so, especially when you can compare the situation of the Jews to other populations that had considerably more freedoms, even in Eastern Europe during this period. And we find elements of resistance in the darkest, deepest recesses of the Holocaust, uprisings in the concentration camps themselves, in Sobibor and Treblinka, and of course in the Warsaw Ghetto, that we discussed a little bit later in this video. However, looking at a map like this, which does give you a sense of the scope of resistance, it is somewhat misleading. There was definitely elements of phenomenal resistance. And we see, for example, large numbers of young Jews, partisans. We saw earlier that Jews, for example, escaped from the Einsatzgruppe borders and got off into the they would link up with other groups of dispossessed citizens, typically much younger, quite often affiliated with Soviet or pro-Soviet partisan groups. Sometimes, by the way, a very difficult issue of the various groups active in the forest, they may have mutually inconsistent national goals. Some who wanted to extend Soviet power, and others who wanted to extend a new nationalist identity. You can see this in particular with respect Ukraine, for example, that there were Ukrainian nationalist groups and Ukrainian Soviet groups and so on, and they did not always, band together to utilize their resources effectively, and sometimes Jews were caught in the middle of this as well. But you do have examples of young people in particular joining these partisan groups and defending Jewish honor and Jewish pride, but you also have some truly moving examples of Jewish resistance, like the heroic and tragic story of Hannah Senech, who was actually living safely in Israel. She was a married woman who had moved to Israel, and yet perceiving the danger to her co-religions back in Hungary, she agreed to cooperate with the Allied resistance and had herself paratrooped back into Hungary, where unfortunately she was caught by the Nazis and tortured, but did not betray any of her comrades, and she was eventually put to death. She was a remarkably talented young poet, and a phenomenal amount of popular work, although they like to tragically cut short. So we have examples like this of phenomenal heroism, but in the main, it tends to be rather late in the war, reasons that I'm going to discuss shortly. It tends to overwhelmingly involve young people rather than people who are already in leadership positions in the Jewish community. And it tends to be symbolic in nature more than anything else. There's very little thought in the minds of the recipients that they can actually strike and justify at the Nazi regime. But there was always a feeling that they could make a statement that in fact they did. The Warsaw Ghetto Uprising in particular was a beacon of hope for many other oppressed peoples, because people looked at it and said, if the Jews were trapped inside a ghetto and without access to munitions and communication and so on, if they were able to rise up and hold off the German army for so long, even though their resistance was ultimately doomed, it nevertheless sent a message of hope to many other people and inspires them to rise up as well. So, bearing in mind these caveats, that Jewish armed resistance in particular tends to be rather late in the war and tended to involve younger people rather than people in some of older and leadership positions, and finally that it tends to be symbolic in nature. Let's have a deeper look at what resistance might have. Early scholars of Jewish resistance were looking for, especially in the environment of the newly formed state of Israel in the late 1940s, early 1950s. We're looking for, these heroic stories like Hannah Senech and others, where we're hoping to find, really amazing examples. And they did find something, nearly as many as these overwhelming false stories that spoke of Jews simply being slaughtered by sheep. And so, a broadening of the idea of what it meant to resist the Nazis began to penetrate the story. Many scholars came up with more sophisticated understandings of the nature of resistance that not only helped to explain many of these troubling aspects of Jewish armed resistance, but also helped to explain the relative failure of most peoples in Europe to mount effective resistance against the Nazis. And that includes, obviously, not only the imprisoned peoples of Eastern Europe, but also Western European populations who had far more freedoms to move about, to organize, and so on. And even German citizens in the 1930s, early in the war, had many more opportunities to organize resistance and nevertheless failed to do so. But the kinds of elements that goes into resistance help us get a better sense of what Jewish resistance meant. And in fact, under these circumstances, actually compares quite favorably. Doris Bergel, wrote a very important discussion of the Holocaust, defines resistance as anything which is meant to thwart the will of the Nazis and carries the risk of punishment. So that has a much broader sense of what resistance could mean and would allow a much larger proportion of society to honestly say they're participating in resistance, although very few of them would actually take up arms and actively fight the Nazis. For example, we see it in the Rothschild ghetto with the organization of tremendous self-help institutions, despite the overwhelming threat of the Nazis and their obvious desire to massacre all Jews through slow starvation. The fact that Jews in the ghetto would organize themselves to establish, for example, orphanages and even cultural institutions like libraries and theaters, that they would even establish medical services, even underground medical school, try and cling to life, even as the Nazis were trying to strip it away from them. It's a phenomenal individuals with truly inspirational. Like the very gentle Janusz Korczak, who was not as well known by his real name, Henry Rothschild. He's one of the most popular children's book authors of the early 20th century, had a deep and abiding commitment to the welfare of children, so much so that he was actively involved in caring for the children in the ghetto and ultimately went along with them through their deaths in Treblinka. This is certainly an act of resistance, even though it is expressed as an act of terror rather than an act of violence. This kind of resistance can be expressed in a spiritual manner as well, which I'd like to address in the next lecture. Perhaps the greatest example of Jewish resistance, something that truly is outstanding in the history of literature, is the Warsaw Ghetto Assassin. And many people imagine those horrific scenes of the buildings burning as the Nazis brought full force of their army to bear on a few tens of thousands of surviving, starving Vietnamese. And we photographs like this of Nazi stormtroopers holding armed weapons against young, terrified children. This is really what it meant to defy the Nazis. And we should understand, however, that if we look carefully at the Warsaw Ghetto Rebellion, a couple of things stand out. First of all, the rebellion occurs in the spring of 1943. We know that the ghetto was largely destroyed the previous summer of 1942. The resistance to the Warsaw Ghetto, the uprising, which had phenomenal success, which is remarkably heroic, but once again largely symbolic because the Jews of Warsaw had to get the hope of actually dislodging the Nazis from Warsaw. It only took place among those few tens of thousands that were remnants from the great deportations of the previous summer. As you recall, the Nazis had given work permits to a certain number of Jews to be slave laborers in Warsaw rather than having them shipped off to death in Treblinka. And it was among these and those who may have been housed by children hiding in the walls and the sewers and things like that, the Nazis got resistance against the Nazis. Why then? Why not earlier when the Jews had so much of a numeric advantage? And we can also extend this discussion much further back. Why in 1953? Why not in 1939? Or why not among Germans in 1933? Why does it take so long for people to get to the point of actual resistance? So there's a few important things we should bear in mind. The first is that the Nazis made tremendously effective use of a policy of collective punishment. It was not at all unusual that if, for example, there was a small act of resistance that emanated from a particular apartment block, the Nazis would go in and would murder everyone in the apartment block. Or they would arrest all of the men and then kill them while they were under arrest in prison. There was like a sense that if one got caught resisting, then punishment was devolved not only on oneself, but upon one's family and one's neighborhood. So people were terrified really for the entire community, and there was internal pressure not to resist, not to stand back. Secondly, in relation to this, there's a very strong generational difference. The leadership, which is typically composed of people in their 40s, 50s, 60s, and older, the traditional rabbinic leadership, the traditional establishment leadership that we built, they had no experience with any of this, and the kind of like long historical memory of Jews in diaspora was, was laid it out, hang out these prices, pay the necessary bribes, just behave, don't stand out, and eventually it will go away. Eventually the community will survive. And this particular approach, which had largely worked for thousands of years, was not ready for the nature of the Nazi onslaught, which was total in nature. Finally, this leads to something which some historians call the neurosis, which was a failure of imagination related to the idea that Jews had had a pretty long strategy of what one of my students once called the fee or flee strategy of Jewish existence. That either you pay off your attackers or you run away. There was a failure to imagine that the Nazis might represent something radically different, that they were not interested in exploiting Jewish wealth. They were interested in exploiting Jewish life to its fullest extent, and both the Jewish workers completely extended interest. This was something so radically big that it was a failure to imagine that something was that pretty. So these three things taken together certainly help us understand a lot more about Jewish resistance. And in reality, many of these things apply equally well to other populations, even German citizens who war. So let us continue this discussion of resistance over the Pacific Coast with one case study of spiritualism of both subjects. I'd like to explore our discussion of resistance in the Holocaust by looking at a specific case study of spiritual resistance, something that I spent a lot of my own personal research on, the case of Rabbi Shapira shown here. Very important Hasidic rabbi who found himself in Warsaw at the outbreak of the war, and in fact maintained his presence there and his court there, which catered to an increasingly large and diverse, but ultimately doomed population. Throughout the war, from the initial bombing attacks of 1939, which killed members of his family, until November 1943, when he was murdered in a camp in the context of a larger uprising, he maintained this steadfast commitment to his faith and a commitment to his followers to help encourage them and help them find similar strength to go on. Nevertheless, his wartime writings give us a fantastic glimpse into his own personal struggles with the overwhelming theological and philosophical meaning of the Nazi onslaught, which give us a better sense of just how much of a spiritual hero truly was. The story of the Rebbe's writings is intimately wrapped up with the fate of Dr. Emanuel Ringelfish, shown here, a young historian trapped in the Warsaw Ghetto with a very prescient sense that this was something completely unheard of in human history. And so he organized early on an organization called Oneg Shabbos, the Delight of Shabbos, which was a clandestine archive that was designed to document as much as possible the nature of the Nazi occupation in Warsaw. He gathered to himself a group of very dedicated amateur historians he called samplers, or collectors, who would go out and would make notations of what was happening and collect documents, journals, newspapers, posters, and bring all of these materials together for the future historian like yourself to be able to understand what exactly happened in the walls of the Warsaw Ghetto. Among his historical disciples was Rabbi Shimon Huberbaum, shown here in his German identity papers, who was specifically tasked with observing the life of religious Jews in Warsaw. You should recall that a significant minority of Jews in Warsaw were observant, but not a majority. So this is a subset of the overall population. They collected their writings, and in the context of the deportations of the summer of 1942, they realized that it was likely that these members of Oneg Shabbos would not survive. And so they put all of their writings in a number of containers and buried them underground in 3 locations in Warsaw. Members of Oneg Shabbos often penned their own last will testament and to include in the caches of documents that they buried in these places throughout the city. After the war, only a few of them survived, and because they had maintained secrecy, these came in groups in order to avoid having to divulge the location of documents to the Nazis if they were captured and tortured. Only one of the locations was able to be identified, and that was in 1946. You see them removing the tin boxes that held these documents. Unfortunately, the documents were mostly water damaged and largely illegible. A second cache was discovered in December of 1950 by a Polish construction worker who was cleared in the rubble and found a tin milk can, which was a much more efficient way of preserving the documents, and two of these milk cans were unearthed, filled with pages and pages of Hebrew Yiddish script, including the writings of Rabbi Shapiro. The third cache has yet to be discovered. But this is how we have today the writings of this biblical individual because they were part of the Holy Shabbos archive. Now, we know from what the Rabbi wrote that he would deliver these weekly Shabbos drushes or sermons in which he would look to the weekly Torah portion to give his audience strength. He specifically tied with tremendous ingenuity the events that occurred in the weekly parsha, the weekly Torah reading, with the events of that week in the ghetto. And sometimes the parallels are absolutely overwhelming. Amazingly, he never mentioned once the word Nazi, the word German. He hardly mentioned the word war. In fact, if you picked up the book and didn't know when it was written, you could easily imagine that this was like a really difficult book dealing with the problem of evil, but you would never be able to locate it specifically in World War II unless there was some kind of scholarly apparatus to explain who the author was and when these books were written. So just to give you a sense of how this worked, in 1939, as we saw earlier, one of the things the Nazis did when they first came into Warsaw is they toyed with religious Jews, cutting off their beards, setting fire to their forelocks, their tails, things like that. And they often took photographs of this to send home to their girlfriends and so on. And so Rebbe addressed himself to the self-image of these Jews who had grown these beards all their life, and all of a sudden they were clean-shaven, and they felt at loose ends with themselves. They felt as if they could not recognize themselves. And so the Rebbe connected that to two different levels of exile from the Torah that's mentioned in the Haftorah on Parshat Torah. And so people read the Haftorah, the section of the prophetic writings that are read in synagogue, and they would see themselves in it and find strength thereby. Another example was when the Jews were ordered to build the ghetto walls around themselves. He read a midrash that occurs in that particular reading of the week that speaks about treasures found in the leftover walls of the pre-Israelite Canaanite inhabitants of the land of Israel. That the walls themselves, they look for something wrong because they have been afflicted by a plague, a tzaras, but when you knock down the walls, you find that they actually have its blessings. As if to say to the Jews, we don't know what this means, this looks like it's very bad, but you know what, it could have some good buried within it. You just have to try and dig deeper into the Jewish tradition to understand it. And another example, the entire series, every single week, is providing more and more examples of ways to read the Torah, to see oneself in it, and to understand how ultimately there would be a redemption. One of my favorite passages was in June of 1940, Parshat Shlach, when the Torah portion speaks about the Jews first encountering the land of Israel after Egyptian bondage. And the spies come back and report how it's hopeless, it's impossible. The people in Israel are giants, they have fortified cities, they will never conquer this land and enter it. And this happened to be read immediately after the news that France had fallen. When Paris fell, And the Nazis reached the high water mark of their expansion in Western Europe in particular. Many Jews were despairing, but nevertheless the Section of Rabbi returned to the Parsha and says, read the Parsha carefully. Just like the Jews, some of them were complaining that they can't possibly, enter the land of Israel, and yet they did in fact enter it. They did in fact conquer the land. They did in fact settle there. And so too will we eventually defeat Hitler. And that's the message that we consistently delivered, that redemption was at hand. Tremendously heroic example of spiritual resistance, of a leadership to provide hope to a population of tremendous stress. If there was a breaking point in the Rebbe's own thought, it certainly came in the darkest moment of the Holocaust for the Jews of Warsaw, and that would be the summer of 1942 in particular. In the spring of that year, a escapee from the nearby death camp of Belzec made his way to the Warsaw Ghetto and provided a report as to how the Nazis were actually gassing the Jews. This was turned into a report called the Brojanowski Report, which was smuggled out of the ghetto through the resistance and eventually made its way to the Western powers. In July of that year, the deportations began. The head of the Judenrat, Adam Chernyakhov, we discussed earlier, decided to commit suicide because he saw that he could not save the people of Warsaw. And this is when the Rebbe offered his final sermons. Shortly thereafter, he would give his documents to the Koenig Shabbos archive, and that would be essentially the end of his writings. He would later be killed himself and killed. And we see in his writings from that time that he takes a pleading stance vis-a-vis God. He communicates, as it were, directly to God. He's no longer speaking to an audience of human beings. He's speaking through them to God himself, saying, "May the master of the universe not do justice." It's very powerful and moving and theologically very difficult. He's also quite straightforward about his own challenges. He writes in March of 1942, "Am I not broken? Am I not in a continual state of grief, weeping from time to time? How can I possibly study Torah? How can I draw the strength to delve deeply into Torah and Hasidic thought?" And nevertheless, he continued. He discusses the tremendous challenges of seeing the bloodshed every single day, and yet it does not cease. The world continues to rotate on its axis, and nothing changes. This is just a sense of his own internal struggles that he provides for us in his writings, not only by the way that he includes his records of the sermons that he delivered, but he also included his personal spiritual diary, which seems to have been intended for no one but himself. Nevertheless, he felt it was valuable to share that with future historians, and so we have a unique glimpse into his own personal worldview. And yet, throughout all of it, he maintained a tremendously steadfast ultimate faith in God, arguing that ultimately he had no power to alter his fate, but he relied upon God to do it. And he beseeched God with all of his strength to bring about redemption for the Jews of Warsaw. I continue to gather tremendous personal inspiration from the writings of Rabbi Shapiro. If you are interested in more, many of his writings have been translated. My small contribution to the research of this book, in which I look at his weekly writings and compare them to the historical events of the Ghetto at that time. And I continue to derive a lot of strength from it. Thank you very much for it. I'm not a theologian. I'm not a rabbi either, by the way. We're a young guy, just a regular guy. And I come to the section of Rabbi practice that pronunciation, by the way. Rabbi Shapira is the common English transliteration of his name, although it really was pronounced Shapiro in Poland. And he would be known to his followers by the name of the town he came from, a little village called Piaseczno. Don't worry if you have difficulty getting that, but I will probably refer to the Piaseczno from time to time. I'm speaking about Rabbi Shapira. I came to his work primarily through religious studies because interspersed with my graduate studies in history, I spent a lot of time in advanced Judaic studies, including Shaddai in Jerusalem, where I was at Or Sameach for several years. And I was introduced to this particular rabbi, and I found it absolutely overwhelming. I found it difficult to write on theodicy. It is certainly one of the most challenging topics that I have ever encountered. And as a religious person myself, I can tell you, in my humble opinion, it is the only question. I mean, all of you are studying all kinds of fascinating aspects of the religious experience, but in my humble opinion, theodicy is the only thing that you really have to study. And so it's fantastic when you have this opportunity to gather together with a scholar like Dr. Werner to spend a significant amount of time thinking seriously about theodicy. It's kind of one of those questions that it's impossible to make any progress without encountering the question of the justice of God, but it's impossible also to receive, in my humble opinion, again, a final answer. Okay, and that's kind of wandering in that area. My presentation is more historical in nature than focused on theodicy, but I know that this is the primary purpose of this. I'll try to give you some exposure to the range of thought on the theodicy of the Rabbi. And I'm very grateful that you prepared by some of the thought things that I've put out myself. And okay, with that rapid introduction, why don't we start? So I know you've reviewed some of the writing on the PSS Rabbi. Let me just take a couple of seconds to speak about some aspects of this manuscript and place the comments on theodicy within these larger context. As you probably know, the manuscript, which goes under the title H. Kodesh, or the Holy Fire, was discovered by a Polish construction worker who was clearing the Rothschild ghetto in the rubble of the ghetto in 1950. He discovered these tin milk containers. Back in the day, of course, that's how milk was delivered door to door. It would come in large containers and then decanted into smaller glass containers. And they used it to contain some 150,000 pages of documentation in a series of 3 caches. 2 of the caches were discovered after the war, the third remains missing. The caches were the work of this heroic young historian, Emmanuel Ringelbrink. Early on in the war, trapped in the Rothschild ghetto, he understood that this was a novum in Jewish history and potentially world history. So he organized a group of amateur historians, called samplers or collectors, and their job was to go fan out through the city and to record everything that they saw. Take artifacts like bulletins, leaflets, journals, anything they could find to document what was going on in the city. This was a clandestine organization under the name of Shabbat, which means the joy of the Sabbath, and they operated in secret of themselves, like didn't know each other. Part of the reason for this was they were worried that if they were to be discovered, the entire archive would be lost. And in fact, that's one of the reasons why the third cache of the documents was not found, because there were hardly any survivors from Shabbat who remembered where that third cache was located. Some survivors remember the first cache that was dug up in 1946. The second cache was forgotten, but as I mentioned, the destruction of this time. And his concerns were not unfounded. And his family, shown here with his young son, went into hiding in an underground bunker after Warsaw uprising. They were betrayed, however, and were murdered in 1934. One of the most important collaborators we had in the NHO's project was this man, Rabbi Shimon Kuberman, who was specifically tasked with the job of collecting information on religious Jews in the Warsaw Ghetto. Recall that the ghetto at its peak housed about 500,000 Jews under incredibly unbelievable circumstances. At one point, they calculated that there were 14 people every square meter of residential space available in the Warsaw Ghetto. Phenomenal death rate with mortality rates of 150 people dying per day during a time period of about 1945. And there were all kinds of things happening in the ghetto. There was a thriving underground, both in terms of things like cultural activities, libraries, lending libraries, medical school, orphanages, and also a thriving black market, smuggled goods, even mafia and nightlife and so on. And Superman's job was to collect everything they could about the life of religious Jews, which constituted about 30% of the overall population. It is likely that Kuberman was the connection between this particular Hasidic rabbi, the session of Rabbi, and his writings, which were then buried, well, actually, were after his death, were buried in Shabbat. Now, in the 20th century, research proceeded in one primary direction, and that is theological. The text, as I mentioned, was discovered in 1950, and they languished in the Jewish Historical Museum there. This is again holding under communist control at this point. Very little access to Western scholars, but a member of the Jewish agency who was also well connected with the Hasidic community in Israel specifically went to look for the writings of the Jewish buildings, located them, and brought back a microfilm copy to Israel. The surviving family laboriously went through very difficult manuscript over shortly, and they came out with the first publication in 1960 of the text, to which they applied the title H. It's actually not a phrase that occurs anywhere in the text. It happens to have a certain kind of panache to it, and it has stuck. But in reality, the Rebbe provided a much more prosaic title, which is basically Torah thoughts from the years of wrath, years of anger, years of God's anger, 1939 to 1942. One of the ironic aspects of this very important text, which is soaked in discussions of theology, it is essentially a long, extended discussion of a problem with people from start to finish, is that the Rebbe never refers to the contemporary events surrounding it. He never refers to Germans, Nazis, the war. Everything is, really cloaked within a discussion of the Torah weaknesses. And in fact, if you discover this text and you didn't know the historical background, you think, wow, this is a really depressing. But otherwise, conventional 19th century Hasidic text, it seems to be really focused on the problem of evil, like God, justice or not. But otherwise, it would not be placed in the historical context. So, with the exception of one perceptive graduate student, Tibor Baumel at the university, no one even suggested it, and so it was reserved primarily for theological research. The grandfather of theological studies in the English, particularly in English, is Samuel Poland, who wrote this remarkable book on Holy Fire. I strongly recommend. I do not personally agree with all of these conclusions because of that in the moment, but he provides some beautiful translations and some very perceptive observations on the text, trying to get to the question of where was God during the Holocaust? What does the Rebbe have to say about these resurrections of God? So that's primarily what was happening for the first 40 years of Polish scholarship. In the 21st century, have, first of all, an increasing popularity of the exceptional spot, both among these tiny number of survivors of this Hasidic thought live in Tel Aviv primarily, but also among a broadening scope of American visitors who are taken primarily with the heavy influence of English language people and drawn back to the Rebbe. They are called neo-Hasidics in modern terms. These are many people who may not have Hasidic backgrounds but come to Hasidic thought later. One of the greatest exemplars is shown on the left here, Rabbi Weinberger, who established a very important synagogue dedicated to the teachings of the Asian Kodesh. It's called Congregation Asian Kodesh here in Manhattan. And on the right, a great scholar and a colleague of mine, Daniel Weiser, is currently active in Israel, and his primary area of research, incredibly valuable, is working on the text itself, on what we would call in Hebrew terms the Girsa, the actual reading. Let me show you what the manuscript looks like. So this is a page from Daniel Weiser's remarkable two-volume edition of the Asian Kodesh. On the right, you see the actual facsimile of the Hebrew manuscript. And as you can see, even if you're not familiar with Ashkenazic Hebrew handwriting, it's incredibly cramped and difficult to read. It is marred by strikeouts and interweaved with other comments. Sometimes there are pages stuck onto pages. There are emendations, then emendations crossed out. And none of this was reflected in the 1960 printing, in which things which the Rebbe clearly indicated he did not want printed were nevertheless included. Perhaps out of a pious sense of wanting to preserve every last drop of the Rebbe's wisdom, even if the Rebbe himself had discarded it. But at other times, it actually serves to distort the record because you clearly see where the Rebbe added new things, removed things, struggled with the word, and all of that nuance is lost in the original printing. I have to confess here that the book that I'm going to show you in a second, my own book on this, I actually looked twice because the first time I worked on it, I filed a 500-page manuscript. I was very proud of it. I was ready to start talking to publishers about it. And then Gershon Greenberg, a very important historian of the Holocaust, said, oh, by the way, I came across the actual microfilm of the Asian Kodesh in Yad Vashem, and I made a copy of it for you. It gave me this big sheet of pages that looked like the right-hand side of his book. And I realized that all of my work was for naught because I completely missed. I assumed that the printed version was essentially a critical edition. It was not an appropriate assumption at all, so I had to chuck that whole manuscript and start over. So the first major area of research in the 21st century is on the peer sets of the text, and that has been phenomenally important because it's opened up new avenues of trying to understand how the Rebbe grapples with issues of theodicy and morality. This is my small contribution. Basically, what I did as a historian is, I looked at this text, which is essentially a series of sermons, 86 sermons delivered between September 1939 and the summer of 1942, a number of emendations and additions that were spoken up until January of 1943. And all of those sermons, although they were given the name of the section of the Torah reading, could be dated. You could actually figure out what happened in the ghetto immediately prior to the Rebbe's deliverance of this sermon. And so essentially, I picked up this idea that this graduate student in the 1980s had first suggested that what would be interesting to look at correlations between historical and micro-historical events of the ghetto with what the Rebbe had to say later. And when I started doing that, I discovered a whole new world of understanding of what the Rebbe was trying to say. It is not at all typical 19th century work of Hasidic thought that is disconnected from reality.
plugged into the reality of its congregants. Imagine them gathered around the Rebbe, suffering, beleaguered, confused, uncertain, worried about their faith, worried about their personal existence. And then they want to hear some words of Torah from the Rebbe. Now, the Rebbe speaks about what occurs in the weekly reading, what happens to Jacob, or what happens to Moses, or what happens to Abraham. But in reality, he's speaking through the transparency of the text to his audience, what concerns that they have of what happened on Thursday. So what's going to happen on Wednesday. And so this becomes a very, very different kind of doctrine. It is not a kind of sedate theological meditation that is primarily of value for its grand philosophical thoughts. This is a first aid. This is the kind of thing that a first responder brings to a spiritual crisis. And he has set aside all of his other priorities about the larger project that he's been involved in since the early 1930s, and he's focused on trying to minister to his population in the best way he knows how. In my humble opinion, this is a work of phenomenal spiritual heroism that strives week after week, despite his own dangerous, precarious existence. He's sent into hiding at one point, recovers from typhus at another point. He constantly strives to provide encouragement and spiritual nourishment for a starving people in the midst of the ninth circle of heaven. Really a phenomenal document that I inspire myself thinking about. But let us go to the concerns that are perhaps most significant for this address. That is the theodicy. So I want to preface my remarks that look at my humble assessment of the Rebbe's theodicy with two crucial caveats. The first is that let us recall this is a public document. What I mean by that is that Eish Kodesh is not some kind of fully formed thing that emerges from wow and is edited and has a beginning, a middle, and an end. It has a sequence. It even has a thesis that's clearly defined. This is a document that was written by who you can't even say it's like, let's say, Charles Dickens writing a serial form of novels that's made by the word, and he has a rough idea of where he wants to go, and he takes you through that. No, this is something where the Rebbe knows that his Hasidim are suffering. He knows something terrible happened over the week. There was a mass shooting, or they're building a wall, or something like that, or they heard the news that France had fallen, and everyone's worried about what that means for the war. And he responds to that by there are certain themes that pervade the work, and it is definitely very much in sync with overall Hasidic and Jewish theology. But this is a document that evolves in real time. This is something that changes from week to week. And he was, by the way, incredibly honest and transparent about what he put in this document. He even included among the manuscripts that he submitted to the Shabbos his own personal spiritual diary, which was then published under the title Tzav V'Zir, which means like an exhortation. And he confesses in his own document about his own concerns and his own worries, and he composes his own prayers, and it's sincerely honest, brutally honest presentation of his own doubts during the Holocaust. So here's someone who wanted to make it known to the public as it was. Works and all. Very important factor. The second one is it's written in medias res. At no point did the Rebbe intimate exactly what was going to happen to the Jewish people as a whole. He seems to, wander between worries, to light a word, between despair, the possibility of destruction of Polish and culture. He knows how long those regimes would end. He himself, the Rebbe, was killed in November of 1933. No such end before. So he's writing it, trying to. What's good, John?
so good.
More people are joining us. That's good. How's your social media journey been? Is everybody getting it? All right. Well, that's one thing we have to do. Yeah, one thing we have to do. Right? So just that's how you do it. Yeah, no, I get that. Go on, add all your other people. Absolutely. You can do 200 in a day. 200 or however many you can do for TikTok so you get right? And you get 20. If you do 200, you get 25%. And okay, so you had 44. I remember that. So now you have 46. Excellent. And you need 1,000. All right. It's a long way to the top. But then you can live stream.
worry. We're going to check it right now. All right. You are officially number 3. You overtook Casper. Brand, you have a big lead on Brandon. And if we combine Audie's time, she would still be ahead of us. But technically, you are number 3. Yeah, she is Spanish. And she sleeps with the thing is, she wants to make her accounts. So, okay, if we were to combine hers, she would have, she'd be at like 11. 134. You could have a level of 125. But under one account, you are winning 125. Overtook Casper. Overtook Casper recently. And I don't know how you did that. Because it looks like he still has more time. I don't know how he did that because he technically has more time than Alex does. Maybe it's because he didn't talk. Because maybe he didn't talk as much or something. I'm not sure. He has 906 hours. You have 854 hours. He's 124 and you're 125. All right, I spoke to him today. He is moved in. Have you ever met him? I said, yeah, I know. I think he has. I understand. I get people come here and I'm like, hey, how are you? They're like, great. I'm like, have I met before? They're like, yeah, we met 13 months ago. I'm like, oh, okay. Well, how have you been? They're like, I'm doing well. How are you doing? Well, thank you. And I'm like, can you remind me where we met? They're like, you don't remember me? I'm like, it was a long time ago. I don't think, unless you're in here, truthfully, unless you're in here every day, or you were here like earlier this week, I don't really remember. But here's how I do it. If I ask someone what our conversation, then a lot of times, like, oh, we talked about this, this, and this. I'm like, oh yeah, that.
He's at 77. You need another 80 hours a year to have the most hours of anyone aside from myself. Caspian Sea has Caspian Sea, Caspian, Caspian Sea has 930 hours. You have 154 hours. Caspian Sea has 930 hours, and you have 354 hours. Of course, I know David's Friday. Excited? Absolutely. You were there for the proposal. Is your friend getting excited? Build a robot. Yeah, build a robot. I mean, one of my robots very efficient, and that's always good. You know, they basically run themselves. but they get banned once a day or so, maybe twice a day. So you have to read with them, depending on the device. I have some of them that create new ones, even if they get banned. I have other ones that need a little bit of babysitting. I do have the ability. Um, just recently, like today, I was looking on Reddit. Somebody gave me an idea. Basically, there's a way. So I like to go on Twitch, and I don't spam anybody, but I create clips of people, and I put links in their clips. But the issue I was having, the issue that the issue that I was having on Twitch is that it takes very long to load, and it's not because of the internet. It's just there's a lot on a Twitch page. There's like a chat that loads, and a leaderboard that loads, all kinds of stuff that loads. It takes a long time. So I finally figured out how to shut all that stuff off. So it loads things. That made my robot less than twice as fast. Yeah, but not that often. Well, what's going on? I even have we I have I get people in on what is this? And they don't know. They don't know. By being socialized, by being socialized, by being socialized, I must be 10 people a day. Sitting in the notes. the smallest in the United States, but they're dying. We have outdoor malls that are really nice, and they have like a lot of things to try to get people into them, like Ferris wheels and outdoor courtyards and stuff. But still, there's really no point if you can just buy everything online. So they're turning some of them. I've seen this is more southeast, but they turn it into apartment buildings. I mean, like California is like the heart of mall culture during like the 70s and 80s. A lot of it. New York was big too. But so every city had a mall. Even all the little cities had a mall. And they have just basically gone by the wayside. And I understand why. Amazon has a thing that says if you want to sell a product, if Amazon gets the absolute lowest price, they get the opportunity to sell for the absolute lowest price. So that means if you're a mall and you want a little bit of a markup, let's say on a pair of jeans, let's say you want designer jeans and they're normally the designer sells it to a company for $100. That means that Amazon's going to sell for $100. If you're in a mall, you can't sell it at that price, or else you're not going to make a profit because you've got employees, you've got electricity, and you've got square footage. And so you have to sell it for $120. Well, times are tough if people are watching the pennies. Nobody's going to go into your store if they can just buy everything on Amazon. I knew a lady who was like one of the big mall entrepreneurs out here, and she just said basically Amazon built the mall business, and it really did. The mall used to be so cool. The mall, the mall used to be the place to go. It used to be the place to go and be seen, to be what they call absolute glamour shop. Glamour shots. There you go. Yeah, it's just become very expensive. And again, especially with shipping, I can have stuff. If I order it online, it can be at my house the same day. I can literally, with some stuff, like let's say a pair of jeans, whatever, have it delivered to my house faster than I could go to the mall to get the right size. And that's another thing. The people at the mall aren't always trained that well. And that means that they're not that knowledgeable for things. So let's say I have a question about, well, let's say I want to go buy a computer, like a computer game. Back in the day, we go to the store, it's just some 18-year-old kid, he doesn't know any better. When the internet can just tell you everything that you need to know about it. And so it's just like, well, I can just buy it all right there. And we should be at a maximum of 3 days. 3 days. You know, 7,000 episodes, 7,000 flights. Another issue that I like with the mall, just, I mean, again, the pricing, but then, like, the last time I went to the mall, I went to the Levi's store in Rabbi and bought a pair of jeans. And normally I would have bought them on Amazon, but I wanted to document the event to show people what life was like in the year like 2021 for future generations. Because I've seen people do the same with like footage of malls in the 1980s. People think that kind of footage is really cool. So I would just go in and just show what it's like to go buy a pair of jeans. And I think they were like $80. So they're just like Levi's standard Levi's jeans that people have been wearing for 100 years. And it was like, okay, fine. But you can get those jeans at TJ Maxx or Ross or like uh, one of those like secondary sellers for probably like $30, $50 maybe. And then on top of that, if you go on like like there are places you can go on eBay, you can get the same even new for like 25. But basically there are a lot more alternatives to the mall that you have today that you didn't have in 1985. The mall used to be where it was at. And uh, I would go there with my cousins, and family would go. Not so much my dad. My dad would go, but my mom would, and her, and my family. We would just, there were all kinds of people who would go to the mall. They had walkers, people who would walk in the morning to stay in shape, like old people. Then the stores would open up, and you could get, piercings and jewelry, and they had like little merry-go-rounds, and they used to have things you could like rent a car, and you could, like try out perfumes and things, and clones and all that. Like that's like the one thing that the internet can't do is smell. So like I guess you need to go in person to get that kind of stuff, like anything that you have to smell. Or I would say the makeup counter, all those ladies were all really pretty and they do makeovers and things. And that I don't want to say you can't do that online, but makeup is something that you kind of have against your skin at times to run out. But once you know your color, then you can just order it online. And yeah, but it was a big thing. It was like a place to be, and it is now no longer. It's interesting what happened. I had it. Always a place to be, and everybody wanted to go there. They had the thing with the pennies. You throw a penny in like a wishing well, and people would do that. And it's just stuff was cheaper. Taxes weren't as high, so people had more money. Inflation wasn't as high, and it was still expensive then. But they had arcades. Like that's a big one. That's a big one. You didn't have. You might have had a Nintendo at home, or something like that, but like or an Atari back in the day. But kids did not do this. They never wanted me to go to arcades because they didn't think that the kids there would be good influences. So I never really got to go into arcades. But I always walked past it. Like, there's this place called Landon's Castle. I'm sure you've had it before. And they were always really dark, and they had and parents would just literally give their kids $5 in quarters or whatever, and then allow the arcade to be the babysitter, and then just walk around the mall and just do whatever, buy a bunch of stuff, and go get their kid, and then go and that it was like the only place to buy anything. But now, again, the internet killed that, and then you have like it's called like big box retailers that killed it as well because like back in the day, a lot of places didn't have Walmart or like you might have Walmart or something like that. And like even way back in the day, like Kmart didn't sell groceries or Walmart didn't sell or Walmart didn't sell groceries. Like that's more a modern phenomenon. And now you can go to a Walmart and get everything that you need. Or you could go, and then on Kmart anymore, but you could go to one place and get everything you need. And the mall, like that ate into the mall's profits because Walmart's going to have, let's say you just need underwear, plain white shirt, or something like that. You can go to the mall, and it's going to be $10. You can go to Walmart, it's going to be $8. I've, I've heard as well the mall, the prices to rent places in the malls is the thing that kills everyone. Because every year they have to renew their leases and they have to pay per square foot. So, like back in the 80s, it wasn't that expensive, but nowadays it's extremely expensive. And let's say you let's say you want to start your store, the Miss Aquarius store. Okay, you could go and go into the mall, which has nowadays low foot traffic. It's kind of a pain because you have to park outside and walk to it. Or you have the Miss Aquarius store that's next to a Marshalls or next to what was like once Bed Bath and Beyond. Where people can park right outside and walk in and the prices and you don't need to pay for a mall cop. You don't have to pay for all the lighting and all of the amenities in the mall. So if you're going to open up your own store, it's in your best interest to do it in a place that doesn't have so much overhead. What kind of store would you have, Mr. Brothers? So like, yeah, now that's one. The dollar store used to be really good. They're all closing down. Right. And it's like you used to be able to get cool stuff for $1, and now there's nothing for that. And they started to Uber did this thing. Uber the car app. They partnered with I think it's Dollar Tree, one of those dollar stores, and they'll deliver to you dollar stuff. And so like, basically, you don't even need to go to their stores anymore. The plan that I've heard is that in the future, is maybe in the next 5 years or so, especially after the pandemic, the stores recognize they don't have to be open 24 hours because they used to, a lot of them would be open 24 hours a day. And they don't need you to go inside the store anymore. So basically, what you do is just, like I order all my stuff on the app, and it gets delivered to me, and it's fresh, and it's there within like whenever I want. And so in the future, you won't. And the big thing is people steal from stores. What happens is there's something going to shrink, and that means that the companies lose money. So instead of allowing people to go in the store anymore, you'll just go and pick your stuff up. You'll order it from an app. A machine will go and pick it all for you, and then prepare it for you. The goal of these places, including McDonald's, it's been this way for a long time, and Walmart, is to have no employees in the store. Yeah. So our Krogers are known as routes, but they're owned by Kroger, and everything is automated. And they, I don't go to McDonald's, but I've seen online they have McDonald's that are purely automated, no people working there, and that's the goal. It's a great question. I would say, I mean, like, it's hard for me to say I would want to have like a Walmart-like store because Walmart has everything basically, and it's clean, it's well lit, and climate control, and generally pretty safe. So I mean, it would be something like that, probably. But if let's say if we had that, if we had to specify what it would be, I would like to have. I can't have this thing. Um, I was gonna say like they used to have something called like electronics boutique, which is like GameStop, where you go in and you buy things, but all of that is just online. I'd like to have like a Best Buy, but again like a music store or music store. It usually gets busy. It gets busier. Take your bath, put your nails on, put your bandage on. Okay, good. Oh, with it in it, yeah. With it in it, yeah.
to solve the immediate pragmatic problems of his parishioners, trying to understand what they need and how he can keep them strong, not only in faith, but in body and soul as well. In his basement, as the operator kitchens, for example, in his study hall, he definitely engaged in the material provision of his parishioners as well. So these two things make it a difficult document to study as a coherent whole, to argue that there is one single theological stream that flows through it easily. I have already mentioned the relationship of the microhistory to the sermons. This definitely affects everything that you read in the text, and I would argue that it's impossible to understand the sermons properly without knowing what happened in the ghetto, because it's very clear. But the last thing that I should offer as a caveat was we don't exactly know who he was. We fortunately have, as the word goes around my back, some sense of who actually came to listen to the Rebbe's talk on a couple of occasions, but the population of the ghetto was destroyed dramatically by the typhus epidemic and maybe by the great deportations. One gets the impression by just reading the sermons that in the beginning he had a very large crowd. One of the reports suggests that he had 300 people coming to a holiday gathering. And the texts tend to be fairly short and borrowing from fairly limited but well-known sources like the Torah itself and the medieval commentary of Rashi. Later on in the war, however, we get much longer, 6, 8, 10 times longer, and they start borrowing very heavily from much more esoteric sources that the average Chassid would not be familiar with, various Kabbalistic sources and so on. Now, gets the feeling, not only in the length and in the depth of the sermons, but also in their tone, that the Rebbe may be speaking to himself, that he may be writing these things, perhaps just for himself, but for a very, very small circle of dedicated survivors. We really don't know how to evaluate this public document because we don't know enough about the public. So, with those in mind, one of the greatest questions that has been rocking the world of intersectional studies in the last couple of years is occasioned by the work of my colleague, Dr. Rabbi, who has written some very provocative things about the Ascension Rebbe, in particular arguing that the Rebbe lost his faith towards the end of the war. I'm going to give you a little bit of a timeline shortly that will suggest exactly when that intellectual and spiritual break happens. Dr. Marquis' argument is essentially that the is there an adjective for theodicy, like the theodiceo, is that possible? Okay, let's try with theodical. You can see how frequently I use this one. That the theodical challenge of the war became too much, particularly in the summer of 1942. At that point, there is distinct change in the tone of the Rebbe's writings. There's a distinct change in the theme of the way in which he explains or fails to explain cause justice rather than failing at it. And Dr. Rabbi is not alone in this approach. In many ways, he follows the Poland's path, who argued that when the summer of 1942 came around, the Rebbe essentially retreated into mysticism. That more conventional, theodical approaches are insufficient to meet the existential challenge. Therefore, he simply went back into this idea of God in inner chambers because he had no idea what else to say. For Dr. Marquis, that represented a dramatic break in his faith, and they might follow that particular line of argument. Others, on the other hand, including myself and Dr. Reiser and Rabbi Weinberger, argue that I think that's kind of like it's an argument that finds an audience because it sounds kind of intellectually lascivious, supreme Hasidic leader, man of faith. loses it in the end. That has a kind of commitment to it that appeals to a certain audience, but I don't think it's historically accurate. So let's look at his theoretical responses, and I'm just going to kind of summarize them here and pose some of these problems with understanding kind of like a straight line development exercise. So if we break it up into the different years, as he did, and he certainly thought in terms of like the cycle of the year, and you know that he reflected afterwards on what happened in prior years and so on. So it's a reasonable rate. Of course, the Hebrew year begins in the fall, with Rosh Hashanah usually around September. So in the first year of the war, that's when the Nazis invade, actually right at the holidays, and Rabbi experienced personal tragedy almost immediately. A very, very tragic event of the punishing bombardment of the city of Warsaw civilians by the Luftwaffe wounded his son mortally. He brought him to a local hospital, which was overflowing with patients. And while he ran out to try and find some doctor to help him because the medical staff in the hospital were overwhelmed, he left his daughter-in-law and her sister outside reciting songs for the benefit of his son. Another round of bombing came and killed the daughter-in-law and her sister standing outside the hospital gates, and then the Rebbe's son died a few days later as well. The Rebbe was already a widower at this point. He had one surviving daughter who was later taken into deportation in 1942. In fact, he didn't even know if she survived. One of the things he writes in his cover letter is, if anyone knows what happened to my daughter Rachel, please let me know. So the Rebbe suffered from the war immediately. Very, very deep about it. In 1940, that's when the Youth Roth was established. In particular, that's the Jewish Council that is widely responsible for administering the population. They built the walls. It was a horrible typhus epidemic that ravaged the ghetto. And then in 1941, perhaps the most important thing for us is the Boyanowski report. A young Jew escaped from the nearby death camp of Felmsdorf, which had been operational since the fall of 1941, and smuggled himself into the ghetto to tell the Jewish resistance how the Nazis were planning to gas the entire population of Jews in Poland. This was an overwhelming piece of news. Recall, of course, the Holocaust doesn't start with like September 1, the Nazis invade Poland and immediately start murdering all Jews. There is a process, there is a series of increasing persecutions. It really only gets underway in the summer of 1941 with the Eichsfeld murders, and then becomes especially acute with the creation of death camps at the end of that year and the deportations, which from Warsaw would occur in 1942. So when the Rebbe heard this report in early spring of 1942, you see a dramatic change in these writings. This is the breaking point for Rabbi and others. And of course, it follows through. The Nazis do deport the Jews beginning on Tisha B'Av, the National Day of Jewish Suffering, in the summer of 1942. 6,000 Jews a day are thrown into the bunker and gassed. The vast majority of them within 4 hours. For the Rebbe himself, he was held back in the ghetto, along with as many as 50,000 other Jews who were put to work in slave labor. He remained in that status when the ghetto was basically decimated with Jews. The uprising, the famous Warsaw Ghetto uprising, did not happen until 1943, and it was represented a tiny fraction of the surviving Jews in the ghetto. But the Rebbe was then deported to a labor camp called Travniki, and there he was murdered in the context of conflicts. So this is kind of like the historical progressions of the Rebbe's experience. Let us look at this theological response. So early in the war, you have an example of what I would like to call teleological suffering, which I'm sure you have studied tremendously in this class. Basically, that suffering has a purpose, that it is meant to edify, that it is meant to burn off one's sin world, so one gets more benefit in the world to come. These kinds of arguments, which, in my humble opinion, make a lot of logical sense, but on a visceral level, when you're dealing with this kind of suffering, they must be rejected. How can you think it's like going to someone's home and you're sitting Shiva if they're mourning for a loved one, and then trying to give them this kind of story? No, that's utterly rejected. Maybe logical, but it's so unpalatable that most people cannot accept it. In fact, the advice of the Talmud is that inside. So, then, in 1941, you begin to see much more of eschatological approach, a lot more discussion of birth and the Messiah, justifying this movement by perhaps saying that this is an unfolding of divine history. But then after the Williamowski report, that's when he seems to break with all of these logical arguments and say that God has somehow sheltered himself within the secret material passage, and he has restrained his own suffering, his own, the word in Yiddish is like co-suffering, his own sympathetic suffering with the Jewish people in the ghetto, and he knows that God has restrained himself, so to speak, from acting, because if he were to react to the suffering of the Jews, that would destroy the entire world, turn it to Shama's joy. This is a much more mystical approach that he's ever taken before. And so this is the argument of Dr. McLean and others that essentially it gets too bad and his theology breaks. Now the problem with this model is when you get down into the details, it doesn't fit. Because you see, early on in the war, one of the greatest expressions of this mystical approach occurs in October of 1939. And I'm specifically referring to a passage that I believe you read about, one of the most startling passages in the entire Aish Kodesh, something which only a person of the Rebbe's stature, with the life experience of the ghetto that the Rebbe had, would dare write this under an Orthodox primitive, that God had gone too far in his allowance of the persecution of Jews. I'll refer you to the writings that we explored to look at it in detail. The argument that he makes for God is of Abrahamic proportions. Shofet kol haaretz lo yaseh mishpat, so the judge of the entire world not do justice, saying that this is too much suffering. So we see some of the radical kind of approaches that are typical of 1942 are already present in 1939. To argue that there's some kind of progression, it's difficult to square with the results. Similarly, towards the end of this period, in his very last testament, which we'll look at in the next slide, there is clearly a reconnection with God, a reassessment of prior persecution, and an acknowledgement of how radical that persecution is. But at the same time, he clearly maintains that connection with God, the hope in God's salvation, to the end that is consistent with even pre-war statements. In other words, to try to say that there is a breaking point for the Rebbe does not make sense in the arc of his theological response. I hope we'll return to that in the question period. But let me just try and bring this to a conclusion in the next couple of minutes so we have time to talk. It's also important to bear in mind, although I have really spent a lot of time talking about the quotidian events of the ghetto and how they are so crucial to understanding the very specific theological response, we must remember that this is a person who had a massive philosophical plan for how to save the world Jewry himself. It was an incredibly ambitious plan, which is articulated in his most popular publication of 1932, a book that I strongly recommend. This is my favorite translation, but there are several. The Student's Obligation. The subtitle is not his. By the way, I'm just curious, is anyone on the line actually read a student's obligation? And if not, I'm going to ask you a tough question that you can think about answering this. Okay, so here's the question. I'll ask you again when we wrap up. What is the student's obligation? I know you haven't read the book yet, but since there's one obligation that a student has, what is it? It's amazing to me how many people I've met who have read the book, and when I ask them that question, they can't answer. But maybe out in the Great White North, you'll have an insight. So he had this plan that is directly related to how to approach Judaism in the modern world. And I would like to argue, as I am in the forthcoming book here, it's like one book that's not out yet, but that he had an essentially postmodern approach to Judaism that emphasized the value of the experiential over the intellectual. That he experimented with visualization techniques, meditation techniques, and that this particular kind of approach helps us understand much of what he wrote in the Holocaust. I'm anticipating some great things from Daniel Reiser, who has written extensively on Hasidic visualization techniques and meditation techniques, and I anticipate he will apply what he's learned in his 19th century work to his studies of the Section Rebbe as well. And we can't forget, of course, the Rebbe's personal connection. He was not, standing above the suffering of his witness. He was feeling it deeply himself. And we can see that graphically, for example, when we look at the manuscript itself. At one point, he signs his name to the cover of a different book not discussed here, the novel Sharim. And you can see in Hebrew on the top is his full name and patronymic, Anonymous Thomas Ben Harav, Hagawan, and so on, Shapira. And underneath, there's something written, and then violently struck out by the Rebbe himself. Dr. Reiser has analyzed this with some advanced photometric techniques and has determined that the text that is struck out is the phrase head of the Jewish court of his section. In other words, it's hard to imagine why the Rebbe would have struck out his own title, if not to say that how can I be the head of the Jewish court of the Jews of the section when there are no more Jews of the section at all? It's as if I myself am struck out. It doesn't simply, strike it out with a single line, violently repeat the fear and anguish in his pen of what he needs to say in respect to that. So in conclusion, I want to thank you again for your patience listening to this very difficult story. I hope it has given you a little bit of insight into the Rebbe's theological approaches and some of the scholarship that swirls around it. I'm looking forward to our discussion, but before I conclude, I just want to direct you to the Rebbe's last will and testament, the first page of it, which he wrote as a cover letter, as many of the participants in the Shabbos archive did with his last will.
No.
And this was a cover letter to him telling his manuscripts. It's a blessing that extends to all of you, as anyone who studies the work of the PSS Rebbe or merits the benefit of his holy ancestors. Stand by all of you and your families. May God have mercy on all of us. Thank you very much for listening to me. I look forward to hearing your questions.
Good evening, everyone. Welcome to tonight's webinar. Such an honor to have Dr. Dickinson for tonight's lecture entitled Spiritual Heroism from an Era of Quarantine. Focusing on the Holocaust.
No way. That should work. Shout out to Benny.
Tonight's
No
webinar
way.
is sponsored by two honorary Northside of Rabbi,
There's Heidi.
Miriam, Shmuel Abba, Shmuel Seiko, someone known in the community, Ian Paramount, who at the end of her life, this is taken was a survivor of the lost parents. She was by the Allies and sisters, and she was someone who survivor in the true sense, as we many famous for sponsorship and others. Tonight's speaker, Dr. Henry Akerson, is the Dean of Language College Arts and Sciences at Flatbush. Before that, he's the Dean of Academic Affairs, Student Services at Sherwood College, Maine. More than just what's on the CV, he's really a part of the adopting of Rothschild. Father of Rabbi, and singer, science singer, and more importantly, the singer, the one of which singers, the Emerson family, Malcolm on the culture today. It's very exciting to see stage with the family and back in the community. So we look forward to being able to have this event in person, featuring how we have to see this family in person, traditional, so all come together at the right time. We really appreciate his time, his expertise, passion, also the pandemic, something I noticed I've been learning a lot too, working on English, my own inspiration as love, as I was learning tonight, Rabbi Shapiro, Kodesh was someone who was loved during the Shoah, and his speeches were so profound, that they made to stand by his community, stand by his followers, and to try to meet them in the darkest of times. I noticed this was hard to be opened up the book of Shemos. In the book of Shemos, one of the most famous images of this staff in front of the bush, that God appears to Moshe, that first encounter while Moshe's heading to the sheep. I was always wondering, why is this image that God appears to Moshe in this burning bush, Joshua on the mountain, on a tree, why this thicket, this thorny bush? Rashi makes a comment. Rashi says that the reason for the Torah staff and the Torah carried out a different tree is more than open fire. The imagery of thickets, thorny bush, is to contrast the image of a powerful, sending message specifically to Moshe and to the people that I with you in my side, with you preparing the situation. And the idea of the fire, which I think is about God that God is with us in something. The passage discussed in this has a slightly different interpretation, which is so profound, in which the interpretation says that back actually fire up that was inside of that. It's symbolic of the rays, the Rabbi inside. It's fire inside of our own hearts. And it's got MS comments. Says, when the tzaddik feels that he has this as a side soul that's a flame, feels that he is no longer in Galut. We are told to look at the facility, the strength, the swing, the capability. And that's just the fire inside of us. Not just that there's always been a thing in the heart, also symbolic of the challenge all of us have felt over the course of the last number of months. They mentioned that no matter what we face, we feel a passion, fire burning inside us, flame our inspire and inspire ourselves to be able to get through this connection with the field. But you got your safety and difficulty. We have that Shakuda, had that inner safety of fire. We have to be that ability as never could, as we're all trying to inspire. The way he was able to basically the horrors of the Shoah to inspire this community. And I know that in the course of the last several months in our community, we've been learning more more capacity. Learning from a community, learning on Torah, how to Shkoda. We have to have that consistency here with us to share his fire, his passion, his history, Torah, the historical context of us, bring the Torah to life. We have such a special opportunity to be able to delve into the historical background of who was the gold, the clothes, Thomas, the hero, the Rabbi, the Dexter, the Kodesh, such that address us tonight. And that's what we do. I'll turn it over to Dr.
Thank you very much, Rabbi, for a very kind introduction. I really appreciate it, especially as particular pleasure. And it's especially this book that I think is touch on the topic of Galut, because as you see, it's a special topic. It's precisely one of the questions that this book has a concept of central to my presentation. So let me just share my screen here. The plan for my presentation is to go through basically an introduction to the English, because I know there are many people in the field that are well versed with the thought of the English. We have many other people using the webinar and I want to kind of present that background to why this rabbi, why this course is so exceptional. And I'd like to put one specific aspect of this work to the question of theodicy, that is justice and theodicy. Pursued by a lot of scholars in the last couple of years. And then I'd like to delve in a little bit more to what you might have as a lesson for us on far more anyway on conflict of conflict or obviously and that's what it's together perhaps from the extremities of his suffering about emotions and such. He says some strength for our relationship. My presentation will probably take about 20 minutes or so. And I've been remarks. I don't know questions and answers. I encourage everyone to write so I hope everyone can see around like this. Okay. So, what is a Kodesh? The document we're talking about. In December of 1950, a Polish construction worker was clearing the rubble of the Warsaw Ghetto and excavating under a particular building, and they found a number of these tin milk cans deeply down underground. For those of you who were born, well, let's say 60 or so, will recognize this, but the later, milk was over the floor of the door, and the milkman used to have a milk contained these containers that were poured into glass bottles that put the goods back. But when we opened up these containers, hundreds of papers, of each packed fish, easily writings, as well as memoirs, documents that you couldn't make anything of it, but you recognize that the lettering so he brought them to the historical museum where they language for a few years until the file discovered and then trying to do Irish agency who had been sent there to specifically. They were one of the three chapters of the underground archive called Phoenix Shabbos, which was assembled by this man, Manuel Winter, a visionary historian, found himself trapped with the Warsaw Ghetto and realized early on that this was historical land, like the loss of the faith, and that Jews living in the Warsaw Ghetto had to collect every bit of data they could for prosperity. He assembled a number of well-known amateur historians called Sammler, or collectors, and he sent them out everything they could about life in the ghetto.
as I mentioned, memoirs, letters, but also playbills and also a program and whatever they can find about what was going on in the ghetto. Even much larger reports about nightlife in the ghetto, the mafia in the ghetto, slugging in the ghetto. Whatever you find, the underground medical schools, lending libraries, the theaters in the ghetto, whatever you can do, is try to collect it and put together issues. When they realized that, of course, this ghetto was going to be eviscerated and all the design, Zomler's largely wrote their own last bills and testaments, placed them in 3 different caches of documents, and buried them in 2 places. Only a handful of members of the Shabbos that this organization survived, and they believe that they discovered many times that they set themselves in one another kind of like cells. So, of the handful who survived, they knew where one of the caches was buried. They went and they dug it up in 1946, and looking at water and penetrated the big boxes that they sent the documents to the Rothschild for. It was only the second cache discovered by Nazi in the 1950s that contained the writings of the Bishop Rabbi but the third cache is yet to be discovered. One of the most important of the Zomlers was this man, Rabbi Shimon Fugelsang, who was tasked specifically with chronicling the life of religious communities in Palestine. So his job was to try to calculate how many synagogues were there, how often were there conducting services, how did they get around the ban on Jewish congregation, how did they get around the ban on Muslim things like that. And some basic things which then got survived. So the days, none of the members of the Shabbos survived, except some 45 was killed in deportation in 1942, and the only way his son and his wife were betrayed when they were hiding there. But nevertheless, Rothschild archive provided for us this remarkable base holy fire, which were the wartime writings of a Hasidic rabbi, and they gave us a unique writing, roll by roll, descriptions of what was happening in the world, more importantly, our purposes, how religious communities understood it within the overarching notion of place. How would they live accommodate the next of mass occupation, the phenomenal level of persecution that they bring, and how they remain strong as Jews, to review very quickly how this documentation structure is all work. We are very much in an exciting time when a lot of this research has the volume, the printed volume of the manuscript was first released in 1960. It's the first one on the left there. The title is not title of the author actually used for the manuscript, called it Torah from the Years of Wrath. Sometimes that's the Torah from the Years of Rage. It does use other contexts of the writing, but the editors of the institution basically thought it was White House has been since applied. The author himself is called fire. Very the greatest contributions to scholarship was scholars generate worked on it and used longer work. However, the document is almost entirely used to study for its theological value and one of the main questions. Where was God in the Holocaust? They hope to find it and then answer the question in the in the 21st century, there has been some significant advances as well. On the left, you see Rabbi Rothschild, who's a neighbor of here on the right now. He, of course, is the very by the way, his name, as I mentioned, Shapira, but he is known primarily as a follower by the name of support. So it's a little town about 14 kilometers outside Warsaw, which is pronounced the Polish Kia section. Since there's a couple of sounds there that are hard to produce both English and Hebrew, sometimes I say TSX9, TSX9, but TSX9 is the pronunciation. He's included on the right is my colleague Dr. Daniel. This isn't just professional history. He did some absolutely amazing work, which is going to occupy our study today as well. As here's the thing. Manuscript is almost illegible. You can see a page from the critical editions that Dr. Daniel has prepared. He's put together. Today, we're working with the manuscript. On the right is the actual manuscript, the Savyad, the handwriting of the Theophany himself. On the left is the transcription that includes strikeouts, annotations, and sometimes it's pasted on top of the actual page, and information. And one of the amazing things that's out of Dr. Weiser's very, very difficult work was that the 1960 printed edition included all of the deeper texture of the actual manuscript. The 1960 edition may have been motivated by a piety, a desire to represent the thought of the section of the most possible right, or maybe all of his uncertainties, crosses out the word, and write something else on top of it, crosses out that word as well, and writes a third word on top. And a lot of time they want comprehension, so people might be listening to certain passages to read it, and the rest of it as well. So it's essential that modern students such as that study should work with the manuscript to the service that Dr. Rothschild has done by producing the manuscript. We also have some really exciting work, by the way, done by Sherman still a young scholar. He is working very hard on this. He's a biography of the section of benefit. And so my small contribution is to look at right now. I'm a historian rather than a religious studies specialist. What I did was I followed the thought on the many graduate students who wrote about 65, a very nice paper, given sounding the people that wrote a graduate paper on vivisection. You know, the theophany read his writings all daily. It's made through these sermons, according to particular dates, or insights. Just read a bunch of scripts. So it was talking just about with an entry to a bunch of church from the 5700. And she wondered, wouldn't it be interesting if we sort of lined up the history, the micro history of what happened in the ghetto last week, with what we actually know. And that's essentially what I did, that's an idea. And I studied the various journals and memoirs and newspaper accounts, German records, Polish records, to try to understand what happened street by street in the ghetto. And then I looked at what the rest wrote, and I found amazing correspondence context of the home. And it's just, that just looks good. It's just like a usually depressing 19th century version of Stephen thought, constantly asking questions. Why do you just and we never have any kind of connection to real life historical events. So most historians, I thought it was kind of unusual and knowledge saying that we have this book, there's nothing else like it. The literature survived the Holocaust, but they basically said that the value of historical data. But as this one graduate student pointed out, that's phenomenally value because when you study the actual words of the Polish, you see that he's unusual. He's specific events that happen. Imagine this conversation while into the message. Interest rates are terrible news. There was some collective conscience issue, or there was, a global massacre, or someone important died from typhus. They're looking to the Rebbe, and something from the Torah or from Rashi, and we would explain how this would illuminate their position, which explains the law. That's essentially what I study, and that's what I'm looking for. Today, it's what people have to say to us. The politically comfortable circumstances. One question that has come up for the last year or so is simply that there are, in fact, some literary indications that some scholars pause on that question. Let me frame that by indicating that the Rebbe's theology is obviously a series of lectures and sermons that he gave in social years. His approach to the Odyssey. The Odyssey, of course, is the justice of God. Huge God, huge rights by humanity. So two caveats about this particular question. First of all, to remember that each Kodesh is public document. This is not private musings that he reserves for himself. He did keep a personal spiritual diary, which he decided ultimately realized he was to kill. He did give to the remaining Shamash archive, and it did survive for the language of his chilling and powerful. But what the Eish Kodesh represents is it is a deeply like partnership. It is something that the Rebbe wrote every single word of scholars, and he did not know what was going to happen to the Jews. He was working through this just like everybody else was. So it's not like a monograph that has a thesis, beginning, a middle, and an ending. There are moods, there are ebbs and flows. You feel like there are times when Jews feel hopeful, there are times when Jews feel despair, and it's often reactions. So it's hard to make generic comments about entire documents that another reason is because it's written in grace. It's written as these events are not with like the benefit of hindsight, and not with kind of a profound vision of the future. So real-time document. But when we look at the micro together, so let us turn to that question for a moment in that context. One last detail. We also don't know Jews. We don't know anything about science. The vast majority of Jews
huge and important meetings with the PSS Rabbi. We did attend some of these gatherings, and we got the impression that, especially in the early days, there were hundreds of people in all walks of life. I mean, not just specific Jews, but also misogynist, also free thinkers, socialists, and the fact that the things about the PSS Rabbi is that he was incredibly strong on extension. Great as a whole, when he joins another organization, he's offered him the opportunity to explain the views of this community. What he is working with Rothschild was a plan to escape. He said he would only join the plans if every country was given and every person, including the Asians, were also part of the plan. But when you look at the literature, the beginning of the text, it's actually very simple in nature. It's very Parsha and Rashi, which is kind of like something that's accessible to anyone with a sort of basic Torah education. So towards the end of 1942, much more complex, much more Kabbalistic sources, much longer drushes who try to indicate that he's speaking to a community of audience, perhaps even himself. So my colleague Dr. Sheldon Rabbi is looking at the Aish Kodesh, argued that 1942 was that lost his faith. He wrote some articles that were quite extraordinary. A lot of people got very upset because Rebbe has many devotees from almost Boston, especially since he's from the Rebbe that he was Franklin. So Rebbe turned to me and said, "Would you please say something?" That's a tremendous respect for Dr. Rabbi's phenomenal skills. He really is an expert on process. On this particular point, of course, there are many other scholars, but I'd like us to look at that question in the context of our answer. We'll understand a little bit about the history of the Rebbe that will help us understand the future. So, as I mentioned, this is a document that takes place in the PBS Council over a scope of time, every country, in a particular context. The situation of Jews varies from each sheet. It's hard to know exactly what's unfolding. If you break it up into years, that's kind of work. The first year, 5700 corresponds to what summarizing this is a period of tremendous assault on specifically on the Rebbe's politics and using such credibility to his audience. Not such the fact that he was a leader in the large succeeded Rothschild. So he was known as the section Rebbe, but he could easily have been called a Rothschild Rebbe at his chosen time. This to way back today, punishing violence on its was not modern civilian areas as a strength whatsoever. In the middle of the high holidays, a piece of shrapnel leaped from the window and struck the terrifying. The Rebbe gathered up his sons and together with his son's wife and their sister, they ran to the hospital and get treatment. The hospital was overrun. Also, there's no time, there's no doctors anywhere, and by the way, there was still a very June Warsaw at this time. So we have an actual forwards source of this time published in America describing this. And so the Rebbe left his son in the hospital and ran to see some neighborhood doctor to bring his daughter-in-law and her sister remained
Long the hospital. His son survived, but his daughter in law was as he came in, his son from the rubber blood of ice. The resident Cyrus was reported what he had to say in 30 days, and he delivered says nevertheless, he gathered himself up, he regarded himself, and his will useful to maintain the result of the up until this time, Jews had not yet touched over the the Nazis had experimented with so-called limited actions against Jews, organization, as we see in Europe and Warsaw, Jewish places like that. Then it moved to mobile killing squads called such movement. That was in 1941. He was the fall of 1941. He began to experiment with the gas chambers. One of those experimental sites was from Cheltenham, which we saw in Rothschild, where they were experimenting with use of automobile exhaust to kill people. And the young Jewish men escaped from Cheltenham and made their way back to Warsaw, where he executed the kidnapping resistance. And there he gave a chilling report that was down to the color of the tiles in the gas chambers. And together with managed to smuggle to these rescued girls. In fact, the essential report was Russian American the belief that he was shot. Literally, beyond belief. They could not assimilate the idea of what was happening. But at that point, the real question was thought the real change. Shortly after the announcement was that the West was subject to Nazis and shipped out the Zika 6,000 persons. Ghetto Columbus was not a show taken against in 1973, under time those ghettos, those who either surrendered to the state, and also some like Rabbi, who were the ghetto, source of ghetto work, later was sorted to slave labor camp called Stockholm. there in the context of another upper mystery to self-acceptance. Now, if you look at his response to the thought, by the way, this is their presentation, and after the graduate level seminar in this response, so much more detail here, summarize how this works. But this is in the beginning, in the earlier, much of what he said puts along traditional lines of theology. He speaks about what we might call theological suffering. In other words, that this seems terrible, but there's a reason for it. That God wants us to suffer, He will be better for it, He will have merit for it. Kind of like understands it, this is sometimes a medium system that would have made sense 100 years ago. Then in 1941, the suffering increases, crashes up a notch, and we see more of the Messiah here in the stuff. Or the idea that, this is exceptional, but we need, so we must stay close to the deal. We hear the report of the man who survived Chernobyl, then we get from that way, the way of Dr. Reed's divine people that God, as it were, so overwhelmed with sadness. What is going on in the universe is nothing. What here changes it cannot be disturbed, and in that chamber becomes suffering. It's obviously a very problematic approach to the Odyssey, but that's not a sort of understanding. Right? So that's the argument that's at the cross of faith. But it's a difficult argument. But the thing is why I would challenge it is because, mostly the maker's argument argues for a fairly straight line of development. As I have described it as very good. But if we look at some of the most profound, jolting, jarring, very early, such as for example, the Parsha Friday started, which was the first time I spoke after his daughter and son killed. It's phenomenal theological challenge. God, as he described as he essentially argues God that suffering that he's allowed to happen are this exactly he places it within the same kind of phraseology that we see really Abraham says, with judgment, higher order, not due justice. It's a rhetorical question, but it waits for him to put his left. He says to them, essentially quoting the accomplice that says that, you have salt brings out the flavor of evil. So too said the Talmud, that suffering brings out the talent. And the person that never suffers in life has so much more than another. Never has any challenges, always has the talent of good fortune. These are perfect characteristics of people. A little bit of suffering brings out the character. That's what the Talmud says. Not a mental human sort of that starts very early on. It's not October. Very early. So the argue that part of the progression of peace really contradicts. Furthermore, at the very end of this program, he writes his last will, also see that there is a remarkable restatement of hope that he revises all of his earlier passages and places them in an entirely different framework. Like, for example, in Hanukkah in 1940, he's writing at a time when it was actually before the anti-Semitic movement started raging. So he essentially says, you know, when we study Hanukkah and we look at the horrible persecution that the Jews suffered at the hands of the Syrians, you know, it helps us reflect on our own times and see that, you know, that history is like this. You know, the Jews are persecuted, they survive, they go on, and we kind of like normalize this suffering. Then, in 1942, I'm sorry, this is actually August 1942, when he goes back over all of his writings, because he had to give them to the Shabbos Archive in Ontario, he writes a chilling footnote, in which he says, back then, there were terrible things that happened, especially in 1942. And if you cannot have imagined the horrible grotesque murders that they would do, of the Champs-Élysées, in other words, realizes the overarching state and strongly of Holocaust was. So that ever not be compared to other sectors. Nevertheless, we have the blind spots. So he reasserts his faith, even with the face, and understanding his understanding of the Holocaust. So let us look a little bit at the message that he has to offer. We have to understand that these places really do what that. In this context, it's important to remember that, you know, the Rebbe's research writing plan was very well developed right before the challenge. He had actually articulated in a secret document that he only circulated to sources followers. It was later published with the explicit approval of the Garo that he conducted. That he didn't want it, you know, I think that I think that he kind of planned for a literary level and on a institution level, level Jackson that was very profound to see it well. His first book in this multi-step plan involves seeding individual with essentially what we would call a lot of houses today, or like holy, or like seeds. We wanted to try to make like studies, highly radioactive, spiritually active set out the manual. First book was the obligation of the students. This is one of the places where it's at times. And it's basically this triple children. It was written for kids around 12 years old. I was teaching them how to prepare themselves to be spiritually active. It was a reference to knowledge. And I'd love to talk about it, but I've already studied it. I will say one thing. I often ask people, and it's in studies, and most books idea. Not, unfortunately, students have this attitude that, teach me this so I know it, and then I can fix it with a test. And I can move on to the next thing. No, students love this teacher. So much to say about this. One aspect that I want to focus on for our purposes very briefly is something that occurs in the last few essays, which are over the top. Again, here's a small plus so this is what's coming. Study. In which to essentially modern students now that in absence of the really has the best approach for 20th century language, 21st century knowledge is an approach that emphasizes the knowledge, an approach that emphasizes the experience of students. Much more to say there. But it's basically this. It's all about the children. The Rabbi, as a human being, struggles with many of these issues. One small indication I want to share with you is this is something that was found in the manuscript that is probably something he wrote really the war or inspired to the war. It's actually on a title page of the novel, although it's not in the book that he writes his signature there. It's done with something that Rabbi and so on. And actually, it's something violently struck me. Not something violent, and frustration. Daniel Reiser is able to do some fancy modern technology and it's really that's good and that's great up. And he decided to see how they as if to say that Rabbi and his frustration struck it out because it feels children, it feels how to understand the context of something that he's going to teach he's also a okay, so now let's go this. So I'm just going to take one many messages that I find and this is something that's directly on the so if you look at January 27, 1940, March of this coming up for the then Nazis were actually being executed in very small groups of course, and they said the ongoing public resistance was trying very hard to fight this. Particularly one young man, Andre Clark, who was 10 years old, very severe resistance leader by the Nazis. They happened to catch him. By the way, he was actually Jewish. His parents were Jewish, but they had converted to Christianity years before he was Jewish. And as he was entirely Catholic, escaped from Abiyak prison in January 1944. And the Nazis sent out signs that said 2,000 lucky reward for anyone who was finding a Jew in this very of course, who still executed the Nazis as a person alive. And along with this reward, the Nazis also arrested about and they specifically looked at leadership. There's some story like what you present right and all of this began his picture On the bottom right, you see the rights Baruch Hashem, God, this was the making of Parsha, based on the revelation. And then, right next to it, he writes the word with he's delivered this word to nobody or but then struck out the word he wrote a little kind of curving line over the top of the words Yisro, and he wrote instead Shabbat Shabbat it was words exile. His first approach to this was it's all over. I'm in exile. I have no connection. You folks yourself, identified and be separated. That's not correct. In this context, let's look at what he actually does. Again, we don't do it. This is complicated enough. Here, he writes, the receiving of the Torah took place in the world. Right? The Torah was given. Perhaps this is what he was right now, which makes Rashi's comment on the verse here of Israel, that heart should not question God. What he says, God should God. And we read down the flames that you should not say these circumstances possible to you. Other circumstances. Happen under all consequently, had the Jews received the Torah, no one speaks Israel, they would have thought it possible to do it in all places. Okay, comfort for Israel, heartland, center of life, that's what we do. Not when they're in exile, except by instruction. Therefore, in the wilderness, on the road, while traveling. No matter what, well, it's specifically the story of Amalek and Yisro, but those are the message there that's especially useful to me. Spiritual identity. Still, God's blessing is that this is actually covered. Message. it's my hope that just as I this study well, it's that he was very well. So you don't have that sense of his life where you do have this what's to be read, psychology. But let us also recall just now the street, there's a famous now this question. Although we know that it's possible to imagine fortunes, psychologists, and children's writer who go through the links of the past few must have received quite a bit. It's also quite likely that you have a strong relationship with books, knowledge. Otherwise, it's very well versed in logic techniques and it's also by
I want to take some questions from audience. The question of
actually really what this one is because that other was a secret here. 12 copies were printed. One of them actually is here in New York. That was also published privately. 12 copies of published. So it's really a very broad community.
you know how I spent about the team at the time.
Oh, yeah, definitely. It's called and these are grad students. They had to fill 100 papers talking about education. We're talking about as if the fast achievements are a big challenge.
A lot of questions. So let's go through the basic questions that everyone is going to be answered.
Yes, we do. Survival recession who largely are not sales sector. They did an amazing job. They did very error although did all the right editing decisions, which distorted the script. So it's easy to doubt. There are survivors who remember the bad neighbors. But I think it's pretty easy. There's some
our readers want to know other companies have these events.
Yes, which is published in a very evil translation under the title Tino Solo. And it's a difficult book because it has less structure than these published. So I'm trying to like limited research to this parts of the date. We know that some of it was written during the war, so we just like trying to understand it and so on. But much of it is chilling in which he shares with himself his own doubts and his own experiences. I think it's fantastic that he chose to share it with the world.
Other than that, let's see the more it's in that's the thing. About these expert make about stuff. He gets credit for these liquid photos. These
No, does he get credit for it? I mean, unfortunately, he died before seven people actually set them up. But it's it's stunning to look at how. Well, I'll tell you the differences. I didn't imagine that shooters that provide one incredibly heroic couple going out there and the shots that they all hope these rivals. Imagine small groups of about 6 to 10 couples all down to these cheeses. So something more like and they would get a special kind of study subject. Everything something like what Carl had with Ottawa, where we get together every night and we be honest with each other. They have the job of giving each other focus on each other and have like a spiritual discussion and close out rules for this time and what they have to do every night and get learn and how much alcohol they should be allowed to drink. Everything's good. It's book. So it's different companies amongst the model and the discussion how it but we clearly wanted to Jewish people around Europe to change why or Americans, what we do have his main concern was always educational systems. And I went to, especially when he published stuff in 2022, he was like a superstar. He was he was definitely the Jewish education. And he was criticize these doctrines if you're thinking about your stupid acts. You're thinking about how, oh, this person isn't exactly like me, and this person doesn't look like this. Don't you realize the whole house is burning down? Don't you realize that
Many people still isolating onboard pieces. And that taking a step back and looking at where we wanted to reanalyze these things about it. And I felt one job is important months ago, meeting was being to say, look at this. It's a big explanation. That was even after I touched about life and movement towards developing experience itself. And that's how we came to this. I think that one of those meetings, I was debating whether we should look at this essay in the teachings. He said that thing. He everything that all of us are functioning for our own teachings and pioneers that have our own pioneer teachings. It's been a journey that our community is going from. We want to continue to go from. As far as adjustments, it's become hard that we are seeing this renaissance. This is what we do. That's where inspiration came from. You should become. One last question. I think other rabbis, SCMs that us who do similar work in this country, that we should also, as a justice, his country is much more ahead of his time. So I'm not really interested in this world. So I would I guess we stumbled across the right person that is during this time. It's so grateful that we can take time so I'm just going to be having some sentiments and values that have that Steve remarkable.
This video is intended for educational purposes. Its content is narrated with how people develop it is not the latter is what we're seeking. We'll have to look for a nice way to go together, not look for it. One sort of general concept that has to be laid out before we get to this. The reality that the history of exercise does not have to be sensitive, does not have to be logical. In other words, the you can't tie the ideas of hate to actual events or phenomena in society. They're often entirely divorced. It's not as the group that actually but it, very important that this goes right after we're going to the reflections on the true expression. If truth did not exist, anti-Semitism would reject it. In other words, anti-Semitism is looking for some excuse to express itself. The reasons for this are complex for these one of the most notorious anti-Semitic works of the 19th century is what Rothschild calls a perverted writing of Zion, which purported to describe the cabal of the Jewish conspiracy during the war. It was a fortune that was unfolding the Russian Empire in the 19th century, but it's incredibly popular with all kinds of items, translated many, many times into multiple languages, and even as TV or feature. Given a very great time of presence of the spelling of the word anti-Semitism. This is not only an advantage of it, but more importantly on the way we approach anti-Semitism. The term itself is an invented term, a strong term that was designed by this man, who was himself an anti-Semite. And he wished to find more polite alternatives to the Uber terms you can find that are kind of like the Uber terms. You wouldn't use that in Morocco in this case. So he coined the term anti-Semitism in this book, the way to the victory of Germanness over Jewishness. He wanted to say that essentially there was something called Semitism to which one could be anti. And so by using that term anti-Semitism, he was saying essentially, hey, I'm not anti-Jewish, I'm not racist, I'm not prejudiced against any group of people. I have against this philosophy that happens to be expressed by this group of people. And of course, since this philosophy is nonsense, it's only makes sense to say that it's anti-hyphen capital S Semitism. So most scholars today refer to the term anti-Semitism as a single word because it refers to the phenomenon of hatred itself rather than just placing it into some kind of fictional notion. Let us go to the actual history of Rabbi. Looking at classical xenophobia, when we look at it closely, there's a significant number of nasty things said about Jews and much about record literature. But for the most part, speaking in generalities, it's the same kind of activity that the teacher had for non-Greek and non-Roman culture in general. And the kind of hostility that's expressed in Jews is often simply a reflection of their lack of understanding of who the Jews were and what they were all about. So, the term one day of rest every 7 days, which was a novel thing in the ancient world, they were considered lazy. And how can they take on so much time from it? Because they they were considered very clownish because they wouldn't, they didn't participate in non-Jewish catered events. There are simple misunderstandings of what Judaism is all about. But what we have to say about all of this is that classical xenophobia, as distasteful as it is essentially a kind of normal human hatred, right? In the very same way that neighboring cultures often misunderstand each other, even in the United States of America, there are lots of cultural tensions between ethnic groups. And that's just a normal feature of humans bumping up against each other as worldviews. To see one example of it, the Arch of Titus from here in Rome, which was a magnificent structure that was erected to commemorate the defeat of the Jews in the First Roman Jewish War in the 1st century. There is one particular section beneath the center of the arch on one side, which depicts the Jews carrying away the spoils from the temple into their Roman captives. And this is sometimes interpreted as hatred of anti-Semitism, as really just pretty much run-of-the-mill propaganda. It doesn't make me use the word, but it's not in any way special bias against Jews that you would see them celebrating any other barbarian tribe in the name of Jews. Here, by the way, was one of the book the original, because these images are garishly painted for sections, and which was reconstructed with chemical gases. And you see the character of Nora, very often places system. So anyway, that's what we can say basically about classical xenophobia, is that is a kind of normal hatred that, Jews were looked at negatively primarily because they were different than the Russians. On the other hand, when we come to what's separating even what Christ was made from the synagogue, and the synagogue is also taking steps to ostracize people with Christian beliefs from the synagogue. There's a level of emphasis being built up, but it is almost entirely theological teachers. We see, for example, expressed in Gothic art. Here's a remarkable structure that showed a showcase hundreds of times throughout medieval art history. The ecclesia that's synagogue on the left is a representation of the church. She's got her clothes done properly, she's wearing a crown, she's holding a staff that is unbroken, whereas she's contrasted with a synagogue that has no crown, it's literally in a posture of decline, falling away from the rock. Her staff is broken, she's lost authority, and from her left hand falls the Ten Commandments. She can't hold on to with any faith, and she is expressed blindfolded to the truth. And this was especially important for educated illiterate peasants about the theological underpinnings of Christianity and how it should be distinguished from the Jews who are still living among them in many of these villages and urban centers. Sometimes these images have had a more violent tone, such as in this 15th century stained glass window from Vatican, Germany, which shows, among other things, the hand descending from heaven to crown the church on the left, whereas on the right, representing synagogue with the same kind of images as in Strasbourg, there is a sword descending to the top of her head, so that's much more the first millennium or so of the common era, in which there is a theological overlay, with more of a debate between a priest and a rabbi, rather than between cultures bumping against each other. By the time we get to the 13th century, but especially by the 15th century, things go completely pathological. All kinds of new ideas are invented, such as this bizarre bloodline where Jews somehow need to capture Christian children and reenact the crucifixion and then the life in those various ritual places. Absolutely absurd, with no basis in reality whatsoever. This evolves into images like the Newton South that depicts Jews. By the way, these are all of us Jews together in a small circle. The close, which was a part of the church regulations themselves, as an option for Jews was supposed to have a kind of distinguished feature like a badge on the books. And even the devil here is shown wearing a Jewish badge, and they're involved in religious stuff. Again, no real theological content for this, and way beyond any period of classical xenophobia, but that's part of the medieval years. I should point out that, especially in this very brief presentation, I am facing this large chronological blocks, but there's a certain degree of overlap, such as, for example, painter in Italy, with absolute horrific detail. Another example of the Rabbi, just like how rather it's offensive, which would be, and yet would be circulated contemporary times. So that's basically taking us up into the modern period. In the modern period, there was a dramatic change that was largely the result of the thought of Joseph Arthur de who started the notion of the racism. The very famous essay on the inequality of human races. He articulated this notion, borrowed heavily from Darwin in particular, that there are different qualities to divisions in humanity along racial tendencies. And this idea of race was actually quite in the 19th century. Prior to that, we would have the sense of color bias, but the notion of a kind of quasi-scientific distinctions in people based on race is a huge innovation. And in terms of the various races, Africans were considered to be less intelligent than the northern Arabs, which is more punctual and noble. So the Jews were viewed as a kind of a parasite race, that their genius was their ability to find healthy societies, to infect them like vermin, and then degrade them from the inside and ultimately take over and then move on to the next place. This is 20th century Austrian election poster, which was that are burned, choked to death, the Austrian people. But here in also 20th has neither of these images have anything to do with theology. Nothing to do with culture popping up in each other and saying that these are somehow different. So this misunderstanding. This is a wholly invented ideology that never exists. Extremely influential, and of course, resulted in what centuries of history. Another element of the modern period, not necessarily associated with the open modern, is the notion that these Jews constitute a separate kind of Roman parasite race are engaged in a conspiracy. That's one of the skills of the Jews that somehow they're able to join together around the world. So it's examples, such as the French example, which is late 19th century, that then shows the Jews dominant the world, or in this Mexican publication of the protocols of science, which shows squeezing blood out of the earth. The caption reads, by the way, inclusive world government. So the Jewish program to subjugate the world. So this combination of racism and conspiracy, but especially is associated with modern anti-Semitism. And that's a strain essentially takes it to an extreme. Children's propaganda, like this book, Gift Book, which is all about recognizing fruit with regular mushrooms and toasters like poisonous, saying that Jews may be like regular people, but they are actually a separate race, quite dangerous and so on. Rothschild is another example of some of these children's propaganda. Actually, very showing the distinction between Jews and non-Jews. And in particular, and the notion of conspiracy feature archetypes which were developed in the late 19th century, but the Nazis took the other extreme. Finally, to wrap it up and just think about how things might be changing in our times, we are now in a period where one of the most important ideas, at least in America, is this concept of the took place that somehow the Jewish racial conspiracy that was first articulated as a something is going to result in some kinds of taking over, specifically the white male power in the government that fuels a lot of the anti-Semitism on the right in particular. That's an extremely important phenomenon that goes right out of these 19th century. We also see some absolute horrific anti-Semitic propaganda related to Israel, which sometimes comes from the left. Sometimes the person of Israel goes way past the normal boundaries we expect as political conflict, such as this in which evokes the life libel. So with that, I conclude I might be clear about the nasty part of Jewish history. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak about that. I'm very much for the analysts to say about it. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'd like to invite you to participate in a new online course that I've created on the history of the Holocaust. I've received a lot of feedback that these lectures, which I put on YouTube some time ago, have been very well received by individuals who just want to expand their awareness of this dark period of Jewish history, but especially from middle school and high school teachers who have used these lectures in part or in whole to supplement their social studies curriculum and to give their young charges an awareness of what exactly happened in the middle of the last century and why it is relevant for us even today, unfortunately. So please have a look in the information box below. There's a link to this online site, and I hope you find it useful. Thank you very much for listening. Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I have some sad news to share with you. My wife called me yesterday at work to let me know that Dr. Michael Maris passed away. Dr. Maris, Professor Maris, was 81 years old and he had taught at 49. He was a personal mentor to me and a huge
scholarship, and I'm personally indebted to him for putting me on the path of becoming a historian. So the world has lost an extremely valuable scholarly voice, a voice of humanity, a tremendous individual who I think about in some frequency. In this short video, I would like to just tell you a little bit about who Michael Maris was and share a little bit about what he meant to me and give you some personal information about some interactions I had with him, which were very meaningful. Thank you in advance for your indulgence. I first met Professor Maris in 1980s when I was an undergraduate at the University of Toronto. I took his course on the history of the Holocaust. I'm not sure, but I think when I was a graduate student, I may even have served as his teaching assistant as well. What would you like to scholar? His books are phenomenal. His classics. I recommend in particular a book called The Holocaust in History. I'm going to put all links to a few of his books in the information box. This is a tour de force review of the major historiographic controversies surrounding the Holocaust. And it was published, several decades ago, but it has an evergreen quality because some of the most important issues are still ones that we work through on a philosophical and methodological level. It clarified everything with an incredible degree of transparency and illumination. He also wrote on many other topics. He wrote on Vichy France. He wrote on the Nuremberg trials, on post-war refugees. He's a very productive scholar, and his books are really worth reading. He was a lifetime student. Long after I left the University of Toronto, he went back to school to earn a law degree at age 64. What he was like as an instructor was really phenomenal. This is a study with a backlight in the 1980s, before PowerPoint. He used no slides, just his voice. And there are a few YouTubes of him so you can actually see what it was like to study with this great scholar. He never read from his lecture notes, but he always had them, and they were packed with concrete detail. I remember listening to him and saying, wow, he is so carefully crafted his lectures. He speaks directly and in conversational tone, but he's got his notes to provide the really important statistics and dates with tremendous precision. What I remember as a student was just how generous he was as an instructor. He was always deeply engaged, deeply concerned with our ability to absorb the complexity of the material he was presenting, and he was filled with a deep respect for all of his students. He listened to questions with his full attention. He considered questions very, very carefully, and he responded fully with great patience. I'll reflect on that part. What he was like as a mentor was especially important to me. I will share with you a personal background. I had the great privilege of having some fantastic mentors at the University of Toronto, but my first field of study was philosophy. I eventually earned a degree in ethics, an undergraduate degree in ethics. I use the word eventually because I had a major hiccup in my undergraduate career where I sort of like had a crisis of conscience and a big falling out with Professor Eno back early mentor of mine. And then when I met my wife, I became a ski instructor, and that was my lifetime plan. Just be a ski instructor, ski in the winters in Canada, ski in the summers in New Zealand. That was the plan. But then I met my wife, and I had a serious accident during training, and I realized, I can't possibly build a family and pay base school tuition if I'm going to be a ski instructor. So I decided I have to go back to school. What do I like to study? And I realized I liked history. I realized that what I liked about philosophy the best was the history of ideas, how ideas changed over time, different places, and so on. So I said, okay, I'm going to go back to history. And Professor Maris was, if I remember correctly, I think he was the head of the admissions committee for the department. But I had an interview with him, and I said, listen, Professor Maris, you can see on my transcript, for the first 2 years, I was a great student, and then I had this incident, where I kind of gave everything up, and my grades, dropped precipitously. And he listened to me with his, traditional, deep, intense listening skills, and he said that I I should apply for graduate school, and I'll come take my application seriously, even though my GPA dropped with that terrible year. And he said that many an academic's career has been rescued from a spotty transcript. I'll never forget the way he said a spotty transcript. And sure enough, thank God I was accepted to graduate school on probation because I did have that here. Thank God. I was so fortunate that especially when I was in my postdoc phase, did a postdoc at the university as well. I got an office right behind Professor Maris's office, and he was right next to my supervisor, Dr. Ivanovich, and they were very close friends. So I had the wonderful privilege of seeing two senior scholars interact as friends, and I often heard over the transom at Sydney Smith Hall their conversations and jokes and their singing and so on, occasionally singing, and really, it made me feel really good about the whole field of humanities and history in particular. But Professor Maris was so deeply invested in my progress that I feel a tremendous responsibility to live up to his example. He was really someone who impressed on me that history is an apprenticeship. It has elements of science, but really it's an art. In order to learn this art, this craft, you have to train under a master. And in this context, I feel very much like I have had